juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the third season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
We already had 2 seasons in 2021 and we're ready to start another one. Hello and welcome to the WePlay Academy League Season 3. My name is Heiko and I shall be your guide during this broadcast. But even though the league went through some changes, we have new teams, we have new rules, the most important part of the broadcast stayed the same. We had them in Season 1, Season 2, and now they're back for Season 3. Of course, I'm talking about our analysts, that being Maui Snake and Pimp. Guys, I'm really happy to see you here again. This time, I'm not going to start the broadcast by giving you compliments. We know how it went. I was more successful at kind of like insulting you, so we're just going to skip that for this time.
I like that better as well. You know, I like to be insulted. That goes way better with me.
You're really into that, Ben.
I really do. I really do love it. Yeah.
Even at home.
Even at home.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll be sure to dish it out here, I'm sure. The insults will be coming, and hopefully we can throw some at some of the players, you know.
Yeah.
I think their skin's toughening up, you know, being on these stages over and over again. We finally can, you know, we've learned to love and sometimes dislike some of their plays.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But, well, there's no Tier 1 CS happening at the moment, so maybe we have a few viewers that actually never heard about the WePlay Academy League. Pimp, why should they watch it broadcast, and what is this?
There's many good reasons for watching the WePlay Academy League. First and foremost, it's an opportunity for the new generation to show off. When I was playing, back when I was starting playing Counter-Strike, there was nothing like this, you know, nothing like this environment. You get on a Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 level to experience the best of the best. You get treated like a professional player. You get a professional broadcast to talk about you and surround you. And I remember back when I was playing, you know, I was always going in and watching the streams after a game, and I wanted to hear what the commentators had to say about me. Nowadays, the players, they have to, as you said, they have to toughen up. They have to get thicker skin early on in their careers, and you know, we have a lot of talent in the league as well. We've seen Mouse NXT dominate. We've seen Fnatic Rising do a decent job. We've seen Astralis talent not really living up to their expectations. So the storylines are already building up. So if you didn't watch Season 1, if you didn't watch Season 2, I think you can still jump on the train now. But it's about time, right? Because this league is here to stay.
Yeah, but we're kind of already getting storylines because this is already the 3rd season, which means we can make a short recap of what actually happened in Season 2. Because again, Mouse and NXT managed to win. I mean, but it was kind of like expected because like they are really above everyone.
Yeah, MOUZ NXT are definitely the team to beat. They just had some changes to their roster, which I'm sure we'll get into later as we talk about them more. But yeah, they're the reigning champions, and I think that they're looking to make it a three-peat. I think they're trying to establish a WePlay dynasty. They're trying to take down every single season that they can because they are head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. But a few of the lineups have upgraded their rosters. So there's a chance for some teams like Young Ninjas. We don't know what to expect out of Big. They just changed 3 of their players out. And so there's going to be a few teams that are knocking at their doorstep.
Yeah, I fully agree. We've seen, and we are going to see some new rosters coming in. We see more talent being brought into these lineups as well. We see some of the teams investing even more into the talent aspect of their lineups. Astralis talent is now a full-time professional talent lineup. We see Mouse NXT getting the treatment as well, which is part of the reason why they won Season 1, won Season 2 as well. So there's just so many storylines and so much talent accumulating inside this league now that I expect the level to be higher and higher every single game, every single tournament we watch.
Many talents are actually joining the WePlay Academy League, and some are already like moving out. We just saw like Manezi. He's not on the main roster of the NAVI Junior. So like I would like to know like which teams, or maybe more like which players should we actually keep an eye on during the season?
Yeah, I think we've got a list. Pimp and I put together some lists to show
us.
who we think are the players that are going to make the jump up to the tier 1 space. So I think we wanted to put Monesi there. He couldn't be there, unfortunately.
He's out.
Yeah, too bad. He's already moved on up. But these are my 5. I tried picking one player per team at most. So even though probably everybody from Mao's NXT could have made it, Exertion was my man. He has been a star entry fragger. He's second to the right on this list. And for the other players, we've got Fuzi, who just showed a really good performance with the NIP proper team. He was standing in for them recently, and even against some world-class teams, he showed that he could hold his own. Even against G2, he went positive, and that's really impressive. Headtrick is the lone standing player from the previous Navi Junior lineup. He showed serious improvements from Season 1 to Season 2, and I expect more of that for Season 3. Puriazen in the middle there. He actually isn't going to play this season. Furia took him out, but he was a guy that I love watching, and I think that he's going to make it. So from Season 1, Season 2, he was a guy I had my eye on, and I think that there is a bright future for him. And the last guy on the right, Fesser, he's the new star player for Astralis Talent. This guy was handpicked by MSL for his South project, which ended up going south. Let's not talk about that too much. But now that he's on Astralis Talent, it's clear that he is showing a level of experience that is elevating himself and that team.
I haven't even thought about that. That actually worries me. I also have Fesser on my list as one of the players to look out for. And as you said, there's so much talent. I think, with my list and your list, there will be some overlaps as well.
Yeah.
You see them right here. Fuzi, obvious, right?
Yes.
We saw him play for NIP. He did so well against tier 1 opposition. He didn't make a lot of mistakes. I think he looked like a mature player on the server, and that's something you can definitely bring into this league and build some consistency around. He was good in Season 1, even better in Season 2, and he's had his breakthrough in tier 1 Counter-Strike. Fesser, the handpicked guy by MSL. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. We'll see about that. I think he's a good talent. I think he's a guy with a lot of individual skill. Is he ready for it just yet? I think he should be. He's been playing, tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike and getting some good practice in, so he should be ready. Exertion need no longer introduction. The most interesting guy to me on this list is Aqua and Lumic. Aqua, because in Season 1, he was one of the breakout players. We didn't know about him. He was playing absolutely fantastic Counter-Strike. And in Season 2, he was probably one of the worst players in the entire tournament, to be completely honest. He moved from being the fragger to the in-game leader for Big Omen Academy. And as far as I'm aware, he's still in a leading role within that lineup. I'm not too happy about it, because I think we saw in Season 1 that the potential in Aqua is absolutely immense. So I'm curious to see if he can find that here. And then Lumic from VP Prodigy. I think we saw in Season 2 that that's a player who's getting better and better and better. Took a lot of responsibility, and for whatever reason, I have a good eye to VP Prodigy. I think they've been putting in some decent work, and I think that's a team we need to look out for in this season as well.
They didn't improve their standing from Season 1 to Season 2, but you could tell that they were just better.
Yeah.
That's the main thing about them. But Pimp, I want to just ask actually really quickly, do you think Aqua's going to do it? Do you think he's going to get back to what he did in Season 1?
I don't think he's going to be Season 1 Aqua, but I expect him to be better than Season 2 Aqua. And that being said, that's probably a cheap statement, because he was terrible in Season 2 compared to Season 1. That's why he's so interesting to me. That's why I want to follow him, because if he can find some sort of a decent level, I think Big Omen Academy is a team that we have to look out for as well.
Yeah, there's kind of like a really big question mark above Big Omen Academy, because there are actually news that Process and Aqua are actually the only ones who remained on the roster. Who is going to be at the IGL right now? Will it be Aqua? If yes, maybe he'll have the same performance like in the second season. If not, he might be star player again.
It's possible that he can regain his form if the leadership role is taken away from him, but I think they listed him as the cap. I think they might have listed him as the captain moving into this season. And Aqua, I think to his credit, he had some interesting ideas about how he wanted to play the game. We heard from interviews from a couple of the other players of last season that they played a very default-centric style where, it was just all 5 players kind of looking for their own thing across the map every round. But as the season progressed, they tried developing their map pool. They added a little bit more in terms of their playbook, and I think that the time between Season 2 and Season 3 might have been just long enough that Aqua could be more comfortable with
He was also super reflective. We interviewed him a couple of times, and he was disappointed, obviously, in his own performance, but also in the team's performance, and I like him. I think he's a good player, and I think we saw in Season 1 that there's some real talent behind it, and that's why I want to push a little bit towards him, right? I hope we can see some more of that in Season 3.
Yeah, but we will get to talk about Aqua and about Big a little bit later, because they are going to play today against Navi Junior. But the first series that we're going to have today is between Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas. And when it comes to Young Ninjas, we know they're pretty strong. They always struggle to find their 5th player. When it comes to Astralis Talent, they kind of struggled for 2 seasons, but right now they kind of look better.
Astralis Talent have made one of the best kind of roster moves in the offseason. Getting Fesser is a big change for them. Although, on the other hand, they got rid of Void, who was their best opper. And that's something where, you prop yourself up with one good move, and then I feel like the other move is a little bit kind of regressing for them, and that's concerning because Young Ninjas made, in my eyes, the best single roster move. Like it's better than any other team right now. They just brought Linus back in, and they got rid of Debo, and that's just putting in basically a now star rifler for their worst rifler. So Young Ninjas, it's a flat-out upgrade. They are the heavy favorites moving into this opening series for me.
Not only the opening series, right, but the entire tournament. I look towards Young Ninjas once again being a team that can and should be able to challenge Mouse NXT. I don't think there's any doubt saying Mouse NXT, despite them having potentially one roster move, is still the favorite to win the entire thing. But with Young Ninjas, they have a lot of experience. A lot of these players have played together for a long, long time. And as you said, it's a clear upgrade, not only in firepower, but also in experience and in terms of like synergy within the lineup, that bringing back LNT, who had a couple of major experiences with
he has
NIP,
a sticker.
right?
He has a sticker. This guy has
got
a
a sticker in the game, right? And now he's coming back into the Academy League. One thing that could worry me though is that like when you tried to play Tier 1 Counter-Strike, when you had a taste of it, how easy is it to motivate yourself to play Tier 2, Tier 3 Academy Counter-Strike again? That could be a concern for me, but I think we've seen it with CTR that he's doing a fine job, so hopefully that'll be the same with LNT.
Yeah, but when it comes to Young Ninjas, I actually wonder who is going to IGL, because originally they had ZTR to IGL, he moved up, LNZ was brought in, then they switched them. So ZDR was IGLing for Young Ninjas for a long time, and now they're bringing back LNZ, who used to IGL for them at some point, and he even has like so much experience while playing in NIP.
I think briefly, yeah, he was calling for them. I'm pretty sure on the document that these teams put together, they said that ZTR is going to be the captain. He's going to stay the captain, and that's exactly what I would want from Young Ninjas, because he clearly has the most experience at this point in game leading. He even called for 2 maps of the NIP proper lineup when he did play for them. He helped Hampus out in developing actually decent T-sides, because, man, we've seen NIP's T-sides after ZTR left. They've been pretty bad. So ZTR was definitely feeding them some level of instruction that even Tier 1 players were able to use. So to your kind of question earlier, Pimp, about can Linus find that motivation, I think he might arguably be playing with a better in-game leader now than he was when he was on NIP. I think ZTR's style might be better than Hampus's.
Yeah, that's
honestly.
a ballsy statement, but I buy your argument. I think there's a case to be made for that. Obviously, Hampus is a different in-game leader, and Tier 1 Counter-Strike is a different kind of breed, but I think we've seen enough from these guys to say that they may be the most experienced team in the Academy League, together with Mouse NXT, and going up against Astralis Talent, who we have spoken about, 2 seasons in a row underperforming. You said they brought in Fesser, which is a clear upgrade, which I definitely agree with, but for whatever reason, Astralis Talent have never really produced the results that anyone expected, and I think the biggest change they've made is actually changing out the coach now. No longer is VNG the coach, but a 1.6 legend, a legend of the game in Trace is now back in, coming in and coaching these youngsters, and that dynamic, having a player who's won it all, who was one of the best players in the entire world when the game was called 1.6, coming in coaching some youngsters, that's a pretty cool dynamic creating right there.
Well, the teams are not the only ones who actually made some changes, because we made the changes to the rules. When it comes to the first season, we had best of ones, and we're kind of back to that format, but not exactly, because Maui, you actually checked out how exactly the picking ban phase is going to work this season, because it's not the same as in first, especially not as in second one. Can you explain?
Yeah, sure. So the veto system this time around is that every single team is going to play each other in 2 consecutive maps, and the way it works is that there's an away and home team decided. It's just kind of random, but the away team is going to ban out 3 maps outright, and what the home team does is they have a priority list of all the maps that they would want to play, and kind of hidden to everybody, including us, it's just basically the highest ranked maps that they had in their order of what was remaining after that first team vetoed them out is what's going to be played. So I think right now we have, Vertigo is going to be played. I think we should have one other one that's going to be played in the second map for this one, but we are getting Vertigo for the first one, which should indicate that NIP, or Young Ninjas that is, want to be playing, Vertigo's probably pretty high in their priority. So this is something teams can theorize and strategize moving forward that you don't know directly what map they put as their number one, but you probably can assume that, their top couple maps are going to be shown here.
And that is interesting, right? Because the one map Astralis Talent found success on in Season 1, Season 2 was Vertigo.
Yeah,
that's the one map where we thought to ourselves, okay, Astralis Talent, you play Counter-Strike at a somewhat decent level. You can compete against some of the better teams in the Academy League only on Vertigo, and now Young Ninjas are coming into Season 3, and the first map they pull up against Astralis would be Vertigo. So I'm curious to see what that stems from, or if that Young Ninjas is feeling, okay, we're the favorites here. We also feel comfortable now at Vertigo, so no respect shown. We can play one of your good maps. We don't really care.
Yeah, we kind of expect probably for Young Ninjas to do better, even though Astralis Talent managed to improve. And even when it comes to the odds, we can see like Young Ninjas 1.4 and then Astralis 2.8. So even the viewers are expecting for Young Ninjas to perform really good here.
I actually thought they would have been more lopsided than that, personally.
It's pretty close. It's
it's closer than I thought. Yeah, with how good Young Ninjas look to me on paper with the upgrades that they made in their roster, and the fact that Astralis Talent, even though they added Fessor, they took away Void, I think that, it's going to be still some growing pains for them. So this is a matchup that definitely still favors Young Ninjas, but I am shocked that the bookmaker is making it out as kind of close as it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when it comes to, for example, in the first season, we saw those two teams play against each other, and I think Astralis Talent lost with a score 3-16 the first time, 3-16 next time. Mm-hmm. In the second season, again, they lost the best of 3, but it was 14-16, 14-16. And now they actually made some really good changes. So maybe the map will be actually pretty close.
I think it's a known fact that Astralis Talent, even themselves, have felt that they've underperformed a little bit in the Academy League. That the potential that we've seen in the league and the results we've seen is not necessarily what they think of themselves. Right? They felt that they were a better team and they felt that they should be able to compete at a higher level than they have in the Academy League. So I think the progress we saw from Season 1 to Season 2 from Astralis Talent was healthy. It was good. The thing is, as you also pointed out right here, you made quite some significant roster changes right here, especially with the AWP role. That's a massive role, and you bring in a new guy or a new player to play the role, and that can change the dynamic within a team. It can be for the better, but it can also be for the worse, especially when you consider that when we're in the academy setting, it's still a lot of inexperienced players, right? They haven't tried these changes of dynamics, so you have to maybe call in a different way, you have to set your team up in a different way. So to me, Astralis Talent right now is a bit of a question mark. I think they're going to be better than they were in Season 1. Whether or not they've improved from Season 2 to Season 3 and they can potentially win a map against Young Ninjas, I doubt, but I'm curious to see if they can.
Yeah, and the first map that we're going to see is actually Vertigo. It's kind of the main map of the WePlay Academy, because as I said, maybe there are some viewers that...
It's also the worst map in the entire map pool, actually, to some players, and me for that matter as well. But it's an easy map to play, Heku, and
yeah, I mean, it is. Though, you maybe would expect for teams to play Dust 2, Mirage, more puggy stuff, when there's less coordination, you just run, you shoot, you have those 18-year-old reactions, when you just you have no problems just doing that. But when it comes to Vertigo, probably it requires a little bit more strategy.
I mean, the whole A-ramp dynamic is just a 3-man versus a 3-man fight all the time, and especially with the fact that Astralis Talent remove their opper, that's one of the pivotal
You can't let it go. You just can't let it go.
Yeah, it's just such an important role for that spot that I think Fessor is going to have to go into overdrive for this game. That's the guy I have to watch for Astralis Talent, because he is definitely the best player on Astralis Talent. If they want to control any part of the map right now, it's going to come up to him to try to take that sort of space from the opposing team, from the Young Ninjas. And Young Ninjas, I mean, we saw last season that their Vertigo is not, it's not like it's a weak point, but it's definitely not the strongest map for them. So this is a map that, like Pimp said, Season 1, Season 2, Astralis Talent showed that they could play this map. A few of the players, Altex, for example, he's really comfortable on this map, and it's probably the map that he had the highest rating on overall. So this is, there's some win conditions for Astralis Talent here, but they're a little bit far and few between, because there's so much you can rely on for Young Ninjas. Rolf on the B side's going to be doing some work, Fuzi down A ramp with the op, everything looks to be in favor of Young Ninjas.
I think it's a learning experience, and I think that's what mindset we have to apply to all of this, and coming into Season 3, that we don't really know too much about Astralis Talent given all these roster changes as well. So there's a lot of question marks surrounding them right now. Maybe they become better, maybe they become worse, maybe the new role, maybe Fessor will be the guy who can make the difference. We don't really know. Whereas for Young Ninjas, I feel that's one of the few known quantities we have in the league. Where, as you said, there's a lot that point in the direction of LNC doing well, in Fuji doing well, in CTI, especially his mid-round calling. I remember that on Vertigo during the first LAN finals as well, where you could just see that's a player who understands the game at a relatively high level. So I feel like this is a game where we have a known quantity, and then we have this question mark that could be really, really good, that could put up a good fight, maybe even take away a map, or it could be another season where Astralis talent just aren't good enough for it, right? And that's where I want to see this game. I want to have some of these questions answered relatively early in the season.
Yeah, well, the odds are saying there's going to be Young Ninjas. You're saying there's going to be Young Ninjas. Let's move to our Brexit boys, Hugo and Harry, and see what's going to happen on Vertigo.
That's a slam dunk.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Hecky. Thank you. I like that you're coming in, lighting fires right away. I can't wait to get this started, Hugo, right? Season 3 of the WePlay Academy League. We were there for the first one. We weren't able to attend the second, but we did still watch from the sidelines. And now we have a treat of a matchup as well, right? I've been a big fan of this Young Ninja squad for a while, as the Des did a really good job of highlighting. There's a lot of good pieces here, right? There really is. On the Astralis talent side, I actually know one of these boys, Fessa, played a couple of games with him. He's a sound guy, and he's a real talent. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, though, Hugo.
Work's definitely cut out for this team, right? Obviously, the boys on the Des did a good job of breaking that one down, especially considering we have on the NIP side, the Young Ninja side, we have players that play for this main roster, not just 3, but 4 if you count on Rolf, which you reminded me, of course, played that charity event with the main NIP roster. So we have a wealth of experience in this Swedish side. So the Danes, definitely in the harder group as well, going to have a lot to do. It feels good to be here, though, Harry. We're no longer projected onto the wall of the studio.
Yeah,
we're here, we're
that's
live,
a nice feeling.
We're in Kiev, and it's never felt so good.
Yeah, I really love it as well. I do just want to give a little bit more credit to WePlay. I love the set design that these guys do. It always looks impeccable.
You got the drip on as well.
Yeah, so this is something else that folks might not know. Sorry, my headset's all falling off. There's actually a stylist, Hugo, mate. We have someone putting clothes on us for a change. So, yeah, it's pretty hype. But let's change things up on our end. It's Young Ninjas taking on Astralis talent to open up the 3rd season of the WePlay Academy League.
Let's get it on.
This is just the coolest thing you've ever seen, man.
Do you think Maui can do that in real life?
I reckon so. I reckon he could. He's built different, isn't he? Well, mate, I tell you what, you are going to be spoiled for some of these little intros to the maps.
Yeah.
We've seen some of the others. We've seen some of the other content that's locked and loaded and ready to go. I know.
Oh, we need
it's
some
a pretty sick camera there.
Autofocus not quite enabled here for one of the Young Ninjas players. Couldn't tell you who, but cams are good. Players playing from home right now. Of course, this is the online stage with round robin, 2 groups, and of course a LAN finals at the end of things to play for $100,000. These young guns can get some serious change in their pocket. More than change, Harry. We're talking cash. We're talking checks straight into the bank account. So yeah, pressure is on, and especially for a team like Astralis Talent, who, as we've already heard on the desk, have had a couple of rough seasons, who have brought in some new changes, some good, some still yet to be proven, right? Losing Void as an AWP is a huge challenge, and so there's going to be pressure on Astralis Talent to show us what they've got here. But we've had a nice December break, we've had a bit of an off-season, and a time for these players to get acclimatized. So time to see the fruits of the labor, time to see the results of the work that these rosters have put in.
Yeah, throughout the last 2 seasons, there's been kind of a few teams that you can look to as like reliable options, right? Yep. Teams that are in good spots. Young Ninjas being one of those teams. Obviously, Mao's NXT as well, going on to try and create their own. I think Maui called it like the Academy era, right? Yeah. Almost. It's pretty sick. And then like NAVI Junior as well. We're definitely up there back when you had Odyssey in the ranks, but now that's all up in the air, right? It's a very different looking NAVI Junior. But the kind of point I was making here was, we've had these teams that we can depend on. Sadly, Astralis Talent fall into like the opposite end of that bracket, right? They've kind of been somewhat underwhelming, even though we've seen them going from, I don't want to say strength to strength.
No,
that's very much the opposite.
The way to frame this is someone's got to lose.
Yeah, someone has to lose. And Astralis Talent have kind of frequently been on the receiving end of that, as sad as it is to say. So I am hoping that bringing in a bit of a change of the guard, right? Guys like Fessa can reignite this Astralis Talent squad.
Or even Breezer as well, who again, we don't really know a huge amount about coming into this one. Obviously, another acquisition for this team. So yeah, I find it very difficult to frame it in a positive way for the Danes until they prove us, right? Because when you talk about Orps alone, you've got Fuzi on the other side, and that guy is no easy beast to get through. Look at him, he's ready to go.
Yeah, you know, something is. Oh, so this is why
Not everyone is.
not everyone's already know. There is also a sign I noticed in the top right there that says "Man Cave." That's
Man Cave.
yeah, I like that.
Right.
That's a little. I can't think of the word. Never mind.
Yeah, whose is the man? Cave?
Chugi, that's the word. Chugi.
I don't know that
No, you
word.
won't have heard of that, mate. It's a bit of a Zoomer word, that is. So
okay.
there you go. Google that one. No, what I was going to say is, you know, you bring Fessa in. The thing that's kind of cool about him is you can tell the Danish scene have had their eye on this guy for a little while, because it was him, if you remember, that when MSL made that like little South project, it didn't last very long.
Shame.
It didn't really do anything. He was one of the guys picked up for that. So clearly, you know, there's attention on this guy within the Danish scene as someone to keep an eye on.
Well, time to show it. Fessa up on the ramp, and we definitely heard some steps coming up onto the A site. He's going to give it up. Smoke down and short take for the Young Ninjas with Fessa smoked off. He's going to have to concede the plant. I like that as well. They fake it out. They go back just to see if there are nades ready to go. Some teams will have HE's mollies ready to stop a bomb plant. So second time's the charm, and now the 5-on-5 retake is on to begin Season 3.
Yeah, and it's good from Sapek to open up right away. Him and Rolferen with kills, and look at Young Ninjas go, mate. They are running them down. Oh, that is a bit of a stone cold start out of Young Ninjas, right? They chase you, they get in your face, they send a bit of a message. There you go. Oh, it's awkward. They're chasing him down. The Glocks have just got so many bullets. And he's finally
You really
dealt
know
with.
you're in trouble when you're rationing out those last two shots. Like, please get a headshot. Please get a head. I'm dead. All right. That is a statement, Harry, safe to say. Not just getting the bomb down and falling back into post plants, but hunting Astralis as they come through elevators.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that not a lot of respect was given your way there. And I do think that that's going to be a squad like Astralis Talent's problem throughout a lot of this, is that, you know, when you've kind of identified one squad as maybe one that, you know, has been copping L's, like you are kind of less inclined to go all in and give it your all and be respectful. You can see the parry match odds there, putting this one pretty reasonably in favor of Young Ninjas. I can totally get behind it. You know, as mentioned, these guys have been a safe bet for getting to those LAN finals time and time again.
Yeah, even winning online seasons in the past as well, right? Even though LAN is a whole
normally it's
different
like
beast,
them and Mao's NXT kind of over towards the top of those charts.
A lot of matches to be played as well, considering you're taking on every team in your group twice. So there's going to be, you know, this game back-to-back, like VO2s, Harry, like old school. We haven't had those in a while. Little A-ramp crunch, it's full eco, and it's a done deal. Quick and easy for the Young Ninjas. I'm going to try not to call them NIP, but I can't promise I will succeed in that endeavor. Either way, it's 2-0 for the Swedes.
Here's a tip, Hugo. If you read what it says
at the top of the screen.
It says like Young Ninjas.
No, I forgot. You have like a photographic memory. You need to read in order to say. You know, that's why we script your casts, Harry.
Yeah.
Always helps.
I don't have any lines written down here, so nobody knows. Right, so yeah, look, we have that little anti-eco. It's laid to rest very cleanly, very quickly. It's just a big fight at top ramp. You all have seen it before, but now we've got this investment for Astralis Talent. Once again, they're going to lean heavy towards ramp, trying to deny this control that Young Ninjas have looked for at the beginning of these rounds time and time again.
Yeah, very difficult. Even if Astralis have this ramp now, they have no AWP. It's first gun round, so Young Ninjas are fine to just wait out the smokes. They know they can win this battle, getting back control of ramp, and it's likely Astralis Talent might even concede it after the utility. None of this matters, though. It's a B play.
Oh, that's lovely.
Star Rifler inbound, and he's not going to get any more, but at least one player segregated, cut off by smokes and mollies, hunted down by a MAC-10, and he's blind as well. The triple threat of utility. Molly behind him, smoke behind him, and flash in the face. It's going to give Ninjas a plant.
Slow on the group back up for Astralis Talent. They don't just want to let this one slip by the wayside, but they might not have many other choices. This first rifle round might just be written off, and yeah, they're backing out of there, Hugo. They're saving. That's a done deal. Linus gets the entry on a contact push up through the ramp as well. There wasn't, you know, anything to really telegraph the full extent of the movements of Young Ninjas there. He takes that peek up ramp, wins the opener, and from then on in, you know, he's backed up by ZTR till the very end. So Young Ninja's going to get themselves a third. Linus as well. Stickers adorning that AK.
Well, if you've got them, flex them, you know, show them off. And right now, the show-offs are the Ninjas. It's going to have to be a half buy around these rifles. I mean, you could full invest. You've got 3 guns saved. That's something at least, but it will be delaying your AWP and the likes. And so for now, they just keep that cash. 2K a player. Nice and easy, nice and breezy. But Young Ninjas, a statement piece coming out of the gate, and I think it's kind of what we hoped from this team, right? Definitely a threat for this entire group, considering the new NAVI lineup and how we don't know exactly what to expect from them, where they're going to be going, how they're going to be looking, big as well. So I think this is definitely a group that the Young Ninjas could come out in first place on. They're hoping the same. Vessel,
all right, Vessel. Yeah. I like this. Fessa, this could be everything, or it could be nothing. There's the swing. The flash is a little bit awkward. Leaves him blind, but lots of damage done. They go, oh, it didn't just blind Fessa with that flash, but he might have ended up losing the sight. Luckily enough, Fessa still holds on. Finally, this Molotov was looking to come in, but that smoke has just removed any hope of Rolf flushing out the Sandbags player. While all this has been happening, Linus has gotten a lot of ground over here towards B. Maybe expect to see this a little bit more from him. These solo missions into that B bomb site. It was what got them that third round, and now it's opened up room here when they're really up against it. This is good space gained for Linus, and it's going to enable a bomb plant for Young Ninjas. Suddenly, you know, you're in with a chance of finding this 2-on-4.
Oh, that molly's great. It's going to push Linus forward. He's hunting the kills, but they're holding set up and ready for it. Only Rolf, 1-on-4, and Astralis are grouping well. They're not going to let him have any room. Nade or dunk, and that's a big old round from Fessa. Looked scary to start, right? He got flashed in on that A site by Viggo, I think it was, but he peaks just a millisecond too early. It full blinds him as well. He still gets one and recovers for the triple, but yeah, it was a little worrying at the start. First round on the board for Astralis Talent, and that wasn't eco. Keep that in mind, right? Save guns alongside Deeg Armor. That's a big round to win. You're going to have a cash injection and that AWP available as well. Young Ninjas might even meet you there if they have the option, but not yet. They had the money for it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? They could have bought that AWP out on Fuzi. But with 5 rifles in play, maybe wanting it something a little bit faster
it's
here.
Fair to go T-side. It's a reasonable start. And the bonus of knowing that your opponent's always going to be buying a CT AWP, you can get a free AWP. Maybe find that
no, that's very, very true. Right, that free upgrade potential, it's there. Breezer does not want to risk going down with this AWP early. Instead, they just drop those nades in and make out like bandits with a bit of free damage. Oh, it's actually really cute. So Young Ninjas, a bunch of them have Linus's stickers on their guns. That's actually really sweet.
Represent.
All happy for their teammate here. And that he was able to go on to play in the major.
Yeah, this roster is essentially, as we already said, like NIP2, mate. They've got so many main team players that it can be considered as much. Quick mid to B, and nice trade from Rolf. That molly cuts off CT, but Altex has got the drop from Tetris. Trapped in right now, but his team have come in to cover middle, so he can just focus ramp with the flash and find another. Lovely B hold right now for Astralis Talent. Can they keep it going, though?
Well, Viggo's tucked in. Pole position to lock in the round. Tapped out after 1. And Sapek's going to give this all he's got. 1v2. Not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. The bomb on his back is a welcome sigh of relief. With 40 seconds left, he's still got time. He could even elect to go quiet here. Try to put that seed of doubt in the mind of Astralis Talent. The problem he's got, he doesn't know where this second man is. For all he knows, right, could be coming in on a bit of a wrap. Up through ramp. You don't know what real estate Astralis Talent have, but he has gone silent. He's trying to play these mind games. He's hoping that they'll rotate away. But they are so sure that this is the B play. They're right in that, but now they've got to win the round. Breezer got to make his debut with the Deagle in the 1v1. Now onto the AWP. And Sapek's just dodging him. Back in the sight, dead on the swing, and there's the clutch for Breezer to keep Astralis Talent chugging forward. They get themselves a second, starting to find some rounds now.
Yeah, huge sigh of relief, right, for the momentum, for the money, for everything. You lose that first full gun round after, winning a little eco to get you there. That could be Young Ninjas just steamrolling through the map. Instead, it's quite the opposite. Money problems for the Swedes, and Astralis, well, their cash is blowing out of control. A little scary on the B side there, but they hold on. And a clutch, honestly, like that just hypes you up, just keeps you believing. Yeah. So full buy comes out for Ninjas. Galil in play, starting to see the money become a problem, but it will all be relieved if they can pick up this round, or at least a bomb plant in it. Going to have those short flashes to get some more ramp peaks in. These are the kind of rounds where you don't really want to respect the ramp smokes, and there isn't one anyway to respect. They drop a one-way and they climb up short. Sapek, oh no, that's a messy spray, but it's traded by Viggo. He's going to try and get out alive back through the smoke. And so 4-on-4, all is fine for now.
Yeah, you end up having to concede ramp, but that's fine. Oh, Breezer actually decides he might want to go back in. Double dip.
That.
Short with the AWP. Waiting patiently. Moving up through ramp is everyone for Young Ninjas. So this AWP has really got to hit the ground running. Was able to win the clutch in the last. Oh, you could see, man. Linus was like, I don't want to give the noise cue, but I want the AK. Was it worth it?
Yeah, maybe. Molly. Breezer's not going to escape, though. Or he does. He almost looked like he wanted to stick around. The one-way's too late. They've already swung wide, but the shot does connect. Make that a double.
That's nice.
And Breezer looking for more. They've already run away. They're terrified of the scope. CTR may have a little one-way on the edge of the smoke, but they can shoot him right back through it. Trying to creep back up, and, well, there it goes. Mister finds another, and it's only Linus 10 health left.
Yeah, dead on the swing. Right, a nice little lock-in for the Astralis talent squad. And most importantly as well, it's a nice clean round, right? You can really take solace in that because not only now have you broken the money of Young Ninjas, suddenly you're in a spot to leap into the lead here, right? You're in this position now where your money's getting established. You keep 4 alive. You're imagining that this anti-eco should be another clean round. Suddenly, Astralis talent are in a really good spot on this CT side.
And already questions answered, right, about the AWP potential. We worried, we wondered about the lack of Void. He was, if anything, one of the lights in the dark for Astralis talent in previous seasons, especially on this map, which Dest already talked about. It's not a great map for the Young Ninjas. This has been the one that Astralis talent have leaned towards in both seasons so far, and I think the AWP is always a massive part of that. Well, Breeze is already starting to hit some pretty fluid flicks. And that's only going to do good for them.
While we have an eco, Hugo, I mean, I know we have this little nade stack, which is interesting, but, you know, nothing really comes through from it. I want to tell you something cool that does relate to the Academy League. So, a signing has just been confirmed.
Yeah.
I'll say that much. Can you guess? Can you guess? It's a big name. It's a big signing.
Well,
probably the biggest signing that could have come out of
the biggest possible Omen Academy around.
Not the biggest possible. It's Monacy to G2.
No, that's confirmed. Oh, okay. All right, sorry. I thought you were doing a big Omen Academy meme there. That's pretty big. Even about 10 minutes ago.
At least I'm assuming, you know, Carlos just tweeted, all right, F it, welcome at Monacy. And now Monacy is G2 Monacy in the name.
He's probably trolling.
So
probably
I'm assuming it's real.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Can't trust Carlos's Twitter. But, you know, even prior to this game, by 5 minutes, Harry Torshi got announced that he's now moving up to the main roster of MOUZ. Worth noting. Very exciting stuff.
There's so much to talk about now.
Er du ved at åbne pengeskabet, eller?
Let's listen to the Danes talk.
Der var to. Nej, det var to. Han er der et også. Mikkel, lad mig sådan med.
Jeg kan flash.
Altså, de er kun 2 af, så.
Jeg kommer med her. 2 af. Nej, det er kun 2 her.
Han muller op. Jeg kommer med B. Jeg må lige lidt tæt.
Okay, jeg kan remuller, så kan vi fight.
Ja.
Du kommer... Jeg står snappy. Kan du...
2 af, 3 af, tror jeg. Jeg flasher ned.
Kan du ikke bare tjekke? Jeg muller nu.
Jeg er lige A2. Inden gul. Mikkel, træk noget.
Jeg trækker.
Kom væk. Det er mange af, drenge.
Ja.
Nej, jeg har flash og...
Flash for Frederik.
Nej, ikke nu. Jeg giver med her også. Han er lidt op sand, gutter. Der er meget mod af.
Ja, jeg prøver
jeg måler lige cool.
Bare træk over.
Jeg har sand.
Jeg flasher ud venstre højt.
Stadig sand.
Kan vi boost Mikkel hurtigt?
Jeg kan molly ham.
Molo sand.
Jeg har molo der.
Og så kan I boost.
Holder højre om sand.
Stadig en sand.
Jeg holder højre om sand.
To mere.
Jeg holder
Jeg kan godt gå venstre om sand og peak. Jeg holder kun højre om.
Han er peak og mig.
Mikkel, du har net sammen, og der er folk gul og HI. Jamen, jeg er bare
Hold gul. Net sand, Mikkel. Jeg holder gul.
Net er sand her. Holder gul igen.
Han er low sand nu. Han er stadig sand en. Og så var der en rampe også.
Ja.
Klar på gul. Han er fanget sand. Holder lige på nu.
Han er flasher.
Er du stadig? Holder lige på. Stadig sand en. Jeg kan godt lift up side, Victor, nedefra, okay?
Ja.
Jeg kan også flash lige på. Eller nej, det skal jeg ikke. Det er B. Han er lidt sand.
Han er upside.
Ja, men shit.
Han er helt tæt venstre.
Ja. Jeg holder bare ham her.
Han er 1 OP, Benja. Du kan bare flække ham.
Dødt.
2 mod 2.
Jeg kan flash for dem 2.
Men jeg søger bare lige ind her.
Vi har super mange gode nets.
Ja.
Jeg har 2 smokes. Jeg kan smoke entrance op og...
Smoke entrance og molo på trappen.
Smoke entrance her.
Okay. Jeg muller lige snappy.
Hvad er det?
Smoke igen.
Snappy.
Oh my goodness, that was a sick round from all parts, from Astralis' communication to the way that the young ninjas played that. They again found that little gap.
Bro,
in B.
Linus again with the little B creeps. He is a B creep right now, isn't he? Little goblin at the B bomb site.
Even then, Fuzi doubling up on A. But let's talk about the comms, right? Where's Pimp when you need him to translate? But those were pretty damn good. Obviously, we don't speak any Danish, but there's enough Counter-Strike terminology that you can kind of figure out what's going on. Good comms, you know, calling for flashes.
I like the cooler, like the mid-round boost as well, right? Like to re-aggro at ramp. I thought that was a really nice way to snipe out ZTR. Also, it was like one of the words I understood because luckily enough, like boost is pretty similar in Danish. Maybe they
Smoke
go a bit
entrance,
more.
I got that one.
You know, like it's like boost. You know, like that. It's a bit more like new fit. Yeah, our boy. Previously from Astralis.
Even so, like a lot of credit to Astralis talent on the comms there, but Ninjas picking up the round. Even the protocol right at the end where we have Astralis coming in for that 2-on-2 retake. They had perfect util, smoke on entrance, and molly on Tetris. But what did Ninjas have? A flash immediately ready to set up. They sprint through the molly and they just clean up the round. So yeah, young Ninjas definitely looking like the more experienced team, and the parry match odds already shifting to show.
Yeah, you know, one other detail there was Fuzi, I think, did a really good job of selling the A play at Sandbags. He didn't overextend. His sole purpose was to waste time, and he did that in abundance, right? Breezer had to hang around and wait to get that kill, and it left them very strapped for time on the retake. Now we've got Fuzi's AWP making an appearance, and it's already come in swinging, besting his AWPing counterpart on the other side. There's ZTR taking it one step further. This is a really nice start to the round out of the Ninjas.
That's got to hurt. You've had a lot of respect on the A ramp if you're Astralis talent, so finally you get given none of that in this round. They actually walk back, and with their back turned, almost a second kill there for Viggo. Instead, he will fall from the short side. Meanwhile, mid lurker of Rolf removed, and Mr. now has to deal with A, leaving his teammate alone at the back of B. Mid is just an open chasm right now. Can't think about it. Luckily enough, it is that AAA take. Young Ninjas with everyone here. And Mr. nothing to play with but his gun and his wits. Going to try and reaggress. They are waiting for this. Or are they?
Oh, the timing on this push could be everything. Oh, Sapic's just taking nades out, starting to line up these smokes. And now Mr. hearing the pins pulled. He knows he's found a bit of a gap. Oh, they turn, they deal with him, Linus! His spidey senses started tingling. He didn't trust it for a second. And with that trade coming through, that push that could have done it all is uprooted. And suddenly, Altex is throwing in to a 1v2 clutch that is in a pretty unenviable position here. And with the bomb planted out in the open, you can set up at short and ramp. You don't give these fights over. Altex is going to have to come to you. And even if he goes hunting for like a ramp kill, well, that just means Linus can tuck in on the short side. You know, really play the timing game. Already a lot of time ticked off this bomb, so it's just the stick, it's all he's got, and the spam is good.
I respect it. I think that's probably his best play right there. Like you said, you worded it perfectly, the little crossfire you can have between ramp and short, you never know. And even the smoke in elevator makes you question whether your opponents are in CT, if they crossed, are they playing boost. It's just so little information and so little time to do it. A nice try on the smoke stick. But either way, it's going to be Young Ninja starting to run away with this. I don't want to say run away, but this could be the means to an end. Breaking money, the AWP starting to come through as well. Delayed, they didn't want it in the first option. And now with pistols for the Danes, it should be another one for the Ninjas.
Yeah, little mid-rush. It's a bit of a classic on these ecos, and it can get out of hand.
Yoink.
With an AK being retrieved.
Thank you very much.
It all gets a little bit weird. If you drop the AK, you're feeling a lot better, but they do manage to juggle the gun out of there, so it's still in play for Astralis talent. Fess is pushed all the way down through ramp, but look at Sapek. This is gross. This is disgusting. I hate anyone who holds this position, and well, I can imagine Fessa does too. Oh, it's so horrible, man. You just assume that that corridor is like always clear, and also you can like tuck deceptively far in. Yeah, this might just be one where you go, the AK would be a nice little extra.
It would be, but will it be allowed? Probably not. Aim punch is your biggest enemy, and Mr. is left with nothing.
So I remember, you know, I just want to kind of say, I remember when we were doing the WePlay Academy Season 1, one of the things we were saying, like, oh, it's so cool to see these guys who could be players of the future, right, and getting to watch them. Well, as we get all the way to Season 3, I think, first and foremost, it's obvious to say that we've only seen these Academy teams level increase throughout the seasons. But on top of that, talk about, you know, like, the like really fulfilling that promise of, oh, yeah, these could be the players of the future, because on the day the Season 3 of this Academy League has started,
what do we have?
2 Academy players have moved up to join join main tier 1 teams. It's so cool, man. It really is. Torshi to Mouse from Mouse NXT, and then obviously Monacy getting moved up to G2. It is really, really sick.
And there was absolutely no one doubting that Monacy was the best player in the Academy League up until now, obviously, up until that signing. So yeah, he had some incredible games in Season 1 when we covered him. And that's not even talking about the Young Ninjas and how this org, respectively so, has managed to field these players into the main roster for events, for a couple of opportunities, and bringing back the experience from Tier 1 CS into this league, which is going to let them hopefully farm if Mouse have nothing to say about it. But I imagine they do. 4-on-4 right now, refrag from the T side, and we've got a bit of an A ramp work. The bomb already rotating on the back of Fuzi to join Sapek. Lurking mid with a couple, but there's still an AWP here, so it's not going to be easy to get him off the angle. Fessel re-aggressing, and he's going to be able to get the kill. Luckily enough, the bomb had just left his position and gone back towards middle, so it's all up to the AWP.
But he's flashed and smoked off the angle, and now is really starting to heat up for him. He does have this slight angle. If they go wide, Breezer will be in with one. Rolf's still been able to open up into the B bomb site, but that bomb wayward over towards the generators, been retrieved and now looking to get planted. ZTR needs to do work on the mid lurk, and with nothing coming through, it is a done round. Astralis talent, they collapse upon that B bomb site. Breezer only had, like that one shot open to him on the cross, but he's able to nail it. And that really did tip the scales, right? Because that was the bomb getting dropped. It wasted time off the clock for the Young Ninjas. Also kind of forced ZTR into this weird position where he didn't want to cross into the site. Tries to get away with damage on the mid lurk.
Yeah, B retakes have looked really good for Astralis in this game, right? When they've had player advantage or even players, they've been pretty good at saving utility to the end round, being able to nade the planter twice now in these B retakes. So yeah, looking to be a bit of a problem. Maybe we'll start to see more A control out of the Young Ninjas. That has been a very good sight for them. Just unfortunate that they get re-aggressed upon by Fessor. 6-5, a very competitive start, and that's what we wanted. I don't think I wanted a blowout to begin this season. As entertaining as it may have been to see the Young Ninjas just storming, Astralis are really giving them a challenge right now. Good flashes up through the smoke, and they're going to go. Breezer can't see a thing. Fuzi's going to wallbang him through yellow. Insult to injury, some nades to respond, and the AK on the headshot angle is all you need from Vigo. 4-on-4, and back they go. Fessel, he just loves getting involved.
He really likes his ramp aggression. Calling for a flash out of Vigo. Now, we've seen these flashes occasionally betray Fessor. This one looks so telegraphed. It's not really in the heat of the moment, right? It's planned. Nothing goes wrong there. However, that peek down through ramp, somewhat deceptive in nature, right? You see no one's there, but that's because they've all fallen back to dodge that flashbang. I don't think, we're going to see any sort of crazy rotation out of Astralis talent. And as they're hearing utility come over, they actually pull a third man into this bomb site now.
Let's see if they actually fight for the plant. Often they've given it up when the smokes have gone down and allowed to play retake, which has never done them well on A, so they're going to try and fight for A. Does not work well. Rolf with a double entry, and Mister, while he cuts down Sapek, the Young Ninjas are in no rush to respond. Back they go in the post plant and let Astralis realize how unrealistic this round could be. They've got the nades for it yet again. They're going to try and pop their way through. Linus stuck in the bomb site. That's a good kill for Mister, but he can't follow up. And almost escaping just about round the corner for ZTR. Leaves Altex in, again, a very difficult retake. This time, no smoke to stick it. He's going to tap, but no one's falling for it from short. Ramp swing, and that gives it up. Altex still wondering where Rolf's got to. He's going to try and re-aggress a little bit, but Rolf is not falling for the second fake, and that might just be the round for the Ninjas.
Yeah, 1v2 in like this in an A retake is just so brutal so often. It really isn't uncommon to see them get the first, and then that's kind of where the story ends, right? So many rounds will pan out exactly like that, where that first fight is given to you on the tap on the bomb, but past that, Young Ninjas aren't going to overextend. They're not going to give you a way to get back into that. That was a really nice kill from Fuzi. I didn't realize it was so gorgeous.
They were looking for the AWP as well at the end to try and get free AWP, couldn't find it. AWP could have been blown off the map, who knows? But yeah, that's a nice 2-on-1 for Ninjas. Able to sacrifice a player. And a lot of close rounds, a lot of 1v1s have come through already in this map, but to the betterment of the Swedish side. A Mac 10 for ZTR and Sapek. Vessel, nice that he's got his Instagram filter on his camera.
So does Linus.
Yeah, I mean, not a very good one. Oh, lovely little flash, and he's not going to get away, surely. He's trapped at the corner. Mac 10, young the ground, and Altex obliterates him, double dink to do it. That's a real problem.
You shouldn't win that,
No.
Altex. Like, that is jammy, to say the least. He's still alive, still a threat in this retake, and now that plant looking to come in.
Hello.
Little flash over the top, lines Altex.
Dear.
Oh my god,
It's a
they
mess.
catch the smoke as well.
How?
There's Altex with a third, he's doing it all. He might be the lowest in the server, but he's still putting up numbers. Fuzi dead. And Rolf with a lineup, but it's not enough. Fess is there to cancel it all out and put that round to rest. It is messy, it's sloppy, and Altex goes above and beyond to make it happen.
Dude, if Rolf continued to spray, if he tried to transfer, they would have lined right up for him there. That could have been something. Could have been the 1-on-4, one mag moment. But yeah, again, a lovely B retake for Astralis talent. When they've got the numbers, they are so good at getting involved. And I love that they don't wait either. In that 5-on-3, I think it was, it's not like they give up the bomb plant while they had to concede this site. They pop in as soon as they hear that bomb cross, and they hunt down ninjas before they can get set up in a post plant, back on stairs, playing headshot angles, using mollies. None of that's available. They just get flooded. And Altex on 17 health even gets that first pick back in for the retake. So yeah, a seemingly unlosable round once that happens for Astralis talent. And Young Ninjas now starting to bottom out near the end of this half.
Altex has even wanted to take some liberties with B aggression now, and that's only going to make this A bomb site that much more reinforced if you're able to get the early info that it's not a B play. You might not have seen anything yet, but you know it's coming at some point. They're still looking to fight for this. And there's the little flash out from Young Ninjas. They're trying to go now. They're trying to aggress up through the ramp. Vesser is going to hang around. This leaves him on somewhat of an island where he's fighting alone, and he's good for the double. But that's now AK's dropped over at ramp. Still fighting our Astralis talent, and hopefully this doesn't come back to hurt them. It won't. Vigo lines up the double.
It is just so nice seeing how Astralis talent use Vessel like he is, this high potential star, rifler, and the way that they're setting him up, the way that he's never afraid to re-aggress on A and just peek deep down ramp. This guy is being put in all the tasty positions that you want to be as a rifler, and he's getting away with a hell of a lot. So yeah, nice to see that working out in the system. And I think you have to, draw back and wonder how much of that is going to be Trace, right? Who's obviously the coach added to this team, a 1.6 legend of the game. And I think that's super exciting to see, Astralis not only still have the NG here to be able to assist, to be able to help with that transition, but also a guy who's not just proven in 1.6, who even, coached Lingby Vikings for a while, who went on to Ecstatic, and during the time he was with that team, they raised 20 points in the HLTV ranking. So yeah, some really exciting changes ahead of this season, and we're already seeing the results of it in day one, in game one, in half one, and it's coming to a close in just a few kills away.
Yeah, finally Astralis talent have to stop fighting for ramp. Professor, personally, he sees that as like an insult, so he's going to go back in for even more. Over at short this time, rerouting. Young Ninjas completely grinding to a halt. Once again, they're hoping that this silence, makes Astralis talent maybe doubt themselves somewhat.
They rarely have.
No, right? Yeah, oftentimes they have just kind of committed to these site holds. They're going to leave Altex over towards B just as the precaution, but the majority of their remaining players, both of them, in fact, grouped up on short. And I like this decision, right? Because the wall of smokes is coming. You know that, you either had to fight through them, give it up and play retake, or you can try and make this little embankment on the short side, this little bunker that they're both playing around. It's a safe haven for Astralis talent. Young Ninjas are trying to wrap the B. Altex locks in the round, and there's Astralis talent closing it out at 8-7 in that first half.
That's
moving
so
into
good.
the second half of playing the lead, and that is a really nice way to have played a man disadvantage A-hold like that. I really love it. They get given that moment of silence, and at that point in time, the call comes in, right? Let's just group up on the short side, play it together. If we can stop that bomb plant, suddenly Young Ninjas are in a really bad way.
Yeah, really nice cover as well. Even though the panic call to go B is cut down by one man, no need to make that round any more awkward than it was. And you know, you mentioned how Altix was still back on that B bomb side. That's because we saw a lot of a couple of rounds where Astralis talent would get burned by you know, Sapek or CTR walking up B ramp in the late round where the numbers were stacked up on A. And so you know that's always in the back of your mind on CT Vertigo when those T's go quiet. But for the most part, when Ninjas did go quiet on top A, on top B, Astralis wouldn't often rotate out. So yeah, respect to them. I think that was a really good half from Astralis talent, and the numbers speak for themselves.
I'm really excited for when we get the desk on, because I know that Maui was a big Void fan, you know, the old AWPer for Astralis talent. I want to know what his kind of initial eye test is on Breezer. I think we've had some nice moments out of the guy so far. Right, like he seems quite flashy at times. I always like a flashy AWPer.
Who doesn't? Yeah, and you know, we look at the kills, top of the board, top of the server, Fessel. No huge shock, right? A guy who has at least got some experience playing in that tier 2 level online, especially in the last couple of years. So, you know, to him, this might be easy in comparison. We'll have to see. Odds looking good for the Young Ninjas still in favor. And anything is possible. Down a round, but it's a 30-round game, Harry.
Breezer og Fessel løber op gul i stedet her. Vi går lige over lammer. Ja, alle lammer, og I 2 lister tilbage.
Gone. Bare smoke.
Rækker for midt.
Ja, vi går tilbage nu.
Ej, du skal fortsætte.
Du er alene gul.
Fald. Kør på B. Løb på B.
Rækker nu lyd.
Nej, ja, okay, men han har hørt os måske.
Nej, jeg sætter mig i smoke.
Default.
Jeg roterer.
Default død.
Plant hurtigt. Plant. Vi holder.
Nej, han står sagde det.
Jeg kommer til dig til.
Men jeg har løg nu.
Ja, jeg holder din
venstre. Jeg sidder og holder højre.
Jeg holder din venstre. Jeg holder også højre.
Jeg løger her.
Meter.
Jeg er bag du nu.
Kommer mange nu.
Det er fint, det der. Ben, jeg er bagom.
En tæt AC.
Flash nu.
Jeg ved.
Kom
højre.
En mere.
Sygt, Mikkel.
En mere. Venstre.
Hold da liv.
Hold da liv, Victor.
Jeg tjekker.
På den.
Jeg har smukket den.
Det er
That one's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's really devastating. Oh man, I really like the call out of Astralis talent as well. Like, and clearly they you know, they were all on the same page with what they wanted to do there. The comms were like near on non-existent in the beginning of the round, where everyone's playing, you know, listening for sound. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's like a little A fake that actually, you know, changes into a late A lurk through middle for Breezer in you know, in the late round.
It was a double lurk though, which is what I really liked. Like, Vessel was the first guy. He just walks smoke. Sapek's holding for him, but even after that happens, Breezer still commits on the flank. And also, they said Breezer, so I know we're saying that right, which is you know, nice for us. But yeah, I really like the idea that, again, I feel like a lot of these rounds for Astralis have looked really, really nice, but still Young Ninjas just find that one way to break through it, right? Be it a smoke stick there on the B site rather, and they're up in control. But for how long, I ask? 4 rifles out for Astralis talent, and they're storming into B.
Yeah, and they've got an openers at plenty. Rolf, that's nice.
Chill.
Little MP9 action. Okay, he's low on HP, but he's still trying to be annoying. He's still trying to be a nuisance. And now alone back at the site, Fessa. There's 1 to his name, but he's dinked from that MP9. Everyone tagged up with the exception of Sapek, so he could be the hero here. Nah, it's Fuzi running it down.
That's around where I wonder if Nico knew he had the bomb, man. He's close green, and it's the panic. You know, you realize you have the bomb, someone tells you to plant, you run back, he pulls the bomb out, then he gets flashed, and then he pulls his gun out, realizing they're coming through that smoke, but it's already too late. You're blind, your gun is not ready, and yeah, Rolf, that's a filthy round.
There's something about like these low HP B-site defenders always just getting away with far more than they should. That was a triple out of Rolf there.
In a 3-on-5.
And last time when we had Altex in that same position, he went on to get 3 as well. So
damn right.
This B bomb site and the anchors that, you know, lay their ground there have looked really, really good so far.
Really nice round. I mean, 3-on-5 immediately. Double entry into B for Astralis talent, and they still can't do it. That's these rounds are going to hurt right now, right? That force buy looked perfect, but it gets swiped away at the final second. Bomb plant gives you a bit of money, and Fessel's going to put it to good use, immediately buying an AK. Might be a hero gun, though, in this round, as, you know, Astralis talent don't want to dig themselves their own grave, not yet. So we'll have to wait and see how they want to wield and work around this one weapon, or if it is more. The blue room for Altex.
I just saw on one of the player cams that one of the guys has a like a wall partition that you can put up. That's actually a really good idea because a lot of people don't like to tidy their rooms, right? A lot of gamers don't like to tidy their rooms. That's just at least if all my you know, I mean, I just think about guys like John G, for example, always used to have like the messiest room going.
Yeah.
Now, here's a good tip: if you buy a wall partition, your room can be a right mess behind you. And then you just string that out, and suddenly, it looks so nice.
Point it out to me when we see it. I didn't catch it.
Oh, dude, you'll catch it in a moment.
Okay, I'll see it, will I? All right. Well, we've got the man cave's at least looking, you know.
The man cave's very nice, very tidy.
Organises Links Africa on the backboard
see that.
as well.
I saw that as well. Yeah.
Christmas. There it is.
There we go.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's smart.
If you look through I can see like what looks like some coat hangers maybe or something back there.
It's one way of doing. You feel like you want the wall partition to not be see-through, but what do I know? That's half the allure. 9-8. And actually, we do have the full force. I'm not even against it for Astralis Talent. They know that round was theirs to lose with a double B entry, and as long as they have a game plan behind it, hell, it could work well. Lose it, and this game starts to get a lot more difficult than it should be, but they'll just go right back to what almost worked. You know, if you turned your screen off after the first 2 kills, you would have thought that's Astralis'. Well, this time, it doesn't start the same way. That timing of the molly was perfect, because Viggo just gets dinked in the Molotov, and therefore can't move and just burns. So a freebie to open up for the Ninjas. 5-on-4, and now they reinforce B as well. Things have gone awfully quiet.
Oh, so the bomb drop there from Fessa. Part of me wonders, because he was so close to the bridge, right? And if you want to drop the bomb, you can drop it over the side of the bridge to silently drop bombs.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that, even though he's right there.
Did we first see that?
We first saw that in the Academy League Season 1.
I want to say it was Furia Academy who did
we're dropping it over the edge. That sounds right.
Yeah, something. I'm pretty sure it was that. Maybe I'm.
But so I almost wonder if it was like intentional. Or if he just doesn't know, that's a thing. I don't know. But look, Breeze is dead. Sapek's going to pick it up. They heard that bomb drop over under the bridge, so already like Young Ninjas have got bodies over in this A-bomb site.
You can always fake it out, I guess. Drop your pistol, makes the same noise. That's the mind game you're playing with there. Fuzi, has he got a flash? No. He's just going to have to take this on his own. They're getting closer.
Yeah, late round sandbags, though, is just such a strong position. Like, you don't have the utility, really, you know, at this point with 20 seconds left to clear that out. You've got to do it manually. And even walking to go and clear the sandbags is a death sentence in and of itself, right? So
they're not sandbags, they're ramp, or A, rather.
Yeah, I really like the decision for Fuzi to just tuck in. Like, he heard that bomb drop and immediately gets to this position and goes, look, if they come A, I'll win the round. It's fine. Double digits now for the Young Ninjas, and these 4 spies on this side of Astralis Talent, while it might have looked good after how close they got that second round force, well, now they have to finally, you know, bite the bullet, come in with pistols and nothing else. And so Young Ninjas are really looking to solidify this lead.
Yeah, very good start to the second half. A lot of what-ifs for the Danes. He's been spotted, but he's not giving an inch away. CTR cleaning out middle, finds Mister, who has, I want to say as well, had a really good game, Mister, in terms of impact in this map. Uzi takes the ramp fight. He will lose his teammate there, but does he want to give up the gun for free or fight for it? Through the Molotov, and another kill before he departs as Rolf gets caught with the timing, pulling out nades on short. And Young Ninjas, they just keep this control. They don't want to give an inch away, nor this rifle, but it's been retrieved, and Viggo falling means Altex has it all to do. In they come, and clean as it goes. 11-8, 4 alive. Young Ninjas looking good.
I like something that was kind of telling there. Astralis Talent is so used to not being given any respect that, like, in that final 1-on-3 right over towards top ramp, he is just having a look everywhere because he knows the push is coming. Like, he knows that Young Ninjas just want to put an end to the round while they know where he is, right? They don't want to give him the space to make it tricky, do a bit more damage. And so even that's kind of a mind game in and of itself. Like, you're constantly expecting aggression out of your opponents.
I'm going to hype WePlay again. I'm loving the HUD. Like, do you notice when people pull nades out, it doesn't just highlight the one nade in their category of nades, it shows it next to the gun. That's some good stuff, WePlay. Keep it coming. We ain't even begun to peak. There's so much more to show you.
Well, one of the things that's so wild is like their set design's always incredible, but the actual building, like, because we've never been here, the actual building itself is remarkable as well. Like,
Feels like a Cinderella tower.
It does. It's crazy. Yeah. Right, so look, we've got this little open Fessa on the receiving end of that. Astralis Talent, you know, they've waited to bring things out like this AWP to have this fall by. But now starting it in an early 4-on-5, we need someone to kind of step up and be this hero figure.
God, they get away with murder, don't they? How do you escape that? Helping flashbang. Sandbags yet again, this time for Rolf. Sapex on an off angle on short, very hard to clear coming up this position. And he'll come to them, and that will be his undoing. Breeze with a frag. Rolf now has to smoke his molly. Even one kill here is massive, so can his team set him up and help him out, or will he just get spammed through the smoke? Fuzi re-molly short side, but Astralis have time. They have smokes, they have all their numbers in the right place right now. Waiting a moment before they throw up the wall of smokes on A. And now we get to see how Young Ninjas try and deal with this problem, because it was a problem they were gifting Astralis in the first half as well.
ZTR getting boosted. Oh, that's brutal. But there's a second man put up on the boost. And through the smoke, Fuzi has removed another. This is suddenly weird again. That Molotov has forced the bomb to cross back in the open. Breeze can't keep an eye on the plant, so he's just got to rely on Vigo holding his own, but he gets rushed down after plugging in the numbers. And now Breeze has got to do it all. 1v2. There's the swing. They're both holding for it.
Too many targets. He's shooting in the middle, Harry.
It's really nice out of Young Ninjas. It really is. Like, you know, we saw these rounds for Astralis Talent look the trickiest, I think, out of all of them. It was only really right at the end of the half that we had like the solutions of like that double short setup out of like Fessa, but
in general, A was never working.
And Young Ninjas, meanwhile, you know, they completely uproot the A take in a man disadvantage. They also blocked the smoke that lands like on the right-hand side of site, and that made a very, very small difference to like where the smoke bloomed. You couldn't fight in the site anymore, but it felt like it made the boost way more deadly. I swear, normally the smoke slightly cuts off, you know, a bit of your vision down towards ramp. It felt like ZTR could see a hell of a lot from that boost.
Even if they didn't, they boosted 2 up on that plat. You would imagine that they would boost again on top of that plant above the smoke. Many teams do that. ZTR doubled up. Rolf's going to find a kill as well, and it's just a slaughter of Danes. 4-on-2 in the early round. This has barely been live, and it's already not alive for Astralis Talent. They haven't even got smokes, Harry. They're going to have to fight their way through A right now. Rolf just spotting, doesn't even want to fight. And there's the spot, there's the info. Now ZTR uses the one way to find another kill, and trapped to the right side where nowhere to go and nowhere to hide is Mister. And they're coming to you, Nip, or the Ninjas continue to hunt them down in the 1vx's, never letting you clutch out these rounds. 13-8, and while this was a competitive game through and through, even in the first couple of rounds of this half, now it's starting to come crashing down on the head of Astralis Talent. But remember, Harry, BO2s essentially, back-to-back BO1s, your round robin goes in immediately. And so there will be a chance to get your revenge. Not that this game's done.
Yeah, it feels kind of perfect as well, like, to have changed the format to this now, because Season 1, where we had, like, the rematchups occur a week later, that made sense. It let us, like, see the teams develop and then see how they fare the second time around. Well, this is now the 3rd season, right? Like, you hope that you're already feeling developed enough. It's nice that you have that immediate attempt to try your hand at revenge, right? I like that. The bomb hates Astralis Talent, bro. Like, out of all the places for it to have fallen. Look at it. You couldn't have asked for a worse place for that to end up.
Got to fight.
And so, yeah, you're left with no choice but to try and best these rifles. They're able to find 2 kills, but that really is the extent of it. Young Ninjas soaring into the lead, up and away with this one. It was an 8-7 half to Astralis Talent. They were able to win it out. They come in with a convincing force buy in the second round. But since then, everything's come up in favor of Young Ninjas.
That experience shining through, right? 14-8, and at least enough for Breezer to show off in what could be one of the final rounds of this map. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of Vertigo in this season. That's been one thing very apparent in past seasons that we've had this map over and over again. And I mean, even Heku brought it up on the desk, but I think it's such a surprise that we don't get these dusts, these mirage, these pug maps, you know, as often as you would expect for players that are gonna be, you know, not primarily puggers, but like that's how you get into the game, right? That's where you spend most of your hours as a young 15, 16-year-old player. So yeah, it's super exciting to see the depth of some of these players, and I think a lot of that is going to be associating with the org and some of the coaches and other people you interact with, giving you a lot of info. This is nice, but is it going to matter, Harry? That's the big question.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, Fessa. Sapek's just gone short.
Oh, he might die.
He's missed the most ludicrous timing.
He might die.
Oh.
Does he know?
Oh, he's so well.
Hello.
Oh, Fessa.
Oh,
No, I don't want to look at it. Make it stop.
Close your
That
eyes.
could have been the double. That could have been the double, but instead it's none.
Sometimes one might be enough. You see why he had to hunt for it. Otherwise, it's the map, and it might still be the map. 15-8. Ouch.
That's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth, isn't it?
Oh,
well, at least you have a shot of revenge coming up in a moment, right? Oh.
Yo, can we replay this one? Oh, we can? There's another one? Sweet, let's do it again.
So brutal. Like, the fact that he even had the forethought to consider that someone could have hit a timing to short after he's crept up, and then is still can't find it. That is brutal.
Dude, it's so funny for Sapek, who's just thinking he's safe, smoke in hand, sees a guy walk up, he just jumps out the way. And then his teammate even, you know, has the realization to react very quickly there. Now they're just going to try and brute force their way up A ramp. Astralis talent running wild, and that's a nice opening kill. It's what they need if they want to get around here. This D side has been empty. But it's not a done deal yet. Already 3 rotates up on A. Young Ninjas know what's coming. Nice smoke. Ha!
Dude, I love it. They always run at them. Like, every single smoke, they're trying to just even move it a centimeter away, just to skew these lineups. And we do have a 4-on-3. Maybe, just maybe, Astralis talent can keep this one moving forward. Fessa being the guy to make it happen, undeterred by the chance at the missed double in that last round. He's found it here in the next one. And he's given his team a fighting chance as a result.
Oh, how do they even get out? I don't know, but they're trapped on the wall, and Rolf has got them locked in. One more man there. Smoke's going to go land on the Molly. Not that he put it out, but time will do that. And Fessel, nice shot. Traded by Rolf. He's going to swap out and move back in, but right up close is Altex on the edge of the smoke, looking favored right now. Tap, and Altex falls. It's going to be the map for Young Ninjas. More than enough time right there to lock it in, and you got to give it to them. A flawless CT side on Vertigo of all maps, and that is a statement piece to open up season.
That's what I was about to say. That's quite a way to make your debut, isn't it, right? Like, you come into the 3rd season, you know, you've been this real, like, safe pair of hands squad throughout the last 2, and then you put up a flawless half, right, to close that out. That's really nice from the Young Ninjas. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Astralis talent. You know, where are you kind of pegging them? You think we've seen improvements here?
Oh, well, it's hard to tell for one map. Honestly, my worries have somewhat been alleviated. Like, Breezer looks good on the AWP. Vessel right now is fragging. He had a bit of a quiet second half, but who didn't? So, I'm going to remain optimistic for Astralis talent, and we'll have to see how they do. They're going to replay the match. They're going to play another one against the Young Ninjas first. We've got a break, then the desk, so join us after that.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
(16-8) is the result of Vertigo between Young Ninjas and Astralis talent, and the first half seemed pretty competitive, but when it comes to the second part, it was pretty one-sided. When it comes to Astralis talent, like, they really struggle to try to fight, to try to maybe get like an opening to actually get to those sides.
It was rarely going the way of Astralis talent on that T side. I mean, they didn't win a single round, and I have to say that you could tell that first half, Young Ninjas, not the same team as the second half. I think they were a little bit blindsided by how decent maybe Astralis talent performed in the beginning. They probably thought that, they got rid of Void, they're playing with some different kinds of lineups here, and maybe they underestimated their opponents, but once they kicked it into that second, third gear, that's when Young Ninjas just really ran away with this one. Their A ramp control in particular, they weren't giving any space up for the most part, like just a couple plants in total in that second half for Astralis.
I agree. I don't think there was any doubt that Young Ninjas were the better team in this matchup. Sometimes you have games where, especially after a close first half, you could argue that Astralis talent could have had a couple of more rounds. They could have won a couple of the clutches. And yes, in the second half, there were a couple of rounds that could have gone the way of Astralis talent. But when you look at the game and when you dissect into every single round, it never to me felt like Young Ninjas were out of control. It always felt like they had control over the game coming into second half. As you said, as soon as they won that pistol round, it felt like cruise control almost for Young Ninjas. So I'm not going to be sitting here and saying I'm disappointed in Astralis talent, because to be fair, this is what we've seen in Season 1. This is what we saw in Season 2 as well. Coming into Season 3, I don't know if we can allow ourselves to have too high expectations, but it felt like Astralis talent had an opportunity to make the game closer after the first half, and they kind of failed to relieve that potential. That being said, though, we saw kind of what we expected. Young Ninjas being a really solid team, as you said, not leaving much for question in the second half, and all the players we talked about. Fessa coming into this lineup, top fracking for Astralis, and of course also for Young Ninjas, in LNC coming in now being the new star player as well. So all the things we kind of expected coming into the game, we also saw fulfilled throughout this Vertigo match.
When it comes to Astralis talent, even though they made some big changes, they still kept the same IGL. And when it comes to Vertigo, this was their map in Season 1. This was the only map which they could actually win on. So maybe, considering that right now they have a lot of new players and they need to prepare for a lot of maps, maybe they didn't actually change that much for Vertigo, and maybe the Young Ninjas were just ready for that.
Yeah, what was cool about this is that, we thought that Astralis talent, like you said, Heku, I mean, they did show some really good signs in Season 1 and 2 on Vertigo, but I think this just kind of goes to show how Young Ninjas has improved also. The fact that they, instead of having Debo, who was a weak link for Young Ninjas in Season 2, they just have Linus now, and Linus is even taking some of Rolf's positions, and Rolf's now getting to free himself up to do a little bit more on the map, and it always felt like Rolf just kind of got just shoved into some anchor position, and now we're seeing that he's expanded his game a little bit, enough that he can be a force at A ramp. Sometimes he was the B rotator, like he had the MP9 kill where he was just killing them all as Astralis talent were trying to flank B. Like, he's having some pretty impactful moments, and that's something that is a really pleasant surprise, because he probably would have been the lowest on the Young Ninjas totem pole for me. He would have been like the least impactful player, but this was a game where he just kind of on the CT side began to thrive.
I think that's a very good point. When you look at the Young Ninjas lineup, you see how well-rounded they are. There's no weak link, right? We saw Sapek in the LAN finals last season as well, doing God's work, and really playing well. So there's no weak link within Young Ninjas, and that's a problem not only for Astralis talent, obviously in this game, but for everyone who's going to face Young Ninjas in this tournament. That you will look at some of the other liners, whereas, for example, with Fnatic Rising, we had the situation with Gali being a star player and then Keve being, our liability when it comes to the fracking department, which is, honest conversation. But you don't really see that, disparity between the best player and the worst player, so to speak, in Young Ninjas. So I think that consistency and having that, well-roundedness in your lineup and in your squad is something in an academy league like this is going to be super, super good for them. After watching this first map, I didn't want to say it, because we need to see them more, but it's clear to me that Young Ninjas are here to make a statement. They know Mousesports just lost Torsi as well. They're not, potentially not as strong as they used to be. So if Young Ninjas want to break this streak of Mouse NXT, this would be the season they're supposed to win, especially with this lineup, and it's starting out super, super well for them.
Yeah, the interesting thing when it comes to Young Ninjas is that even though they've been performing really good during all of the seasons, they kept on switching players, and they kind of struggle to find that fifth player that will really fit them. And right now with Linus, with all of the experience that he has, it's something that they really need. It's actually funny because during the LAN, I made an interview with their coach, and I was like, okay, did you finally find your fifth player? Is it the roster that we saw at the LAN is the one? He was like, I cannot say anything about this. I was like, okay, this sounds like
Yeah.
this sounds like Linus is coming back.
That's a PR response, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll switch it over to the Astralis side because they made some swaps, and we saw Breezer a little bit here, and I didn't know what to expect of this guy coming into this game. I mean, Void was the highest rated player for Astralis talent last season. Breezer, kind of an unknown quantity, and he had some great moments. He had some nice defenses, especially towards that A site with the op that it looked flashy, it looked clean, his movement was really precise in some moments. He couldn't get it going on the T side, but I would say that's kind of more of a system error for the Astralis side. But I'm actually excited to see how far Astralis talent can go now, because I'd say Fesser is a strong rifler for this team, especially amongst this league. And Breezer, if he can be another star for them, I think that they can maybe punch their ticket a little bit farther than they were last season. Because last season before, last place wasn't too pretty for them. I think they can maybe cause an upset or two.
I agree, and that was one of the things I was told as well when it comes to Void, that, as you said, highest rated player. He had a couple of good maps, good showing last season, but he didn't take enough initiative on the server. And if you're an AWP player, you got to be assertive, you got to take initiative, and you got to open up the map for your riflers, right? You got to be a player that the opponents is scared of facing and require space, or at least take away space from the opponents. And Void wasn't that type of player, whereas what we saw from Breezer to begin with here looked like a player that played with confidence. As you said, good movement, was good at moving around, and just having that ability to move around with the AWP is going to put in some fear and going to take away some space for the opponent. So I think Astralis talent, they got what they wanted in Breezer, and that's why they got rid of Void as well. That, sure, sometimes he was, delivering decent stats, but in terms of like actually creating space and having impact in the game, they felt that they needed a more assertive AWP player.
But before we start the series, you actually made a top 5, like both of you.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite interesting to see that like the two players that performed extremely good on Vertigo are actually the two players that both of you picked.
Yeah, I'd love to see the scoreboard or the graphics of that, because Pimp and I both picked Fuzi and Fesser to be the players to watch for both of these teams, the ones that we think will make it to the tier 1 level. And I think it was clear that Fuzi, he was near the top in terms of scoreboard here. I think Rolf actually overtook him by the end of the game. But I mean, it was Fesser was doing a lot of great impactful work, especially on the CT side. He had that nice moment where he snuck behind those players at A, and we kind of saw that whiff, and it was a bit unfortunate. But the fact that he was able to insert himself into that position kind of it speaks more volumes than what the result actually showed. The fact that he was able to actually, outmaneuver his opponents means that those are little plays I saw from Fesser when he was playing on South. Those kind of like just lightly maneuvering out, like just out positioning his opponents, and then getting 2 kills that he's not supposed to get. It's really just so unfortunate he didn't get the kills there, but that's actually a testament to just how kind of cunning he can be as a player.
It's a player for the future, without a doubt, and I think it's a player that Astralis will have to rely on in this tournament if they want to make any progress whatsoever. Again, we have to keep the context of this game as well. It is the opening game of the season. They are going up against Young Ninjas, who are, without a doubt, the favorites to win this group, I'd say. So for Astralis talent to lose this game it's not a crisis, it's not a problem. It's not necessarily something where we have to worry too much about Astralis talent, but if they can make a fight out of it, if they can pressure Young Ninjas, if they can get a guy like Fesser going, give him some confidence, install him into the game, then when they're facing the lower tier opponents in this group, that's when we have to see Astralis talent take over. So I'm seeing, signs of life, which is a good thing for me, but I'm also seeing what I expected, which is Young Ninjas winning the game without being in too much trouble.
But when it comes to Veto's, it was Astralis talent that actually got to pick like the 3 bans. Of course, like there was Mirage, because even though the main Astralis now actually plays Mirage, like their academy team is like, no, we'll still keep on avoiding this map. But now the tables will turn, which means that the Young Ninjas will be the ones with the 3 bans. I guess we are not going to see Dust too, right?
No, that's definitely the perma veto of Young Ninjas going into this one. I think that it's tough to say because, both teams had a couple of player swaps here and there, and Linus actually wasn't bad on Mirage for the main NIP roster. ZTR also kind of decent on Mirage with the main NIP roster, but I don't think they're probably going to lean towards that. I would probably assume that Astralis talent would go for something like Overpass. I think they might try to get Overpass here. It's a map that they played pretty recently with Fesser, but I think this will be the first time that Breezer plays it with them, but that's a big guess on my part. I'm really not sure what their map pool is just yet. Maybe Breezer says he doesn't like Overpass, so we don't really know. We're kind of in the dark here on their priorities.
It's been one of those maps that both in Season 1 and Season 2, they said every time they played it that we felt we should have won this game, we felt we should have done better, like our practice on Overpass is going well, and they never really got to show us in the league that they were good on it. So Overpass to me would make an awful lot of sense. I agree, Mirage against Young Ninjas, that's probably a bad idea. I think they have a lot of firepower. Fusi as well with AWP. There's so many good, so many good players to move around on a map like Mirage. So I'm looking towards Overpass as well, thinking that's a possibility. It sounds likely. Inferno maybe as well. That's a map they tried to enforce into the map pool as well in Season 2. They don't want to play it this time around.
They got close to Young Ninjas last time they played Inferno.
16-14,
yeah, in Season 2. So that felt like it could have swung that way. But yeah, my bet would still be on Overpass here. And they ban it. Okay, so it's gonna be. But can you do that?
I was just about to
can we do that?
Yeah, if both teams want to, they could theoretically play Vertigo
we really
2 times in a row.
We're doing it again.
Go again.
That's how this works. Okay. I thought there was something in place that you wouldn't get the same map twice in a row.
No.
That's not in place.
No. This is like the beauty of our format. We can have Vertigo 24/7.
We're running it back on Vertigo. Okay. So that's actually happening.
But now they're gonna play on opposite sides.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Wait.
A complete new game.
This is a totally new ball game here.
Wait, but now like Astralis Sound will struggle in the beginning, but then they'll make a comeback because the first half was close and so on.
They get to continue their T side here. Actually, they get to try to keep getting around. They got 0 rounds last game on T side. They have another chance to play 15 more rounds. So if they lose this, I mean, it's potentially 23 rounds in a row that they lose on T side. For the sake of WePlay history, I want to see it happen.
Yeah, that would be fun. I mean, it does tell us the story that Vertigo is a map that both these lineups really wanted to play coming into this matchup. So I guess we found the definition of a middle ground map.
God, so this is like Season 1 all over again, where it was like 10 Vertigo games in the first.
I think half of the
games were on Vertigo, and now we're getting 100%. We can literally get 100% of the games on Vertigo. This is a little bananas.
Yeah, I'll find someone to use this bet on.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's kind of like the Astralis Sound. They're the ones who were in control, so they kind of leaned into this Vertigo. They were like.
They won the first half.
The video must have been done before the game, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
They submitted it beforehand.
Exactly. So you don't really know. I'm sure if you ask Astralis Talent right now, they wouldn't lean into Vertigo, especially considering they are to start on the team side as well. So it's not a good situation for the Danes. Let's put it that way.
Plus, we also probably need to remind how the video works, because right now the one team is actually banning 3 maps, and the other one is actually providing the 4 maps that they would like to play. Mm-hmm. So that map that is on the top that didn't get banned is actually getting played.
Right.
So this is how we end up getting Vertigo again.
They both have Vertigo pretty high in their priority list, and we get the odds here from Perry Match, and we see that they're just they're sliding even more in favor of Young Ninjas, which I think makes sense if you're probably betting on it that you're gonna expect repeat outcome.
One thing is playing, the same map against the same opponent with a day's break, a 2 days break, where you've had time to watch the demo, you've had time to readdress some of your defaults or change certain dynamics. Of course, you can try to mid-round call still, you can try to change stuff, within the next 10-15 minutes, but it's likely that we're going to see the same play style coming out of both teams, which makes this task for Astralis Talent even more so of a mountain, right? Had they had a day of break or 2 days of break, I'd be like, okay, I'm curious to see, have they learned anything? Have they changed anything? It would be a great storyline for this, but now they go straight into Vertigo again, so we really get to see the depth of these lineups and the ability to potentially change stuff on the fly. I low-key dislike the fact that we're going to have the same map twice in a row, but I also like the fact
can't disagree with that.
It actually puts on a lot of pressure on the players, right? Let's see if they actually have the fantasy in order to make it happen.
I bet you that this one person that might be able to rise up for Astralis Talent would be Trace, the coach, because I'm sure that back in the old 1.6 circuit, some weird stuff like this happened at tournaments, like weird formats, like bracket reset kind of things would happen. Like back in 2006, I don't know. It was the Wild West of formats. So basically, if anybody could maybe just switch up a game plan on the fly, just 1 minute to the next, just change it, I think it's got to be him. And this might be a really good launch pad for Trace to show us that he is a good coach, because they can't do worse. They can't do worse on that T side. And so, if they put together 6 or 7, then I think that's going to at least reinforced to me that this Trace pickup is probably a pretty good one for Astralis.
Yeah, but, well, it seems like we're kind of having flashbacks to our Season 1, where we had a lot of vertigo. Luckily, we have the same casters that we had in Season 1, so
lucky, yeah.
I hope they will enjoy casting vertigo one more time. Hugo and Harry, let's go to you.
Thank you very much, Heku. Yes, for old time's sake, and for new time's sake, as I imagine it won't be our last one. Well, Maui says that Astralis Talent cannot do worse in this rematch. I don't know about you, Harry. I think 50-0 is worse than 9-0.
Yeah,
so we'll have to
is
see.
that what you're saying?
Well, if that happens, I think that is categorically worse. But that's a question in and of itself.
I mean, can you imagine it, right? Astralis Talent taking on Young Ninjas on Vertigo. You know, where have I seen this one before?
It's scratching my head. I feel like it's so recent in memory. But,
something that Pim said that is both funny but true is that, they get to continue their T-side. And, whenever we would get to the end of like a map like that, you go, oh, well, we know, Astralis, they could have had some sick T-side, but we never really got to see them get going. Well, yeah, now we get to at least see them play 15 more rounds of an entire half over on that T side of things. So
yeah, one aspect of like a BO3 is, don't worry about it. We lost the map. Don't worry about it, guys. Go our pick now. Well, we're on your pick, Astralis Talent. Let's see if you can put your money where your mouth is.
What do you reckon the feeling was when when they finished that map and they go, all right, boys, what are we playing next? And then, hello?
Don't do it, Maui.
No! You had so much to live for. Come on. Oh, it's fine. There we go.
We're running it back, baby. Vertigo, let's go. Astralis Talent, Young Ninjas, and the Man Cave is back.
The Man Cave is back indeed. And yeah, it's a little bit more Vertigo. It was the big meme throughout Season 1 and 2 that it was like the WePlay Vertigo League. And well, now with two Vertigos back to back in the same series, yeah, it really is.
Just you wait for our quad Vertigo day. It will happen, Harry. Maybe it's even today. We'll have to wait and see what goes on between the NAVI and the big side of things later on.
Do you reckon this is
next series?
This would be like a more no, actually, this is kind of an appropriate filter to have. It's like a little sad, little foreboding, maybe. Let's see as we get into this one. As mentioned, Astralis Talent, they've got that T-side start.
Jokes aside, I do want to see a lot more on this T-half for Astralis Talent. They had such a great CT side, despite the odds and despite some difficult positions, that I have faith that they can wipe the dirt off their shoulders and give it another go. Fake plant, as we saw from the Young Ninjas' T-half. Plant will come through the second time around. The retake is already on. 5-on-5 with a pistol, nothing too surprising. And Linus has already started strong from the boost.
Oh, and there's even a little double wrap coming in through ramp, man. There's pressure all across the board for Astralis Talent. Now, this is awkward. Normally, you would try and tuck, you would try and play around this bomb, but that option isn't available to you with a double flank coming in, netting that many kills. Now, normally, when you have those flanks come through, they can be pretty underwhelming, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you get spotted right away, that first shot doesn't connect, and you're essentially just trapped at the bottom of ramp in like, a 1v3, 1v4, all on your own. Instead, you come in, you get those openers, you apply all that pressure to the guys that are bottlenecked at the top of ramp, and suddenly, they're in this situation where they either need to come back and fight you to play around the bomb, or they have to go up into the site, into the belly of the beast, and face off against the other three. Really nice little idea, and that's why Parry Match have gone ahead and, even now, extending Young Ninjas as the favourites even further.
Which is, as I think we could say, a safe bet, Harry, after what we saw last map. But yeah, it would have been nice to see Astralis double swing either of the options there rather than just get bottlenecked on the ramp. They're going to go back for it. This time, not the confident second round force that we saw last time around. It's just Eagles playing it safer. They know they have a lot more room, right? 15 rounds to play. Let's see what we can get away with. Have some faith in our gun rounds. Spot down ramp. Smokes are ready to go up. Maybe some one-ways here for Young Ninjas, but they're in no hurry. Uzi. Ooh, finding out the hard way, and he's only going to get a kill from it. Sapek controls the spray, but can't stop the headshot. Luckily, the gun and the body falls off. Let's see if Astralis Talent can arm themselves with a little bit here as they get set up. No smokes for the execute, so they're just going to have to brute force their way in. Well, the gun did stay up, so there are 2 M4s down.
Yeah, they've been able to find it. They've got their hands on it now. All right. Not out of the woods just yet on the side of Young Ninjas.
Rolf's got a molly for default.
He's waiting until he hears that tap. And so if you're Astralis Talent, okay, it's going to go out now. See, if he did hold on to that even a little bit longer, especially with how measured Astralis talent are being here, like time could have been a problem. Shouldn't matter as all the kills are still coming flooding through for ZTR and Rolf, who rush down that site before the bomb plant can come in.
It's like deja vu, isn't it? Just the lack of respect.
So something I am going to say is that, you know, the idea of like replaying a map like this, I think could be a little bit deceptive, you know, at least in my experience, and I'm sure you can relate to this, Hugo, if you're like wrecking on a map and then you go in, you play it again, like you play the exact same map back to back, you kind of get stuck in like the ebbs and flows of where you were in the game prior, right? Yeah. And it's like for Young Ninjas, they were having a very easy time of it in that second half to close out Vertigo. They went flawless. If they try to go back into that like mega relaxed mindset, gets scary. But let's listen to them. Are they relaxed?
Jag går ner close. Hålla flash. De håller höger, så jag är beredd att haxa. Hålla höger någon.
Måla höger.
Hugg ingen B.
Jag har inte.
Jag målar ner höger. Den är dålig vinkel på, så den är inte dra.
En här. Han har flash. Jag kan gå windowsen. Ja, där.
Retake måla.
Jag lägger smoke.
De failar.
De vill gå upp.
Jag ser ingen B.
De går upp. Nej, två till. Mycket mer.
Nu upp
mot ramp.
Eller okej.
Kan vi överrutta?
Ja, vi gör det.
Gör inte för mycket ljud bara.
Kan du flasha ut mitt kanal sen? Ta dem flasha.
Jag är beredd.
Play här. Jag går på innan, lägg en till.
Jag ser ingen mid.
Ta där.
Ser inget, de backar tror jag.
Akta B.
Ser inget.
Akta Tom in i redan. En är längst ner av.
Det är fake, det blir 100%.
Ja.
Jag håller den flash.
Anton har inbox slash.
Jag håller en flash.
Akta till höger.
Ja. Ingen till höger.
Se på att de bara körde Babbe default.
Akta lite.
Jag har två smokes.
Smoka.
Vi sparar bara. Om ni inte hittar något så sparar det.
Vi kan typ få här. Jag har två smokes alltså. Det här är vi kan två smokes. Har du bara smokes? Nej, bara en.
Tiden.
Han är sandbags. Han
plantar.
Sandbags side på sidan. Han backar till sidan.
Han backar. Har vi för nöjt?
Jag har två smokes och en flash.
Och
det blir bara smokes.
Borde smaka sidor och bomb typ eller?
Jag kommer smaka sidor.
Nice,
jättebra. 3v3.
Jag har smakat bomberna.
Ja, vi får smaka bomberna.
Jag kommer hålla dead i sidan.
Den borde vara sandbags fortfarande boys.
Jag kommer hålla dead i sidan.
Jag håller sidor, håll du ramp.
Jag håller tid.
Flasha.
Han är uppe på side vänster, bombskri. En till.
Oh, I think there was a bit of a misread in there. I heard it's a fake 100%. After that call came in, we saw all three players of Young Ninjas leave that A bomb site and walk over mid to B. At that point, Astralis talent then go for the execute. They got caught with their pants down their ankles, so to say, but even on a 3-on-3 retake, it is Astralis talent to find their first T round in 2 maps of Vertigo.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? One thing I always love as well about like listening to Swedes talk is that dude, it's such a unique country. Like seeing as we've spent some time there recently, I feel like really attuned to this. Okay. They speak like Swinglish is what I'll call like just occasionally, you know, you'll hear like the amount of times I heard it when we were in Sweden, where like it's just fluent Swedish, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, one is middle, and it's okay, all right, sweet,
that works. Right. Boosty woosty. Oh, the scout does take down Mister, but Viggo has at least doubled before that kill, and he might find a third. Oh, caught out on an island. No ammo! Scout's hunting him down at a certain point. You got to give it up, go get another gun. In the meantime, Altex has walked through B, calling him ZTR. He's found the gap, and he's calling for the bomb. Oh my, yeah, I was going to say that's an optimistic lineup. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, nice idea, right?
Yeah, shame it doesn't work. I was wondering where the hell is that going? And right off the edge. Still got these ramp players holding on. They want to, oh dear, they want to get the gun perhaps at bottom A, but Viggo's trying to stop that from happening. He's got help from Vessor as well. Uzi will find him, and I think he threw one of those AKs off the map before he died, so there's max 1 gun to be grabbed down this bottom ramp.
See, and it's like at this point, this ties into like the idea that Pimp and Maui were both talking about, and also like me and you brought up, which is, you know, the vibe kind of changes in a replay where if you're not, you know, like you weren't really dealt a lot of these kind of rounds. We never had, you know, like some late B lurk from Altex like we just got there that is like a saving grace in a round like this. It was a lot of just, you know, attempts to crunch over a top ramp. not winning those early fights. I think we're seeing some nice ideas out of Astralis talent moving into this second attempt at the T side, and I think it's going to be hard for Young Ninjas to get back in the headspace to appropriately counter it, considering how much they dominated them earlier on. You know, you touched upon it. Altex going on his Linus-esque push up through the B stairs. He was doing that consistently over on that T side. And so Altex has taken a page out of his book.
Yeah, that book, written in Swinglish. Oh, a little ramp crunch again. They get all the way up top, but ZTR only going to get good for one. Fessel's found by the hunt, and Mr. keeps things even. But for how long? Fuzi actually picked the AWP. He didn't even take down Mr., who's still a shot from death. Bomb going to be grabbed, because at this point, you don't want to be wandering back through T-spawn in the late round. May as well have it here and now. 2-on-3, though. They've got to wait to smoke on A at a bare minimum. Mr. will get out of danger for now. But even as he rotates out, look at the info Young Ninjas have just gained. Full ramp control, Linus rotating. Fuzi now clearing out bottom A. He's not just waiting on short. So right now, Young Ninjas should know exactly what's going on. They haven't got anyone B. Still Rolf waits deep middle. So we need a quick rotate out of Linus. If anything, they should be shuffling. And that's going to give a bit of room for Astralis talent to get set up. Surely a bomb plant here. They've just got to be quick. Fuzi is about to backstab. Oh, and they're not even considering it. It's so early. They only just got here, but that proactive ramp flank play has left Altex in hot water.
The saddest thing for Altex is, like, now he knows that Young Ninjas know. And so as a result, like, he can't get this bomb down. He's having to look for a way back in. A molly in CT and a plant that is concealed from ramp is nice, right? It gives you this 1-on-3 attempt, but can you do anything with it now? This is not an easy spot to find yourself in. Both these players for Young Ninjas going to attempt to come over the top of Connector, and at the same time, Fuzi hits that ramp timing, trades that out. Young Ninjas up with a third. Real nice stuff.
Yeah, nice try for Altex, but you got to give it to Ninjas for playing so safe there with that double con setup, just letting Fuzi be that first contact. You don't know the numbers. If you know, Altex is hunting TT for kills. As far as he's concerned, there could be 3 guys on the flank right there. So good, you know, deception for Young Ninjas, not giving that info away. And to think that that was another low econ round as well. They were keeping 2. They had scout. They had a few pistols, save gun, and Fuzi on the scout really made things work. 3-2. And you can see things looking pretty chill over in the NIP camp.
You know, I think we're playing Virgo back-to-back. It's really going to push the limit of your T-side strat book. And this one, it's a simple little B-walk. Now, that's kind of ugly out of Linus, but beautiful from ZTR. He makes quick work of the first 2 that are trying to get deep. Mr. with a late mid-lurk on the Deagle, and you're putting a lot of faith in this Deagle mid-lurk with it not finding anything. Vigo, he's probably screwed, bless him. That molly burns him out into the open, into the crosshair. And well, now 50 stories down at the bottom. It's a 4th round for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, bullets or fire. Those were your options, and neither is tasty. 4-2.
Certainly not as tempting as cake or death.
No. I know which I would pick.
I'll have the Penne Arrabbiata, actually.
You'll need a tray. 4 Glocks. Not fun, is it? Being on that side, Astralis talent, it's a throwaway round. Run it up ramp. Fuzi will meet them there. And how many would he go for? Nice and reserved. Drops after 1, realizes it's the full rush and lets the rifles reap the reward. Almost a 4th for Sapek. Would have been a lovely transfer. The bullets were right on, but out of ammo. And it's going to be his team picking up the round. Even up. Oh no! Oh no! The humanity. They dropped the MP9 for the AK. They dropped the M4 for the AK. And they only get out with the AK.
It's fine. I mean, it's not great. You would have loved the extra money, but it's fine.
It's not the end of the world. Buys coming in.
Yeah, and
some more AKs to take.
That's a good example out of Fuzi there, right? Like, not going for all the glory, like not trying to throw the round away and giving those pistols the AWP. He sees it's an eco rush, and he goes, well, I did my part. I got 1. I'm just going to leave it to the other guys to mop this up.
Had a lot of these mid lurks so far from Mr. He's back to it. All right, we got some lineups here. Or is this just the grimiest position he can hold?
Well, so something that is kind of brutal about Vertigo is like, if it feels like you're running into a brick wall, which after this being your second T-side and, you know, not getting any rounds last T-side, maybe you're feeling like that if you're Astralis talent. I think it becomes all too tempting to just go back to these ramp takes, right? Like over and over again, especially if you're getting shut out on these B pushes or, you know, you can't really fight for any mid control. And as you go back to just these A ramp fights, it really comes down to just the individuals in the head-to-head. I think I was at least making a good case for it right now. I was kind of painting it in a negative light for Astralis talent, but hell, he's made this a 3-on-3.
Oh no!
The mid aggression is very awkward out of ZTR. He might have found the perfect timing, but can't find that frag onto Mr. Fuzi again at the sandbags.
Oh dear.
This time, though, there is utility to flush him out.
How the hell do you make anything of this?
Watch him do something just wild.
Remarkable, I'm sure, yeah.
He's trying to find a little one-way over the top of a smoke. That is a real nice way to play around this sandbag smoke, and now he's going to top back in again. He's so annoying, bro. This guy, Fuzi, he will never let you find him. He'll never let you catch him. As an opener, he'll always get grimy with it, and there's another swing, finally traded. Mr. 1v2, and with only 15 seconds left, that molly is really going to make this time run low. And as he goes for it, they're just going to rush him down.
Yep. He has to stick it. He's lost the round. He goes for the fake, and Linus just jumps up top. Even if Linus dies there, you know, unless it's an instant headshot for Mr., he can't go back in for the plant. That was 6 seconds. It was pretty close. So, yeah, risky play for Linus, but, you know, he gets the result, doesn't he? Gets the kill, locks in the round, and great stuff out of Fuzi again. Even Sapek, you know, touted the Cringe Lord in Season 1. Lord of the Cringe team.
That actually was
playing above a one-way smoke, of course, down on the ramp. And yeah, parry match odds just get more and more brutal every second.
Yeah.
I hide them from my face because I'm getting worried for Astralis talent. But yeah, great round out of the Young Ninjas and Fuzi as well. 11-4 to start this one off. Vessel may have had a great CT side in the first map where Astralis talent went up 8-7, but then he went pretty quiet in the second. I think he got four kills in their T half, and right now he's sitting on 2 and 9. So pretty brutal anti-eco for the Young Ninjas. And now meat and potatoes on the docket. Full buy for Astralis talent. They've got to do it. They've got to win something, or this will really get out of control.
It was an anti-eco, and I don't think it's worth homing in on to any huge degree. This is more for anyone at home wanting to replicate a little thing that we just saw. They're really nice mid-hold. One of my personal favorites, Hugo. You and I like to do it as well. Double mid with someone getting up on top of like the white boost, if that makes sense, right? Like you go up there, you play this kind of tucked in off angle, and you have your AWP challenging first. What happened was, you know, when Fuzi falls at the hands of the Deegan mid, Mr. goes, oh, well, that's the mid player. I'm free to just go running in. Nah, mate, dead. Shot up the side of the head by ZTR. Take that one. Use it in your pugs. You'll hold mid every time.
Sapek, not again, my friend. Right down the bottom of ramp, and no one the wiser. Especially not with Rolf baiting for him. We again have a double mid setup. Mr. traded, and Sapek not cleared because of the deep spray from Rolf up top. Sapek's going to try and take down ramp. Look at this control for the Young Ninjas. They throw double mollies and nades down the bottom of A, even a smoke to cut off bridge. That forces Astralis' hand into the B bomb site, which has been the flavor of the day, to be honest. Players just walking into empty B sites. Oh, the bomb only just makes it. Really shouldn't have, but there it goes. Planted down for Breezer. Can he get out? Smoke gives him a bit of room, and he goes up and over it, looking for an equalizer. 3-on-4, and Young Ninjas just grouping for this retake. 1 flash, 2 smokes, and here they go.
Flash in, Altex hoping that this first contact could have been the turning point. Ooh. Instead, Breeze has got to do it all, but the AWP, it is striking nicely. Now just ZTR left to beat, and he's playing a time game. He's playing around the double boxes, not giving the fight until the exact moment he wants to. It's 4 for Breezer. A wonderful hold from that AWP, and that, you know, I had flashbacks to that lovely opening that we had from him on their CT side when he was up in the A-bomb site, first AWP of the tournament for this guy, and he got that lovely, you know, fast, flicky, flashy double. Well, there, he doubles down on that, mate, puts up 4 in exactly the same fashion.
Yeah, and that 1v1 against CTR as well, just stays behind the double, right? Doesn't give him anything. CTR's not hunting. He's hoping that he, you know, the panic gets to Breezer and he swings, and either way he swings, he's dead. So good patience for Breezer not to fall for that against what is arguably the most experienced player in this matchup. Yeah,
you know, I mean, looking at Breezer, you know, this is something that we kind of mentioned, like coming in, filling the shoes of Void. It's not an easy spot to be in, but, and this is just from the initial eye test, right? We've only seen him for 1.5 maps, and it's all the same map so far. But he seems like one of these AWPers who, when you put them in like a clutch scenario, when he knows that you're going to be peeking into him, and he's going to have to be very cerebral with it, you know, like isolating those 1v1s, he looks very capable there, right? That's kind of been the essence of a lot of the rounds where we've been hyping him up, has been, you know, able to navigate it just very, very well with the AWP.
I mean, he just won a 1v3 from a double box. He had nowhere to go. So, yeah, pretty effective.
But that's always a hallmark of a very good, capable AWP, right? Like, look at guys, obviously, like ZywOo and Simple, they're incredible at routing their fights with the AWP. I'm not saying Breeze is there yet.
Yeah.
But we were already getting some good kind of shimmers of brilliance out of him.
Ooh, dear, nades out. Oh, Fessel finishes the kill. Only just. And maybe some re-aggression as Sapek has got a gap in the smoke. You shouldn't be surprised by that statement if you know Sapek. But no one's making that move. Astralis Talent double back. They want to regroup. Out they go, away from A. Mister on a mid-lurk, nothing new. And the danger of like having a, you know, a player be a lurker or do the same role like this on a map is, you know, if he's alive on the scoreboard, you're always going to be thinking about mid in the late round. You're always going to be considering Mister in this position. So that's why ZTI is still eyes on the prize. Boost up. And again, B is free, Harry. It's never been so free. It's never been so easy. Young Ninja's keen to play for retakes, but that let them down last time, and this may even be harder. So down a man already.
Yeah, you might never even give this a look in. I think it was destined to be a save if it wasn't the A play.
It's respectable. You have a read, you have a gamble. You know if you split your defense too thinly, then you're going to lose all your money.
Yeah, I think it's also like quite telling as well. Like ZTR's had that exposure to the top level because that is like more of a long game call, right? You're not just thinking like, yeah, you know, we've only lost one guy. Let's split this defense up, try to hold down either bomb site, play like a very standard round. Nah, he goes, okay, in a spot like this, you know, what would I do if I was calling for guys like Device right now? How would I direct that? I'd probably say, yeah, let's play group to see if they come to us, and if not, well, then we'll be saving. And this is very, very common. You see this all the time. So. Yeah, lovely scenes for Astralis Talent regardless. Hello?
Chill. Watch out. Yeah, Deagle does some good damage through that wall as well. But
they're in the walls.
Not enough to take down Altex. Big save. But it goes both ways. Astralis Talent with 5 alive start to build their own economy. And this 9-0 dream that was against them in that first matchup, in that first map on this T-half, where it's already looking so much better for Astralis Talent, especially considering how their CT side was really, really good. And what's going to motivate you more, you going into that CT side at the end of this half, than knowing, okay, we've just done the hard bit and we've done it pretty damn well. If they could get a couple more rounds here, I think Astralis Talent are going to be flooded with confidence. Let's see if Fuzi can disperse some of that. Deep AWP down ramp. But so's Breezer waiting for him.
Yeah, in terms of these sort of head-to-heads where it is like angle holding versus angle holding, it feels like more often than not Fuzi's come up ahead. So I'm really curious to see how Breeze is able to do here, as he does have this AWP v AWP fight over towards the top of ramp. We're going to get the answers any second now, and there's the first peek in, and yeah, the AWP is removed. It's not by Fuzi, it's by Rolf, who swings on out with just the M4, and he's able to make quick work of it. This has really gone from bad to worse for Astralis Talent in this round in particular. Every avenue they attempted to peek down, it was just death and destruction in their wake. It was a pretty brutal round as far as they go.
Yeah, Young Ninjas are sipping on a smoothie of it. And there's a little bit more Danish to go by. Viggo, nice opener onto ZTR, but are they really going to be ready? With how free B has been, are they going to be ready for Linus? Molly is perfect. And so here they go. Flash actually screws Linus up, but he wasn't ready to get mollied out anyway. Caught by his teammate's utility. Bit of a messy round here, but Fuzi will pick up the pieces and restore balance. Only Viggo, nice shot, but there's so many more flooding in that Young Ninjas are going to take it out. Fuzi may have killed his teammate, but he also killed most of Astralis with that 3k. Yeah. And also, like, you know, that looks silly, but it's only because, you know, ZTR probably called for the flash anyway, but the molly comes in just as he calls for the flash, so he's not even able to get ready to look away. He just has to take the fight.
You know, you touched upon like the Mr. Mid-lurks and how having one player in one position kind of leads you to always be cognizant of that in, you know, like 1vx's or whatever, like whenever you're trying to piece together where this last guy is. That was kind of almost the downfall of Young Ninjas there, right? The fact that ZTR, the guy who's been holding down mid in every one of these rounds, was the guy to swing at B ramp and die. It meant they were so ready for Linus to still be in B, right? Like, you know him as this B anchor. You know him as the guy that leans this way. ZTR, speaking of, you know, information and the likes, he's gotten all of it in this round. Mate. He's in their spawn, and the round's been live for under 30 seconds.
Well, they love leaving B, so this is the perfect round to just completely leave B. And, ZTR, is he going to go for it and clear? There's one player lurking outside this bomb site who could find a gap. Sapek shoots a smoke, of course, and takes down Fessel. And now maybe there's some doubt.
This is so brutal. I love how ZTR...
Get red, baby!
Never mind.
This is such a weird one. Now they don't know if it's B or A, but they've seen players on either side, and Altex knows that he's got the gap in B. Out he goes. Linus smoking the Molotov. They might hunt him down. He's fearful of it. Luckily enough, only just now getting the bomb in position. Mister with an opening kill, and the plant needs to happen ASAP.
Oh, Linus dead after one, and Viggo's going to keep it in the advantage of Astralis talent. This was not meant to be their round. And Fuzi is still looking to take it all away. Altex dropping down the stairs. Fuzi hasn't heard it, having to wait for that smoke fade. Now clearing these angles, he's starting to piece together the likely plan of attack for Altex, who's just playing around this bomb, playing around the timer. Fuzi, smoke on it, trying to bait a peek, and it will bait the peek. And he brings him down low, but it's still an Astralis talent round.
God, that was a mess, right? I mean, all Altex at the end of the day, not just clutching it out, but going back and checking T-spawn. What's the realization there? What's the call? Oh, yeah, they could have pushed mid. Maybe someone says it, and he's still ready for that. It's a shame, because ETR could have essentially won the round by just continuing. If he just pushed a few more feet forward, he would have had Altex dead to rights, and that would have been injured, so...
Well, so as he died, I, of course, blessed him with the words, I love how he's playing this. And,
classic.
You know, he was just expecting if someone's coming back from B, they're not going to be checking this. Like, they're going to be walking, you know, like looking at the corridor position, trying to just reroute. They're not going to be ready for me. And he was playing for contact through T-spawn on a reroute away from ramp.
What is it with Swedes and MP5 SDs? I'll never know, but Sapek pushes the smoke with it. Fuzi's going to steal the kill. It's only an assist for now, but low health off of ZTR's dink, and they're getting ready for a quick mid to B. That smoke gives it away, and Altex has got Linus dead to rights, meaning B has fallen under the favor of Astralis talent. Grimy off angle with a bullet soaked up into the metal, and Rolf is able to trade in favor of Young Ninjas. They're 2-on-2 right now, and Altex is going back on the flank. Sapek with the MP5 is in your back, and he's now got the bomb.
That is brutal. That is so brutal. You know, who wins, right? Astralis talent or one metal pole? That's the question, and the pole came up trumps. I really feel like that was like a defining moment there. Obviously, Sapek dropping the bomb is only throwing that much more in the air, or at least never retrieved. All right.
He knows. He's got his eyes on the prize. And Mister knows the angle, and he gets the kill as well. 15 health. Yeah, some sharp shooting in this round. Will it mean anything, though? 1v1, and Rolf doesn't know where to go. Got to gamble, got to pick a site. And it's secret option C, middle. Mister's home ground, his home turf. Timer, though, 20 seconds. Likely going to be forced into the B play here. And Rolf was just looking construction. He's playing a timing game. Let's see who it favors.
Yeah, from this position, though, he can listen for footsteps up ramp. So with his attention over towards construction, the timing is so close to him actually missing it. But he just comes back around in time after giving ramp a little check-in. I like how he plays that as well. You know, he did a little like victory lap before it was even all said and done. This was nice out of Mr. Like being ready for the T-spawn hold, but very little that he could have done, what with the site he elected to go to and where Rolf decided to hide out. You know, that was really like almost like a game of dice there. Yeah. All down to chance, and if you end up reading it right.
We've seen the Ninjas' reaction to Astralis talent having a better T-side here, right? We've had a lot more aggression, like solo aggression, be that flanks, be it Fuzi pushing down ramp, Sapek did it that round, ZTR with his mid pushes. Like, Ninjas, in the rounds that they've done it, because it hasn't been often, they have always found the gap, it feels like, and have just won rounds off the back of it. I think the best one was Fuzi just walking behind that double B play. He's now in middle, getting hunted, and the Deagle does trade. Guns in no man's land, though, and ZTR clears the corner to find Reza. 4-on-3, and Linus in a very good position to stop a mid to B play.
Oh, Rolf? Oh, he's just missed that timing. That's brutal, but that doesn't matter. Because through the smoke, he's still been able to pick up the trade. Bomb retrieved by Altex. He's looking to run it up through B ramp while Vigo is holding off these rotations. Vigo's position's quite nice in that it's slowing down the speed that Young Ninjas can get ready to retake this site, right? They have to deal with him first. But really, he needs to take players to the grave with him and take him out, he shall. Oh, with the turn, the 180. Vigo puts some style on it to close out the first half. It's 6 for Astralis talent. They weren't able to field a single T-side round in the last map, which was Vertigo for anyone wondering. This is substantially better, and now with their best side coming up, maybe there's still hope for the Danes.
Yeah, right. They had 8 rounds on CT to start off last map, so that's all Trace is going to be telling them right now. You know, just heads on. We know we're the better team on this half, and to think that Fessel's having a very quiet game right now. Well, think back to that last map. It was ramp, which was Fess's domain, man. Some of the re-aggression there, the flash peaks with him and Vigo. He had some really nice A rounds. So yeah, it may be disparaging to be or you know, upsetting to be 4-14, but you know you've still got more to show in your back pocket. For Young Ninjas, hell, they're not complaining. They're up 9-6. They're in control. Fuzi's having an excellent AWP game. And as said, still not much respect being given the way of Astralis with some of the aggression that we're seeing out in the CT side, some of the flanks that we're seeing. So, yeah, this map has just begun, Harry. And I honestly don't know where it's going right now. This is up for anyone at this point.
Yeah, I can very much get behind that. You know, I think this is something that you said, which is in that first half, if Astralis talent were able to field, you know, something like 6-7 rounds, you go into it feeling a lot more confident. Mate, confidence is key. I do think you are going to have an issue if you don't reactivate Fessa. I do think he was such a key component in that first half. The parry match odds still slipping in favor of Young Ninjas more and more. They're clearly convinced by this 9-6 scoreline. I do think that, you know, it's got to come with the caveat, though, that this is the best T-side we've seen out of Astralis talent yet.
All tournament.
Yeah, all tournament, right? All Vertigo long.
Yeah.
Site. Jag kommer spela med.
Vi tar inte djupa. Vi tar inte djupa på den här.
Nej. Vi spelar bomben som är höger.
Bash.
Bash sido.
Han gick ut.
Fightar dem. Slog. Till. Kran. Kranen. Kranen sitter. Jag med Anton. Jag tar med kranen. Jag tar med.
Dog. Jag reloadar.
Jag smakar höger.
Kom här.
Ja. Jag smakar höger. En ute.
Pressa inte.
Killa. Jag lägger nu.
Dog.
Till.
Nice. My goodness. Pretty brutal. Compare that to the last T-pistol round, which was the opening round of last map. It was a 5-on-5 retake, right? We had Astralis talent see that wall of smokes come up and they gave it away, and then they got pushed as the smokes faded. Well, this time they try and fight for the site, and it doesn't do them many favors. A concise round for the Young Ninjas. 10-6, and the problems now begin, Harry.
Yeah, they're going to come in with just a full eco. They want to prioritize getting those rifles out and getting back on the board. Little B push and a B stack with the vanilla pistols, but it's fine. It's fine. There we go. It's all good.
Well,
Everything's under control.
They didn't check. I think it was Fessel hiding behind double. Like 2 guys ran by him. I got very worried. He got one. They turned.
Okay, so talking about then this third round bye, it obviously has some very obvious drawbacks if you're looking at this, right? The A1S has helped it somewhat, right? The A1S buff means it is stronger because you get a little more utility, but that's one of your big drawbacks here. You're going to be lacking kits, you're going to be lacking full belts of util, so you really need to just beat them on the firepower, and you do at least have the edge in that regard, right? If you lose this as well, you come in with a 5th round bye, you should have an AWP in that one, so, you know, it opens up some avenues later on, not that you're ever planning to fail. But a fast round from Young Ninjas, at least from these SMGs. They've sent them to take this top ramp control. And I like that idea of just sending the MAC-10s up the short side. You say, look, if you do die, we still have the AKs to fall back on. You can take a lot of space with this gun. You can play very, very fast. And because you've had to prioritize, you know, like, getting this util, I'm curious what the head armor situation is. I think we're all good for Astralis talent.
Yeah, full helmets across the board. Bit of re-aggression, the double short setup, Astralis talent going back to it. It did work out, but they're going to get challenged here. ETR not ready for re-aggro, caught with knife out. Reza walks back, but he hasn't been loud about it. You don't want to show 2 different players in the kill feed in the same position, because then if Fessel gets this frag, you imagine ZTR calls, that's not him, there's another one there. So this swap of positions is a little bit awkward, but will it matter? Will it make a difference? Molly decides, gives the short side over to the Ninjas. Fess is going to back all the way up. Oh, awkward flash from his teammate as he tries to peek ramp, and they come spilling out from short side. MAC-10's getting mauled as Fessa doubles up, and that's more likely. That's more what we expect on A, but Linus still has more to say.
Yeah, this isn't over yet. Linus, he might have had a very, very quiet first half, right? Kind of uncharacteristically so, but that little 2K, that little double up has suddenly given him an opportunity, a 1v2. It isn't going to be easy because time is a problem, right? With 15 seconds, you're limited how much you can fake this out. He's going to stick it right away. They're rushing him down. They're pushing in, and they just wrap onto him. Lovely response out of Astralis talent. And you've got to give them credit where credit is due. When we saw the CT side in that first map of Vertigo, it came down to A retakes a hell of a lot, right? They were being quite respectful of these smokes. They weren't fighting too heavily for this ramp control, apart from when they had AWPs in hand. Well, now, it's an entirely different look on A. Everyone's playing ahead of the smokes. They've gone back to a double short setup with Fessa being a key component of that. That was one of the only ways they were able to find success over in that first game of Vertigo. So we're seeing the changes, right? They're trying to nullify the effectiveness of this smoke wall by already playing ahead of it, by doubling up on short and having a man in the site as well. And it works for them there. See the parry match odds.
Haven't changed.
Keeping the Young Ninjas up in the lead. But
this is where the change of the wins will happen.
Yeah, if it was ever going to, right? If those odds are ever going to flip around, I think it's in a rifle round like this that would really kind of set the pace, set the stage for this this second map.
Oh, Fessel! Oh, how's he alive? I don't know. He's now trapped by a Molotov. Was that his team's molly? It was. They've locked him in. He's caught out on short and nowhere to go. He will finally get cleared. Vigo got a one-way and Safik back turned. It's hard to get up this ramp position, and he walks into Breezer instead. Vigo never needs to show his hand, but now it will be required. Good flash from his teammate, and only Rolf left as that smoke fades. So should his life. Oh, he's got a gun. Oh, still opting with a deagle, and well, it's not the old deagle, so it will let him down. Linus alone, walking up B,
classic.
Bomb.
No, yeah, right. This time, no teammates to come back and join you on all this space that you've got.
Maybe they can rage and voice chat instead. And at this point, Astralis talent know what's up. Look at them. All eyes on the back line. And it's just about damage. Getting a kill or two here can set you up for later in the map. But none will be found.
Well, yes, there's something I was going to say as well, is like, with this kind of change that we've had, with this real decision to fight for ramp control time and time again, I felt like Astralis Talent's Vertigo, while it was always a map, like throughout all the previous seasons, it was probably their best one, right? The map that they were able to pick up victories on. it was kind of consistent that both with Void and with Breezer, it felt like the AWP was really the reason that you were going to fight for that ramp control. And if you never had it, then a lot of the time they would play retake. I like that it feels like they've learned the lesson very, very quickly that fighting for that ramp control isn't dependent on the AWP, and that the results have looked really good with the rifles. I feel like that realization could be like a key to victory for Astralis Talent in this immediate rematch.
Yeah, this game is tightening up right now. Look, one way on A, but in this full eco, it's just the Ninjas walking out mid. Off angle, Mister's got a double, continues the spray for a third, and it's nice and clean. Mister even gets the kill. Vigo didn't want to give it up, but it's Mister all day. 4 in mid, and Altec steals the ace. It's 9 rounds now for Astralis Talent with a flawless anti-eco. Certainly reassuring here on this comeback story, on this matchup, this repeat matchup. Rematch, that's the word. Just got to combine 2 words to make one sometimes.
Yeah, nice, man.
Got there in the end. 11-9, and I'm believing again, Harry.
Yeah. I mean, like, ramp is just so important on Vertigo. Like, you really struggle to play if you're consistently getting shut out of this position. It's kind of like teams that are really oppressive on a map like Overpass at taking mid control off of you, right? Like, without that, you're really going to struggle to make plays happen and to put pressure on Astralis Talent. And so as Young Ninjas are being forced to explore other avenues, they're not finding success there either.
Oh,
so they're going to have to beat you at ramp eventually. That's what they're telling themselves.
So grimy.
But it's only getting worse and worse.
And he just gets out like a bandit. Drops down ladder, doesn't even flank. Just waits for the rotate to come his way. And now keeping a 5-on-3. And Ninjas the whole time have to be scared of the potential of a player walking up behind. He could still be there. Breezer, he's going to decide to regress as well. Fuzi's back at sandbags, but no AWP to do it here. Ooh, they've thrown a molly on. That might force a swing, and the kill does come through for Mister. All eyes on the prize. All players here for the Young Ninjas. They try and battle their way back. Zapek traded after 1, and ZTR, that smoke. I don't know how he gets that kill over Vigo, but surely no more. Enough time to leave if he wants with a bomb on his back, but Astralis Talent still in full faith with 3 here.
Yeah, they've got no reason to change that up either, right? Like, even if ZTR was sneaking towards B right now, you're just telling yourselves, like, yeah, he can have the site, mate. We'll just play the 3v1 out. And I don't think they expect him to fall back either. Just waiting for this swing. ZTR, this is a really, really rough spot to be in, especially as he's getting all this real estate. It's kind of deceptive in nature, not as clear as you think it is, and so into the crossfire he goes. And now Astralis Talent, 10 to their name, closing this gap.
Yeah.
Young Ninjas, running out of money, are going to struggle to make a dent here.
Crazy impressive, right? It was a 9-round lead for the Young Ninjas, and they still won pistol and converted it. So 11-6, and now we're talking about double digits for Astralis Talent. They had everything against them. Only, the bare minimum for a T side on this map, and still they are just 1 round away from leveling the playing field.
A round that you would like to think they have in the bag as well, right?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We know what these Tech 9s can do up top ramp, but it's not much of an investment for sure. A couple of bits of Kevlar and a bit of utility. Not even smokes for the wall.
Okay, yeah, so I have a little theory as to why this is. Like, we've always had the aggression from Astralis Talent at this ramp area. Oh, they're actually going to go back in for it, and yeah, that's the bomb. I'll revisit this in a second as we just witness what should be a bit of a mop-up. There is one from the Deagle.
Okay.
Don't want to get ahead of myself.
Then don't.
All right, a nice shot. Oh, it's good that I didn't get ahead of myself because now they run down another man. Breezer needs to hit a shot. He needs to find something. 2 attempts, 2 misses. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. Breezer's got to do it all. 1v3 down to the 1v2. And a P250 tap would be lovely. Warp out, trying to find anything, trying to craft a way back in. But as he swings, they're hoping that they can just double team him, and they will. So the Pistols get it done for the Young Ninjas, 12-10. And what I was going to say at the beginning of all of that...
You want to reiterate?
Astralis Talent, they took an early peek down ramp. They see that it's only Pistols and that it's a rush. They all get out of there. I think the reason that Young Ninjas didn't have smokes was because they've been so used to getting these ramp fights that they were relying on this happening, right? Just winning the actual fights out without it having to come to an execute. And I think the fact that Astralis Talent actually went back in after vacating ramp is really what comes back to haunt them there.
Wanted it.
It's a shame because they don't know that Young Ninjas don't have that utility. So I think the mindset was, let's get to them before they can set up the execute, right? While they're doing all this, while they're only Pistols for crying out loud, it should be easy.
Yeah, and what worked last map on that CT side anyway, which was re-aggressing and catching them doing lineups. So Vigo, he does go back to it. They're not deterred from the previous round result, and he's found an opening kill. Grimy old boost over the top of the smoke. You've got to be careful you don't fall off the map. Always can happen. We've seen it happen. But not today. Take the 5-on-4 and wash your hands with it. Back to the bomb site. Say, if you want to execute, you can. But again, as I say, that double short setup once more. Astralis Talent, they know what works. And why not use it? Why not abuse it? As these Ts get ready to walk up ramp silent, we may even have early info. This is grime time for Fessa. Presuming they come up short side, he's going to see them before they're ready for a player. Just got to care that ramp as well, because while Vigo's trying to cover, Fessel's going to get spotted first, no matter what happens. So up they go, in they walk, and Fessel does recover the spray. Run boosts his way out of there, accidentally.
Yeah, that wasn't even intentional, mate.
Style points. And they know there's 2 on short, for how long?
That's proof that Danes are a hive mind. Yeah. If I've ever seen one, man. They all start moving at the same time, and now look, whittling through the numbers of Young Ninjas. Whoa, it is messy. So much damage being done, and finally, the kills are found by young Fessa.
And, oh, sorry, this is what we talked about, the recovery of Fessa. Would it happen? 4 kills first half.
Oh.
Cough out the way.
Yeah.
Better not to do it down the mic. And now he's up on 12. 3K in this massive high-impact rifle round with the sexy little double boost on short. Into a double spray down when Ninjas commit. That's exactly what we wanted out of Fessel. We knew he had a quiet start, but that didn't define him, Harry. He came back in with a vengeance, and to think that Breeze has been fragging all game long, as has Mister, who was previously as well. It's hard not to believe in the Astralis Talent comeback story.
No, especially when the stage has been set so appropriately for it to like slowly grind its way through. And, you know, I said it already, but I just want to reiterate, you've got to give credit for like the on-the-fly changes we've had out of Astralis Talent. This is like a very different looking CT side.
Yeah.
Their T side looked a hell of a lot better as well. But I think it's here in this second half that we're really seeing them come into their own. And actually getting to appreciate some of the tendencies that they picked up on in that first map.
I love this boost as well. It's covered by a blind AWP. Fuzi doesn't need eyes to find the first, and Mister responds very well. That should have been the trade for ZTR, but nothing of the sort. Linus grabs the gun, but no kills being given over. He AWPs. Oh, I thought he threw it over. No, he dropped his Deagle instead to Sapek, who's low. And a mid-round aggression into middle. Fessel's going to try and flank down the ladder side. Now, you've got to make the read. Which site is it? Because you still don't know, but they seem pretty aware. Leading 2 on B right now. Fessel ready to flank that one. Breezer AWPing a retake setup on A. And oh my goodness, Linus just trying any way to mangle his way into this bomb site to find a kill. And look at the setup. They're not giving inches over. Tucked in. He makes noise, and now you're confirmed. And you don't even know about Fessel right behind.
Oh, well,
all 3.
Fessa kind of beat them to it, didn't he? Oh, they're waiting in the site so patiently. And they're thinking, this is a nice setup, boys. Like, there's no way they're getting past this little double angle, like offset.
Back-to-back 3Ks for Fessa.
We said, like, such an important piece of the puzzle to get him activated in this second half. And you said he didn't let that first half define him. Well, that's more true than ever now. So clean. And like, even the realization that he's about to miss the window to have like a massive mowdown on the AWP, like crossing behind Tetris, he reacts with a millisecond difference, right? That could have been like a dink through the metal for 10.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that Astralis Talent have got this guy on the team, right? You're already seeing in both these maps why, he was considered for projects such as South, right? Playing under an in-game leader of MSL.
Also, just about the South story, I want to say, me and you, man, it was so funny. The night before that happened, we were having a little discussion. Oh, what if like MSL got guys like Fessa, made a team called South, and then literally the following
the next day,
the South, and I was like, did we
will
just...
it into existence? Maybe. Super weird timing. Oh, ZTR doesn't know. Oh, Mister. Oh, he saw him. He saw him. Surely he saw him.
He must have.
He surely saw him, but did he?
But sometimes, if it's right in the middle of your screen, you're like, that's like you're
maybe he was checking map.
Maybe in plain sight, right?
Oh, I don't think he knows because he's knife out under A. Sapek's going to get backstabbed. Where did he get to? Mister is right behind the A site, but there's only one player there. He's double back to B. Now Mister is also being flanked, so he has to kill them quick. Sapek knife out freebie bomb, stuck back on the ramp side. ZTR, he's ducking behind the wood box. Mister just living is enough as Vigo is held onto the bomb site. Rolf does find an opener at least, and there's the activation. ZTR cleaned out by the flank, on flank, and Mister still sits behind enemy lines. He misses that timing, but just his presence might be enough. Vessel's come in to help out, and this round is all over the place. Nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. It's going to be Astralis Talent taking the lead back in this map. What was that? What was that round?
Yeah, okay, no, that was like a very wild round.
So Mister flanks ZTR while he's getting flanked by Sapek, but then Sapek also gets flanked by his teammate of ZTR, who's also being flanked by Vessel.
Yeah.
Because ZTR was flanking Mister.
Yeah.
I think it's something like that. Flanks on flanks, baby.
Yeah, I don't think that you helped the situation,
no,
but I
wasn't trying to.
That made it any clearer. Oh, man.
That's a round we need the comms for. Probably pretty wild. But that's how we like it here at WoW. Altec's orbing now. We've got a bit more money for Astralis Talent, and they've doubled up on the old sniper rifle. Love a solo warp at B, especially considering both these teams have been pretty keen to give up B at times. You can just guarantee an orb is going to be able to hold down the line, at least take one with him. Oh, flashes are good, though. I say that. Maybe I shouldn't. They're running him down with pistols, and we've seen these ecos B1 before. Lots of room given on B. It's going to have to be a 10-man retake. Oh, again. Grimy boost.
Hang on.
What could he see? Anything? Yeah, I mean, nice try.
It looked like they were going to triple boost. I was like, what is that?
That's how you fall off the map.
It felt like a recipe for disaster. Here's the attempt. You need this opening kill to go your way, and it will at least. The responses are good. They're getting traded either which way. It's all a little bit wild. Time is ticking off for this bomb, though. You've got to move, and you've got to move in now. ZTR and Rolf giving it all they've got with just the pistols. Getting on the bomb. They do get him off a bit. Rolf Stiegel will deliver all three to close out that one and put 13 on the board for the young ninjas.
This Rolf guy, I don't know. Get him off the rifles, put him on the pistols, and that's both eco rounds with Rolf 3King on both bomb sites. It is absolute filth. Also, Fessa killed Vigo in the 4-on-3. They were up a man. He killed his teammate. That probably makes all the difference. They have the numbers to cover the defuse if that doesn't happen. Really awkward round for Astralis Talent, who were essentially forced to give up B from the utility. The Flashes got that AWP off, and I kind of jinxed him by saying he should be good for one at least. Well, it was none instead. This game is still on the chopping block. Anyone's map right now in round number 27.
Oh, Breezer with this swing. It's awkward, but he's going to get it. All right. Oh, but the sandbags, it can be so frustrating to deal with. And there's still more aggression for Astralis Talent. It might taper off eventually, but it's not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon. The flash gets Breezer off the angle, and that alone has reopened this 4-on-4 to the young ninjas and finally forced a bit of respect out of Astralis Talent towards the top of ramp. Young ninjas, after repelling them from the ramp position, are now doubling back with this bomb to attempt a late B play. Now, oftentimes in these T sides, we've had Linus taking this map control ahead of time. This time they're trying to do it as 3 while Fuzi is selling an A fake and getting that kill and now just ducking out of there. That's brilliant. It's committed a second player to A. This guy that was watching B is now having to watch both mid and B on timings, and it's going to leave Oltex high and dry, out of position. And so this should be a Young Ninjas round as good as done.
Call the save immediately. No way you're going for this one. This was a money round as well, Harry, off the back of Ninjas winning the previous eco, or force buy if that. Well, they had nothing to fall back on, and neither do Astralis Talent. That's why these guns have to be kept in. Poor Altex falls off of Con as they walk into his crosshair as well on ramp. Not much he can do about that one. And yeah, as you said, Fuzi with the lurk kill. He's had a great series today. Both maps have been really strong. And him just keeping that final kill on the A site kept Astralis away from the true objective. 14-13. And now it's a big call for someone like Trace to make on whether you want to force this, because it's not going to be pretty if you do, or if you want to play for overtime. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a call, right? The only reason you would buy here is because you have guns, but you're not getting any more than 2 rifles. So not even a FAMAS available. Going to have to be, I would call the eco personally, play for that overtime scoreline. You're only 2 rounds behind and you have faith in your defense. But it's such a hard call to have to make, and you can see why people are pretty against playing for overtime in general. Quick timeout before that happens. Trading some this and that back and forth. But it does look like that will be the call and the safest one you can make.
Yeah, it's just a little brutal because, like, if you go for the force, even if you win it, like, assuming that you don't win it super clean, the odds are your money's still in a position where it can just get wrecked on the back of losing a round, and you wouldn't, like, completely reset Young Ninjas either. So it's a little bit weird. It feels like, you'd put everything on the line with very little to gain out of it. Let's listen in to the Young Ninjas, though. I love hearing what these guys have to say.
Ja, jag steppar också. Jag lägger mollo.
En kille droppade B.
AWP eller?
B hårt.
Ja, det var AWP. Okej, nice. De har lagt tid och smoke.
Vi söker upp A direkt om det går. Jag kommer om.
En är klar. USP.
Det var han.
Lägg höger, vänster direkt. Jag lägger höger. Lägg vänster någon.
Jag målar Sandberg.
Ja, lägg vänster.
En kille rottar till honom.
Lägg vänster. Jag lägger. Jag flashar sen högt. Jag lägger 2 flashes.
Flank. M4 dog.
Sydor. Ja. Han dog.
Nice.
Till OS.
Boosta med hello. Jag kan jaga med pen. Boosta med.
Håller på oss.
Jag kommer jaga från flank. Han backar
under mig.
Ljud. Han smyger bak från Conny med AW. Jag kommer gå till honom.
Okej, nevermind. Cancel.
Väcko eller?
Ja, förlåt.
Nej, en kille hade... Just det, det var 2 som
de var 2 savade.
Ja, jag kom på det.
En hade USP på.
Så jag får både en för och av då.
Jag springer med till Spannos.
Ja, jag står low-key här bara, du vet att man smakar sidor.
Ja.
Kan vara ovanför mig.
Jag kastar ut vapnet.
Gör det.
Eller rör du ut vapen, Linus, eller?
Ser du om de kan gå in bakom mig, Linus?
Rör du ut vapen?
Ja, en för dem, men han sparar.
Ja, fuck. Jag tror vi dödar den. Bara en AK av.
Kan AK eller?
AK och AWP. Spara den AWP.
Well, a bit awkward for Fuzi, giving a gun away at the end. You could hear his frustration. But the more I listen to the Young Ninjas, the more I think that Swedish is my favorite language. It's actually, it's a beautiful language, Harry. But yeah, you got to feel for Astralis Talent in that round, right? 2 guns. Obviously, they're playing for this one in number 29, but Mr. on the big flank, he was ahead of the 5A play. But of course, ETR sitting bottom ramp, holding the back line. And that one rifle that could have decided the entire round for Astralis Talent was removed first. Was never meant to be, though. This, however, has to be if Astralis Talent want to stay strong and stay standing in the second map. Otherwise, it's looking like a 2-0 for Young Ninjas. Time to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, you've made it a damn sight closer than the first time around, but that's not the legacy you want to leave behind in this matchup. You want to say you were able to get your revenge, you're able to fix your problems.
Oh, barrel!
Bigo sees the barrel, and that's ZTR now dead. Wiped from the cards early on and having to lead Young Ninjas from beyond the grave. Bigo's even trying to go back in for more.
Oh no.
Will greed get the better of him? Oh no. Instead, he reaps the reward of it. Vigo with 3. Wonderful push from the short side. They weren't ready for him to just hold W gaming and shut them down. And so now Young Ninjas trying to reroute back. Linus has once again gotten them some room towards B, but This isn't as good a gift as maybe it looks. They're already rotating in. And Rolf's had to drop on out of there.
Yeah, a bit of a mess of a round from start to finish, right? Especially with Vigo catching Sapek, throwing utility, not like he could even defend himself. Good round out of Astralis Talent, catching Young Ninjas by surprise. And to be honest, this map, or this half specifically, we've seen a lot of just A pumps for Young Ninjas, a lot of smoke setups. So I wonder if they change it up now, as they've finally been knocked off the block in this round. But you got to say, somewhat unlucky, right? Barrel through the smoke, caught with nades in hand. Great play from Vigo, but something that Young Ninjas don't want to let happen again. Oh dear, we saw that missed mid-molly as well. Crack's starting to show, and can't afford to right now. Overtime's on the line.
This is the moment you've been waiting for if you're Astralis Talent, man. This is where you can really feel it, right? Like that reality that you could 1-1 this. Start to get folks afraid of your vertigo again. It's a very slow round out of Young Ninjas. Pressure is on. They wanted to start this season off with a bang, and it could be if this one round would only go their way. Sapek with a lot of real estate over at the top of ramp, but it's Altex to break the silence first. There's the equalizer, and it's a big kill to have found, right? Vigo's been a real nuisance on this short side. Once again, it looks like they're trying to sell a bit of an A fake and now double back into a late B play. I thought some of that missed utility on A might have given up that fact, but instead, you've still kept the majority of players here if you're Astralis Talent. Altex now starts to realize that this is the B play. He's seen them at ramp. He's called for someone to move around, and that's why we've got Breezer here. But Astralis Talent still aren't sold entirely. It's not till the utility starts to make its way over now that that penny's going to drop, and that might be too late. With Breezer dead, Altex needs to do the heavy lifting. Back of the site, he's dead after one, and so now it's these A rotations, Mister and Fessa, to try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, 10 seconds, just enough for the plant. They're going to try and run him down. Nade separates these two CTs on the retake. Mister's committed, and Fessa's coming in from above. But that re-smoke has segregated Astralis Talent to one side and one side only, left of green. They've got to go. Flash through the smoke. Sapek waiting. ZTR can peek off his contact as well. That might not be needed. ZTR's dead, but time is ticking and not to the betterment of Astralis. This might just be Young Ninjas with back-to-back Vertigo wins. Fessor doing everything in his power, but look at the dance around the box. Sapek playing with his food and shuts out the series 2-0, 16-14. Definitely a better showing for Astralis Talent, but not what they wanted, Harry. Not what they needed. You got to give it to them, right? They looked more improved, especially on that T side, but ouch, that's got to hurt to lose twice like that.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I really feel for Astralis at the end of that one, right? I do think you've got to give them props for their ability to change it up on the fly, right?
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot of key differences, a lot of stuff that was working for them, and it became like a real like tactician's game of chess, right? With like ZTR trying to then outbrain their adjustments, trying to get around it. We saw a much more kind of B-focused T side there out of the Young Ninjas when ramp wasn't going their way anymore. So nice adjustments all around, and it was good to see Young Ninjas push to their very limits at least. But to break this down better than we could, we got the desk. That's coming up after a little break, so don't go anywhere.
CSGO has been a juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the third season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
16-8 and 16-14. Young Ninjas managed to win both of the Vertigo maps against Astralis Talent, and there was some hope on the second map, but in the end, it didn't work out for the Danes.
No, unfortunately not. Yeah, unfortunately not. I think we got a much better game here in the second time around on Vertigo. We were a little bit iffy about the fact that we had to play Vertigo 2 times in a row, but it made sense, you know, when you saw this game. It felt like Astralis had more to give. It felt like Astralis underperformed a little bit in the first game, whereas for the second time around here, it was a much, much better game. Very even, very back and forth. I think Harry and Hugo described it pretty well, saying it was a tactical, you know, piece of chess almost, you know, between both the in-game leaders and both the coaches. And, you know, a good quality game where, once again, it must suck for Astralis Talent, because when we refer back to Season 2, they also played 2 16-14 games. So this is the third time now out of 4 maps they lose 16-14. So they're getting closer, but still a bit far away.
I was impressed by the fact that Astralis Talent had more in their playbook. They actually showed a couple different setups in this one, and it paid off for them because they were able to make it closer. I will say that, unfortunately for Astralis Talent, the first game, I think Fesser was a standout player. This game, he didn't seem like he had as much to give, and he's a player that we both really thought was going to be delivering the goods for Astralis Talent, and he's probably kicking himself just a little bit because I'm sure he holds himself to a very high standard. But once again, I mean, Young Ninjas, like, it really does feel like this team is a very complete one at that you can really rely on to so many different players, that if they're in the setup and one of them is the one that's going to be getting the frags versus the one baiting, it doesn't matter who's A or who's B. It's just going to work for them, and that is a testament to just how good they are as a squad.
Yeah, but in the previous season, we didn't see much of Astralis Talent because they lost the first best of 3, then they lost the second one, and they were out. Luckily, in this season, we have a different format, so they'll get to play way more teams, and we'll actually get to see how good they became. Because, like, in the previous season, like, they managed to lose 0-2 against the Young Ninjas, but it was 14-16, 14-16. So maybe if they would play against other teams, they would not be in the bottom in the second season. Now they improved. Maybe they'll, like, even get to the LAN.
That was exactly my point, right? I think this game against Young Ninjas, it's obviously a rough run to start with for Astralis Talent, but maybe it's good. You know, maybe it's good to go into the first game here having no expectations, having to play off the rust against the team that I expect to win this group straight out. You know, Young Ninjas are the favorites in this group to win it all. So if you're Astralis Talent, of course, right now, you're disappointed. You're disappointed you weren't able to win here on Vertigo, especially considering you had a good opportunity to take a surprise win. On the other hand, you're thinking to yourself, okay, now that's out of the way. You know, now we played the best team in the group, and now we face teams on our own level. Now we face teams that we are supposed to beat if we want to go to the LAN environment. So I think Astralis Talent, all things considered, of course, right now it'll be a team filled with disappointment. They felt like they had a shot here. They felt they had a chance. But coming tomorrow and coming next time they play, I think they're pretty happy for the fact that they were able to pressure Young Ninjas this much in a game on Vertigo.
It's really nice for Astralis Talent that the first team that they're playing against is Young Ninjas, because they are tournament, no, I wouldn't say favorites, but they're favorites to come in top 2. Yeah, they're definitely contenders. And for the other teams in the group, like NAVI Junior, for example, this is going to be a great learning experience for Astralis Talent, because they saw what they did in map number 1 did not work out for them. They made some adjustments into 2. They were able to fight for ramp a little bit better this time around, and their CT side as well. I think they figured out a couple of the plays that they probably liked more than the other ones. So just taking a glance at the scoreboard, yeah, it's a little bit different than I think map 1. Fuzi still did very well, which is also, like, he has been just lighting things up for Young Ninjas from season 2 and season 3 now. But for Astralis Talent, kind of not really a reversal, but a little bit different, I'll say. Like Breezer and Fesser, who were at the top in map 1, weren't there as much in number 2.
I feel it's only fair that we give Rolf some credit again. He played fantastic in the first map on Vertigo, maybe the best player on the server. He again had a lot of impact in this game, and he was the one player we didn't really get to mention leading into the game. He was the one, you know, where I thought to yourself, okay, he may be a bit anonymous, he may not be the big star this lineup, but if he's finding that level of impact, and if he can continue this kind of consistency as well, then as we spoke between map 1 and map 2, the well-roundedness of Young Ninjas, you know, the fact that you have no weak link and you have 5 players who all can step up at occasion and be the difference maker on the server, that's going to be super, super tough for not only for Astralis Talent, but for all teams in this tournament to do anything about it.
Yeah, Astralis Talent managed to show a pretty decent performance on the second map, but it's not done for them yet. but we actually have a second series happening today, and it is going to be between NAVI Junior and Big Omen Academy. And the reason why I'm getting so excited is because like we have a new roster of NAVI Junior, we have a new roster of Big Omen Academy, and those teams actually played like 5 times against each other in the previous season. It was just like, I think half of every second game was between them.
I think Big Omen Academy at one point had only lost series to NAVI Junior last year, or last season, that is. I guess that is last year. But Happy New Year, by the way, guys, at home. But either way, yeah, this is going to be probably Big, though, having a little bit more of the upper hand. They're replacing 3 of their players, and from what I've heard from Drawlin, one of the social media guys for Big, he was saying that this is pretty much just an upgrade for most of those players. Not that those players that they removed were all too bad. In fact, I actually kind of liked a few of them. But for this roster, they look to do some damage in this season. I think that they have now the tools to do it. And especially with Aqua moving off of the in-game leader role, like you said earlier, Pimp, that's a huge change that can bolster their firepower.
Hopefully, man. Getting Aqua from Season 1 into Season 3, that would be fantastic for Big Omen Academy.
Yeah.
That could be the difference maker.
Well, we made a special video for the fans of NAVI, so let's check it out.
Long before the first season of Academy League was aired, NAVI Junior seemed to be its clear favourite. The original roster for the first season consisted of 6 players: Munacy, Oncare, Fear, Hedrick, Sinex, and Pogorelov. With such a roster, the team had an opportunity to be more flexible and to make rotations depending on the map they are playing. By that time, the team had 2 star players, the one and only Munacy and Oncare.
He splashed, whether he smoked, he's still good at finding openers. And of course he nails that one. That one's basically free.
Nevertheless, NAVI started the league with a shaky performance, throwing several maps to the outsiders and left without a chance to get to the LAN through the group stage. The last chance for the team to get the dream ticket to the LAN finals was during the Gauntlet stage, where they started with a victory over Virtus Pro Prodigy. But all the confidence suddenly faded away, and they faced Fnatic Rising and lost 0-2, finishing the season at 5th place and losing the chance to attend their first LAN.
Так, NAVI Junior проиграли по делу. Что я могу сказать? 2-0. Все заслуженно, все по делу.
By the start of the second season, the squad had announced some roster changes. Sinex and Pogorelov were benched, while Hedrick was moved to the front rows. Also exclusively for this tournament, Flamey joined the Academy roster, leaving the main NAVI lineup. It seemed like the veteran player would share the experience and give the much-needed confidence boost, becoming the reliable force. The start of the second season was pretty comfortable for NAVI Junior, as they won 2-0 versus Big Omen Academy. But right after that, they were stopped by Young Ninjas. Firstly during the semi-finals and then the finals of Group A. This was a reality check for the junior roster, as both of the face-offs ended with 2-1, to go through the last chance qualifier. Yet again, they faced Virtus Pro Prodigy in the first match and Big Omen Academy in the second, winning 2-0 in both matches, securing themselves the last slot. The LAN debut meant bigger challenges for NAVI Junior. The opening match was set against the winners of the first season, Mao's NXT. And deja vu happened once again, Mao's crushing the upcomers on LAN. As a result, the first map was a loss and the series was 2-1 in favor of the Mao squad. In the lower bracket, they again had to face Big Omen Academy. The result is pretty much the same as in the previous face-offs. 2-0 and NAVI go further to the lower bracket finals versus Young Ninjas.
Oh man, they don't check, and so they get wrecked. Flamey, all too easy, inspired by the boomage.
In a really close series, Juniors advanced to the finals to once again fight the raid boss, Mao's NXT. Na'Vi had put up a fight, but it was not enough as they lost 2-0 and stayed as the season's runners-up.
He's continued to push closer. Shane doing a great job of giving cover. Shane got it all.
What have Na'Vi learned? Will they be able to take the crown away from the champions and prove their name? We'll see during the third season.
What a beautiful video, but unfortunately we kind of need to forget about what we saw in Season 1 and in Season 2 because Na'Vi went through some big changes. Even when it comes to their vetoes, I'm not sure if they're actually going to ban Nuke as much as they did in the previous season.
I'm not sure about anything.
Yeah, we're going in the dark on
Who's the IGL?
Who's Monacy and where's Monacy now? He's playing in G2 apparently. It's a complete new roster, a complete new project. So as much as we talked about there was question marks surrounding Astralis talent, I think Navi Junior right now is one big question mark whatsoever. So for us, everyone, watching and the fans out there, it's going to be a learning experience. In terms of the veto, we don't know. In terms of the players, we don't know. In terms of who's supposed to be the next big star, is it going to be Hetrick stepping it up, or he's going to be the experienced guy leading the charge? I have no idea. So I'm curious to see what's going to unfold for Navi Junior.
I guess we got the vetoes over here. Looks like Inferno's going to be coming out. I will say I did some deep digging on this roster to try to find something, and it was so basically this roster, 4 of their players are from the Navi youth team. So there's Navi normal, there's Navi proper, there's Navi Junior, and there's Navi Youth, or there was Navi Youth, and they promoted 4 of those players up to them. And the last time they played an HLTV game was, I want to say January of last year, like a year ago. A year ago today is basically the last time they played, and they were permabanning Nuke. And they are using, I talked to Hetrick briefly about this, they are using the in-game leader of that roster, who I think is Fennec 2K, or Fen 2K or something.
Maybe.
Yeah. So
I'm not entirely sure who's the IGL. Right now, I'm really confused.
Okay, so he's going to be in-game leading for this team, and they did not play Nuke for that roster. They're not playing Nuke for this one, and it looks like Big are going to get Inferno. But, I mean, Big's got a lot of question marks, too.
Yeah, but when it comes to Big, they decided to ban Dust2, which they didn't ban in the beginning of the previous season when they were playing against Navi. Then at some point, they just got so fed, of getting destroyed by Manezi, and they can't carry on Dust. So they're like, okay, we're just banning this map. And they also decided to ban Mirage, a map that they usually play, but considering that Navi is a pretty brand new team, you don't want to play Dust2, Mirage is maps.
Yeah, you could argue that they want to stay away from the open maps, the maps that can't spin out of control and where the snowball effect can have an effect on the game. That being said, though, it's not necessarily a ban, it's just them prioritizing Inferno higher than Mirage, right? So I think we will see them play that throughout the season at some point, maybe against another opponent. But right now, I think you're spot on, Heko and Maui, when you're saying that this is 2 teams with a lot of question marks attached to them right now. Big coming in with a new in-game leader, with a new roster, Aqua back being the rifle where he doesn't have to in-game lead, he doesn't have any responsibility outside of the fact he needs to kill a lot of people on the server. That's where we wanted to see them go as well. A new dedicated AWP player as well. That was the discussion we had in Season 2. Glaive was the AWP, and then I can't remember, Prime Taps, I think, picked it up once in a while. They tried
Glaive was doing it, Lapex,
Lapex back and forth.
He was going here in back.
Now they have a dedicated AWP player. So I think one of the focus points for Big Omen Academy has been to have more direct and more clear roles. So again, it's just one big question mark right now. But what I will say is that I am super happy to see and hear Aqua back in the rifling role, not being an in-game leader.
Yes, I think we're all excited about that. Aqua definitely kind of stole our hearts in Season 1. I mean, some of the plays that he had, the clutches in Season 1 just showed how talented he could be, mechanically speaking. He was just jump peeking people, making Monacy whiffs sometimes, with little jiggles here and there. It was some smooth gameplay coming out from him, and he lost that when he became the in-game leader. It's like he just went full, macro awareness, probably looking at his radar the entire time he's playing the game, And if we can get a little bit more of him just looking at his crosshair, focusing on what's in front of him, playing in the moment, then I think this Big Omen team has a chance to be probably top 4. I think top 4 is the heights that I would expect out of them if they're supposed to be improving. And Drawlin, I said before, social media manager, he's actually chief digital officer for them. And he said that this is a huge upgrade for them and that this is probably the most firepower that their academy team has had thus far. So I'm looking forward to it. And I think taking Navi Junior's scalp would be a great way to start off their season.
Yeah, but it kind of means also that Aqua doesn't really have excuses. Now we need to see the same Aqua that we saw in Season 1. Yeah. The first 2 maps were Vertigo, but the tradition is strong, so the 3rd map will be actually Inferno for our broadcast. And I'm sure that the 2 guys that are going to cast this, Hugo and Harry, are actually excited to go to a different map. So let's go.
Oh, you know it, Hecko. I'm over the moon, right? I love a bit of Vertigo. I love it. I really do. But twice back-to-back, same teams. Yeah, I think I've had my fill, so I'm glad that we get to see something a little bit different here, Hugo. Not really sure where to kind of begin this one. I think, you know, the Deaths kind of clung to this Aqua storyline, and justifiably so, right? As mentioned, Season 1, he was one of my favorite players to watch. He was incredible, I thought. Then we saw him kind of undertake that IGL role. Then we saw the performance drop off. Maybe that's something for like a few years' time, right? Like when his performances are waning, he's in like the big main team.
Sure.
Then he switches it up to IGL and reinvents himself. But yeah, it felt like maybe trying to do too much too soon for this guy when he was such a talent in the rifling role.
If it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and then, you know, then we get to like NAVI Jr. Where do we even begin? We're talking about NAVI Jr. Obviously, m0NESY announced joining G2 today. If you came to watch him, you're wrong. He's not in the team anymore. But what is kind of exciting is, yeah, they've moved up these NAVI youth players to join Headtrick here in the junior squad. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's super cool, right? Because there's no doubt that this CIS scene has so much unfound talent, and a lot of it may be just due to age, to young players. You've all run into those 3.5 kilo Russians in your pugs who absolutely tear you apart without saying a word, and that's cool. So I want to see, you know, the fact that NAVI picked up these players so young, put them in that youth roster, moved them back up. You know, what more have we got to see? What new m0NESY, what new Simple could there be in the you know, the limelight today? Because I think a lot of us are trepidatious with this team. Maybe we're undervaluing them because we just don't know what to expect. But this is where they can prove it against a pretty firepower-ridden team of big, as Drowland said. Like, this is our best roster yet in some way. And with Aqua going back to his old role that looked so good, yeah, it's quite a tough task for NAVI Jr. But if they can get the victory, then even more props to them. And I think we'll be probably rating them a lot higher than maybe we are right at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a good eye test, though, right? Like out of the gate, I think Vig is like a solid team to face off against in that regard. And yeah, you know, I'm inclined to agree with you. I do think maybe we are, I don't want to say underestimating NAVI. We've just really tapered our expectations in, right? Because
without m0NESY, it's hard to view them as the best team in the league. Or one
dude, even looking past m0NESY, the fact that like Headtrick is like the one surviving member from NAVI Jr., whilst he did look good in the games that we've seen him in, for me, it was always guys like Onkare who kind of took a bit more of that limelight. So yeah, it's interesting to see this move of promoting the youth division into the junior squad. Let's see if it's paid off for NAVI as we get into this matchup. Them versus the biggest Omen Academy I've ever laid my eyes upon.
Damn, I'm in awe at the sheer size of this Omen Academy, and Maui looking absolutely suited and booted with the Eagle as well. Wow, I don't think chickens could fly. Where did it come from? Somewhere high up. We're going into Inferno. He's giggling over in the background there. He loves it. I just want Maui on every intro, actually.
Yeah, I love it. Maui's like the official map man of WePlay Academy.
Well, here we go. No longer the Vertigo Academy League. We're on a whole new, different map. And look at Big Omen Academy. Just waiting. Just praying that the kills come to them. And, well, they sort of are, but not in the way they hoped. Ooh, Process won't get cleared, but he will clear the kill. Oh, Latic trades, and this is a bit of a weird one. Hiding back in Spawn is Crimbo, and he's looking for a Christmas present under that tree. Latic dead, and many more men coming his way. He bounds out. His teammate is wrapped through A, and is now in CT Spawn. So as long as Crimbo lives, he buys time for this flank from Sin.
This is crazy. Sin, the Krampus to Crimbo. On his wrap, in it through Banana. Crimbo's going to try and take a peek, but holding on to him is Fen2k. Sin might be able to get his hands on this bomb. That's a bit of an error on behalf of NAVI Jr. They've let him get away with the package. Oh my goodness, this is getting weird now. Sin, talk about a trial by fire, bud. You got to come in clutch in the 1v3. He's going to get the bomb down at least. He hears all these footsteps. 6 feet up through Banana. Oh dear, they're getting closer. First man gone. Plenty of ammo in the Glock. The Headtrick is going to best him. And NAVI Jr., they do win that pistol in the end. I'm going to go ahead and, you know, say some immediate observations here.
Do it.
Right? Nipple, I think.
My favorite name in the Academy League.
Nipple, best name in the Academy League. Yeah. Also great hair, but if you're going to mention great hair, I think we've got to look at Latic and what's going on there. That is an incredibly unique cut.
Yeah, well, you like nipple hair, do you?
I like nipple hair, I like Nipple's hair, and I like Latic's as well. Also, Fen2k. Oh, man, look at that.
Stylish.
Look at that middle
Come on, you
part.
can't say NAVI Jr. don't have the drip, because that's just, frankly, lying.
Yeah.
Coming through with a round, coming through with the start of this series. It's NAVI Junior. I like the aggression as well. Big, they played for it, man. They were ready for a push, and still they get shredded. So Force comes out off the back of the bomb plant. The Eagles, Mac 10s. You name it, they got it. Oh, Nipple just hiding behind the Molotov, somehow not burned.
I know that when the talent announcement for this event came out, the big guys would have looked at it and gone, "Not those two again." They're gonna keep saying we're a large Omen Academy,
Well,
and of course we are.
You know, don't call your team big if you don't want to be known as being huge, being monstrous, being gargantuan even. But right now it's a bit of a small Omen Academy as the Force Spy gets run over and the Eco comes in, so an even more little investment in this round.
Look at Latix Cam, man. I love that.
Oh my god, that's sick.
I love it. He looks so cool.
Dude.
And I like that you've played in a dark room, Latic, to really add emphasis.
Is there more hair that we just can't see? There might be.
It's honestly, it's fresh.
Might be.
Do we have some team comms? I think we might. I just saw it flash up in the top right. Maybe not. No.
We'll wait and see. I'm sure they're coming down the barrel. Oh. It's just NAVI coming.
Я на флешке.
Кого займем? Надо смог дать и молик продлить. Есть ближний продлить? Давай. Гоха я почту.
Давай.
Я с борта. Закинь.
Я дал одного.
Давай, дерево. Давай.
Там 3 дерева.
Я еще Кена откину.
Контроль был.
Я отойду.
Еще яма. Хорош. Я с топора отошел. Можешь меня оставить?
Я стану, Дань.
Оставишь меня?
Давай, я ушел на тащу.
Давай.
А у нас все нормально.
Я смог второй прыгну.
Яма один.
Я пара банан стану.
Я попрыгаю.
Забери контакт, короче, явка.
Забрал. Сразу же в ковре не вернулись.
Яма один до сих пор. Яма. О, банан близко. Бро, даю флеш двумя. Б пиздить.
Как? Не вижу.
Бум.
Два банана пар.
Три.
За спиной. Еще два банана.
Бегут.
Я молик нам пока не пройдут.
Возможно, со смоком.
Говно. Хорош. Еще один был на тачке.
Тачка, банан.
Пробывай. У меня пар. Можем зажать его, Влад.
Под белым.
Под белым.
No!
15 секунд.
Не
забывайте на банане, пожалуйста.
Okay.
My goodness, hyped.
I really believed in him for a moment.
Dude, okay, well, the name fits the guy. 4 1Ds in that round, could not ace it. I love how when that's happening, Navi is just stone cold. Just no one's saying a word. Like, 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead.
Oh my.
Just sitting there in silence.
Dude, what is it with the big Omen Academy, folks? And being able to locate these incredible headshots, because we had Prime Taps, let's not forget, who was also really quite gifted at taking a head off or two. And yeah, they always find guys who have got the branding in the name. Like the next guy they're going to bring in is Headshot King 14 has just joined the team, actually, guys.
Well, the Deagle worked out because it's bought him an AWP, and look what he's done with it. Latic gone immediately, and unfortunately, that's a guy who couldn't kill in the previous round. But nice shot. And a round like that, win or loss for Big, it's going to hype you up, right? There you go. Man, they just make it too easy for us. I can meme every one of these names, you know? Sin, Hyped, Crimbo, these are all very, memeable names.
So I hope that Crimbo picks up dualies at some point, because then you can call it a Crimbo, and boom. Right, that's pretty good.
Oh, they make it too easy, man. Keep it up, guys. Lovely little opener for Hyped.
There's Pro Sussy Backer as well. That's another one.
I think we'll leave that on the maybe pile. But right now, Navi are just pulled to a halt. Big Omen Academy waiting for a re-peek that won't come. That smoke in mid fades, and they only have one more to replenish. It's back on B. So Big are going to get that top mid control, forcing Headtrick back to the bomb site and Unbroken. Out they go. Headtrick smoked off as well, sets up Big for a mid to B. That seems to be the play. Aqua coming in on a long lurk. Does he want to go through the smoke? No, it's instead Archway as his team take Banana. We've got 2 players responsible for spawn, Fen2K and Headtrick, checking this both. Timing, oh, he didn't see the barrel. Still, there's Fen2K waiting for this play. They know it's a possibility.
No, but I mean, even though you say, yeah, they could have hit the timing, you really don't believe they have. And so Fen2K shot in the back of the head. Nipple. Here. And holding firm. But it will just be a save for NAVI Junior. They're going to back out of there. You know, as is often the case with Inferno, if you don't win that opening fight, especially after losing Latic early, like the moment that flank worked, you were kind of doomed, really.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. You wonder if Headtrick made a call like, yeah, I just don't think he hit a timing, because Fen2K went from considering it all round to just spraying a smoke. Like, not unnecessary, but if you believe there's a flank, you're definitely not doing that. So a very unfortunate timing by NAVI Junior, but good round out of Big Omen Academy. Getting on the board early, right? Especially off the back of that 4K D ground. You know they were inspired. Put that inspiration to good use. So already challenging NAVI Junior, who again is an enigma. We don't know what to expect from this roster.
Yeah, I do like when we listen to their comms, like, as is kind of, it was similar with like the NAVI Junior of old. Like, it's very, very quiet, and it's only the necessary information getting relayed across. Like, there's no fluff with it. And that's kind of the beauty of like these CIS squads, isn't it? It feels so autonomous in nature. And I think it's why like the CIS beast in Counter-Strike is so terrifying, right? Like, you get these very... Oftentimes, it's not till they win that like the emotions come pouring out, right? Like while the game's live, ooh, heads are screwed on, and it does sound like a bunch of machines, you know, making calls and making plays happen.
It's either like too quiet, or it's like the opposite. When you're going to think back to that classic NAVI clip, I think from a Blast event on Mirage, where everyone is like screaming at each other. When you get hyped, like, you know, you got a lot of energy in that team. So yeah, you know, I wonder how much of that is going to be shown by these young players, but it's definitely there. It's definitely available. Not needed just yet, though. Hyped back to middle with the orb. Was given a kill by Latic last time around. Will not be happening again.
Yeah, I think hilariously, right? Like, comms maybe get a little more rampant like that the longer you've been together, right?
Yeah,
I think because they're all very comfortable with each other on the NAVI like main team, I think it's almost easy to fall into that trap of like just yelling over the top of each other, right? Like Boomich is screaming at you. Meanwhile, you know, for this NAVI Junior squad, I can imagine that they're really wanting to take like a professional approach to everything, right? So they're trying to keep it nice and clean. Right, so we got this little attempt at taking Banana control. It's a very, very slow round from Big Omen Academy, right? Just taking this default, spreading out early on. I'm imagining they're going to try and take top mid control away. This is often what you do if you get this top Banana area. You try to restrict the flow of information on all the major avenues of the map. The best way to do that is to have top Banana and top middle. It forces Big Omen Academy to be very reactive. They lose a lot of information. And so now that you've got top mid, you don't even have to commit here, right? Just having this real estate alone is enough.
Oh. Lovely clear. Headtrick, the one remaining player from that Season 1 roster of NAVI Junior here. Finding the opening kill. 28 seconds now as the first kill comes in. Someone's got to make a move, and they've got to make a read, as this is going to be, again, the mid to B from Aqua. And luckily enough, that long player has just left position. Latic's moved on over. Aqua's going through the smoke this time, trying to keep it fresh, but this might not matter. His team need to get into B without him. 10 seconds left. Aqua will kill Lurkers, or rotates rather, but this execute needs to work, and it will not. Nipple locks it down. It must be cold out, because this Nipple's rock solid. Aqua stuck in spawn on his own, and that all just felt like it came through too late for Big Omen Academy.
I really hope it's pronounced Nipple.
Well, if it's not, I don't know what you want me to say.
Nippler.
Too late, mate.
Or like...
Oh, he's auto-muted. Naughty boy, what have you been saying in the lobby? What's he been doing in matchmaking, Harry, I wonder?
Could have just been spam reported.
Yeah,
you never know.
If you're too good, you'll get spam reported. That happens. You're not auto-muted yet, though.
No,
Harry.
not yet. Working on it. I keep saying really vulgar stuff, and they just won't do it. All right, so...
I think my report only counts once, no matter how many times I do it. That is funny, though. Orbs out for Latic. Oh my god, it's so funny watching this stalemate, man. No one doing anything until 20 seconds last round. Now 120, and we're only just seeing the first bits of utility come out. And that's the issue. If you push the issue too late, if you make your first contact super late in the round, Na'Vi get to hold their smokes for ages, so Big won't respect them. They go bounding through the utility. Bomb on the orb, up top mid. Latic takes one, and Hype walks back into head trick, and the bomb comes tumbling down. This has gone from bad to worse, and Latic has put another in the ground. 4-on-2, and how do you get out of this position? You probably don't. They'll give it their best shot, smoke up on the arch side, and Process is only just getting here now.
Yeah, this should be really rough to salvage. Like, being real, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a way back in, especially with Latic looking so sharp on the AWP, right? That's something that scares me. Like, even if you manage to navigate these horrible crossfires between pit and site, you've still got this AWP to do the dance with when you move in. They drop into pit, and Unbroken is not aware, but the AWP of Latic has not missed a beat in this round. And Nipple one-taps the man down in pit. Process is dead. NAVI Jr. up onto 5. And mate, so you know when they removed m0NESY and everyone was like, oh, well, what's going to happen to NAVI Jr.? How the hell have they managed to pull up with Latic looking like he's just there, like m0NESY never even left, mate? Look at him go.
So much CIS AWPing talent, right? What can you say? We're 6 rounds in. I don't want to read too deeply into this, but it's looking pretty fresh, Harry. It's looking pretty focused for NAVI Jr. CT side of Inferno after all. But, they came in with a game plan. Even the mid push and the pistol showed the kind of vibes that Na'Vi were bringing to the table, and they've actually been surprisingly passive ever since that round. Latic back to mid, holding for Aqua and ult. Aqua, the only remaining, as much as Hedrick is, Aqua's the only remaining player on this team from, Season 1. Obviously, Process was in Season 1, but under Fnatic Rising. Made that move over the one German in that roster, which is kind of a cool storyline in and of itself, right? Seeing transfers between teams, between seasons. That was cool for Season 2, but Fnatic, all to look at later, also in Group A. Banana gets taken by Na'Vi. They have full control here, and so they can rest assured that this looks like an A play. Through the smoke, Process dead, and now the apps pop.
Yeah, Unbroken down in the pit. Last time he missed the timing, and this time he's only good for 1. Now that has allowed them to spill over into the site, and this could still get out of hand. I'm not too worried, right? Just because of the numbers, the firepower, it's all leaning in favor of NAVI Jr. But if it was going to get messy, if it was going to get wild, it's on the back of this plant that's been offered up, with Unbroken only stifling this site take for a moment. Time now working against NAVI Jr. Nipple up the short side is dead, so that 1M4. It's a fast reaction for Latic to snipe out that man on balcony, and Hyped falls short with the Deagle. No heroics in this round. It's a nice little retake there for NAVI Jr. up onto 6. I am getting a little bit worried. A lot of these rounds, at least in terms of the pacing, have felt a little one note for Big Omen Academy. I think it's very, very easy to fall into like a slow, methodical default. It's getting me a little bit worried because Na'Vi now are holding on to their nades till very late in these rounds, right? And I feel like that's something that's only going to come back to burn you. As we kind of moved into this, there were still smokes available. Latic was still sitting on Molotovs as well. Like, there were pretty much a full belt of utility on Latic. So, it gets me a little bit nervous seeing stuff like that already. I hope that Big Omen Academy throw in a faster round later down the line. Let's hear NAVI.
Не вижу. Я на флешке.
Да, не к тебе, приду. Банан занимают. Можешь хаес скинуть.
Тебе.
Можешь хаес скинуть.
Я чуть позже скину, когда они будут сидеть, плюс-минус.
Я на молике стою под ближним.
Хорошо.
На 200 пока.
Угу. Я отойду.
Флешка рыба.
Я на 500 стану.
Я думаю, лаку потратить первую.
Я пока отойду. Дали демрина, дали демрина.
Я дал молик,
забей,
давай.
я под выход.
Давай выход какой-то. Хорош?
Даю флешку на тройкой. Даю флеш на тройкой. Еще флеш будет. Даю еще.
Давай.
Да.
Вышли? Дали молик 90.
Дал молик. Я к тебе иду, Андрей. Молика дали.
Я живу.
Они проходят. Убил одного, да? Хорош.
Убил, да.
Тебе не пройдет.
Я слышу на 90
Два банан. Один банан с авиком, не единица, я подумал, игра.
Единица.
КТ, брат. Я взял его.
Хабит нет.
Подкини надо.
Doesn't get much more cleaner than that, hey?
Yeah, and mate, that felt like a case study for what I was talking about in this utility terms, right? Like, they're in the site, they are in B, but there's still so many supportive flashes and nades coming over that they can't even gain ground. The parry match odds starting to slip further and further in favor of NAVI Junior, and I think justifiably so. This is a lights-out start from them. I'm kind of stunned at how everyone just looks like they're all on the same page. And the fact that they've been able to get a read on the pacing of this game so quickly is nothing short of impressive, Hugo. This is a very, very nice look for NAVI Junior out of the gate. The reason why I'm talking about this utility and them holding on to it, you know, there's kind of two types of utility you can throw. There's like proactive and reactive utility, right? Proactive is designed to, you know, like stop a banana rush, for example. You drop an early molly. You don't know if anyone's there, but if they are there, they can't come through. You're not really forcing NAVI to throw any proactive utility so far. I can't think of a time they've opened with a bit of utility because they know that these rounds are so slow with how Big Omen Academy are liking to play them.
Yeah, I mean, for example, in that round, they give entire banana control over to Big Omen Academy. It's not like they have a stack in the site waiting, just two guys. And Big, they set up a full execute into B. Nipple grabs the first kill, and then NAVI just back up and don't give away anything until the rotates are already in. So really nice round. It was also awkward, like as the plant comes in on B, the CT smoke fades, and so Headtrick just gets a free double there. That's you know, timing the big one, even considering really. And, well, they're going to go back to Banana with a vengeance. Again, bombs back in spawn, so can't commit yet. If they do, it's going to have to be Sin going back to get that. Someone of the sorts. Aqua's still down middle as well. Now that they've taken top B, they go back to do the work in middle. Try and send NAVI into a more passive setup, because over on short side in the rounds, we have seen Big attack A. There's been this dirty little double setup with the AWP as well. This time it's on long. But a moment ago, Latic was rotating B. Now he's at least come back to reinforce the A site, which does seem to be the port of call for Big. Brackets getting taken. A lot of utility now coming in for NAVI. This is the most util we've seen them use in the early round. 40 seconds left, though, and still no kill, still no site taken. Big are running out of time.
Yeah, Latic's been smoked off. This is going to give them a lot of room to get closer on the long side. Oh, it's making me nervous, man. I don't know how good this guy is hitting them through smokes, but hell, he's hit every other shot, so we'll have to wait and see. Aqua's come through. Over on the short side, down in the pit. It's unbroken good for a double. Latic's AWP now going to chime in with another, and Aqua's the only guy to get past, but not for long. Latic's AWP looking monumental.
Monacy who?
Yeah, so here's something though.
Yeah?
Here's something to think about. Okay. Imagine how unfortunate it actually is to be Latic. If, you could be... you could be one of the best AWPers in the world, but if you want to continue down the
third in line to the throne.
Exactly.
Yeah, we always say, like, poor Monacy, he'll never be on the main team of NAVI because Simple's just too good. And now, well, Latic, how's that feel? Third in line. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're not quite thinking about being on NAVI main team just yet, Harry. You're just playing an Academy League. You're 8-1 up. You may be ahead of yourself. But even so, these rounds are dominant. But I'm really liking what Big are trying to do. The idea there, they've set the precedent of both times they've thrown that deep arch smoke. Aqua's crept into CT and tried to find timings on a mid to B split, or he's walked through the smoke and killed A players. And so, they do it again, and this time they actually don't go for the B play, and Latic misses the timing because he's checking spawn. He's scared of that, that CT walk that has happened before. So, Big are trying to condition NAVI, but they're just getting mauled on crossfires. The AWP back in library is able to stop the short player. All the fights are being won, but you can see Big actually tactically have an idea of what they're doing. It just doesn't really matter when you get shot in the face. What's that, a Mike Tyson quote? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. 8-1, and a pop through the mid-smoke.
Yeah, but it's not a mystery to Headtrick, who has gotten out of there and also hears these footsteps. Now, they're going to call for this third man to come back from B and try to help out over at the A bomb site. So temporarily, Big Omen Academy have got a 4-on-2. However, oh, please don't wrap mid to... Oh my God, it's like the only way that you end up in the eyes of this AWP is if this was the call you made. They're going to try and chase him down, but Latic's gotten out of there. And so, yeah, back to the drawing board. Big Omen Academy are returning to A. They don't like what they see in CT, and I can't say I blame them. Unbroken and Headtrick left to get past, and the dink is good. Headtrick is run down. They know about Unbroken down here in the pit. He might have had a few quiet rounds, but coming alive recently, and it's perfect timing for it. Woo!
Okay.
All right, Sin.
That is a Sin. That's a deadly Sin. He's going to go through. He's trying to find the timing, trying to beat Cat on the other edge of the smoke. That's Nipple. Oh dear, traded. Cat with a frag, and it's going to be Unbroken to drop hyped as the retake does happen. That's funny.
That's once again because of the auto-mute.
The suspect with the frag and the defuse comes in. That's really funny. Yeah, Latic is a beast right now. That much is clear. And good work on Unbroken for staying alive the entire time, even though the site gets taken and Headtrick got dinked, which is really coming down to him taking off his silencer when they peek library. Awkward timing. Unbroken's still able to stay alive, to be a constant thorn in the side of Big. They can never get comfortable, and that's why they're going for the long play, the long push. I think Sin could see through that smoke. I think he was on the edge of it, but they'll fire right back.
It's ironic because Nipple's like not actually Cat. He's like anti-Catter. He's got 9 kills, not 9 lives, mate. He's taking them off of you. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
that's nice. Okay, Hype. That's more like it, right? And you can tell. I think that's maybe where like almost complacency sets in for like Fen2k. You've been so used to not really having too many early, kind of skirmishes at top banana. That one there, he hangs around for just a moment too long and comes to pay the price for it.
And he gets out.
Equalized and Headtrick, it is a mystery as to how he's been able to elude capture on this one. There's still a chance at a late trade for Sin, right? He's gotten deep in the apartments, but with each passing second, he could be missing this window. Oh, they both have util out, but he doesn't want to take a swing. And I can't say I blame him. Unbroken has been in pit every single round, so that's what he's worried about right now.
Yeah, Latic, no scope through the smoke, of course. Why not give it a go, Harry? Why not try? You said you wondered if this guy could shoot through smokes. Well, he certainly can. The statement shot. There's now the A-pop comes in, Unbroken through the smoke. Or, sorry, Aqua through the smoke, dead to Unbroken. Now the AWP v AWP, and it's won by Latic this time around. It's only Sin up on Balk. And yeah, the saddest part is he could have won the round on his own, but he was never to know, and Latic steals the kill. Dude, this guy is insane.
Yo, okay. I love his hair, and I love his AWP, and this is awesome. I don't get it.
Jame tier haircut.
Who's working at NAVI, man? Is it like, it is simple, actually, just the talent scout? Like, all he can find is really good AWPers, but that's it, like... It's mind-blowing to me.
Because I think, it's not to say that, like, previous NAVI Junior rosters weren't good. Like, clearly the players in them were good, but they always were overshadowed by m0NESY. When he would go, season 1, he'd go, like, 30-5. That's not a joke, by the way. That is not an exaggerated scoreline I'm giving you. There would be games where m0NESY would go 25-4, 30-5, 30-6, stuff like that. And you go, this guy's unbelievable, and he takes all the limelight.
Yeah.
And then we come in with this new roster, again, kind of unknown players, unknown pieces. Headtrick's the only guy we recognize. And not only is there, again, another destructive AWPer, but the pieces look good right now. Not that they've really been challenged or tested. This is day one for both these teams, in terms of officials as rosters together. But you can't argue with the results, Harry.
It just feels like, the plan for NAVI across all of their teams, even back when they had 3, was to kind of set it up so that the AWPer is very much the star, right? And, they don't want to have one of these guys who canned on the AWP and is proficient with it. You have an AWPer who can hold his own, but it's not the star of your team.
Oh, no.
No, mate, it couldn't be further from the truth in this one. Latic, again, opens up with this AWP. You cannot not be impressed with what we've had out of this guy so far. Now holding for another swing over at top banana, and if Big Omen Academy give it to him, I think he's onto a double. Oh, he's even going to them, mate. Yeah. He's not waiting for you.
Express delivery. There's your Crimbo present, packaged by Latic and put in a coffin. 3 on 5 now, and even though he leaves B, you've still got 2 more supporting members. Trying to keep that AWP mobile, as is the way of Inferno, but Big Omen Academy... I mean, they might fall for it as well, Harry. They're going back to A. They're trying to dodge Latic, and in doing so, they're walking into Latic. If they die to him on short now, they're going to be pissed. I would be pissed. Here they come. Latic's waiting. They just saw him at B, and there he is again. On for the ace. Headtrick steals a fourth, and Aqua might just walk to his death. But 20 and 3 on Latic, there certainly are no complainers left in NAVI Junior. Cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost for words. I don't know. It was always going to be interesting. I hate that we are just homing in on NAVI Junior so much,
well,
but I mean, we haven't really had too much to talk about on the Big Omen Academy.
What do you want to say?
Yeah. But mate, like one of the big questions for anyone who had watched the previous two, seasons of the WePlay Academy League coming into this was like, oh, are NAVI Junior actually going to be any good without Monacy? Like, what are they even going to field? Even if you were thinking, like, yeah, they probably have someone good, like, waiting in the wings. These guys have always been good at developing talent. I don't think you were expecting the offer to come in to the debut game on the NAVI Junior squad and go 20 and 3 in an 11-1 half that is only looking to get better with an eco round or, partial buy for Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of momentum in this map right now. You can feel,
yeah, for
right?
someone.
Yeah, well, for all 5 of NAVI, really. But let's see. A faster B approach, less telegraph play. That's a wall there, Fen. You're shooting nothing. And so Big will get into the bomb site. Molly misses as it lands in the smoke. Plant will be allowed. And this is the best position Big have been in all game.
I love this. It wasn't a change of pace such that the round was fast, but it was very explosive, and that is different to how a lot of these T-side rounds have gone so far. NAVI Junior just simply weren't ready for it. So now that they've been put up on this test, now that they've been thrown an explosive round, how do they react? Can they get it over the line? That's a nifty little one-way that's going to snipe down these 2 players on the entry through coffins. Headtrick's dead as well, and this one is dead to rights.
Oh, he's sticking around. I wondered if he'd throw the AWP out, but nope. Doesn't matter anyway. Big grabbed themselves another round right at the very end. 2 in the half. And yeah, that's nice. Just no warning to NAVI. And even though it doesn't catch them off guard in terms of getting an early kill, that was a full 5-on-5 retake for NAVI Junior. It's still a very nice round out of Big Omen Academy. They need all 4, though, if they want to have a chance in this map. This is a case where it's like you hope what happened first time around doesn't happen again, and we have back-to-back Infernos, or this could be a real problem for Big. But you never know. Right? Yeah, because everyone has confidence in a map until they lose it. Oh, that's not going to connect this time. Benzuke moves in, though, and sprays the smoke to keep his teammates standing. AWP is here for hyped. He's looked good when he's been able to. With that 4K D round with his 5-on-4 in the round following, taking down Latic one of the few times he's perished. But this time it's NAVI once again with the advantage. And so what do Big want to do with it?
Oh, Aqua's position's scaring me.
Yeah.
Because it could just be another domino to fall. He will get flashed through. Oh, no, but because he's all alone, he has to check the cubby, right? He has to give it a look in. Doesn't want that to just end with him getting shot in the back of the head. And hilariously, it ends with him getting shot in the back of the head as he turns to check the cubby. They're going to attempt to group for another one of these B plays, but mate, last time this came in this late in the round with a little slow walk into Banana, Nipple just sprayed them all down, didn't he? And so he's looking to do it again.
Yeah, at this point it feels obvious for NAVI. They're just saying, hold your spots, watch and wait. Here comes the utility to his smokes land until a molly gets thrown. Oh, it's in front of the smoke as well. Big have to go through it into the unknown, and that's a lovely spray. Traded. Fen2k keeps the rounder good, and 15 seconds. He might want to save that AWP. Hype is getting hunted, and Headtrick takes the frag as NAVI go up 12-2 on the CT side of Inferno. One more round to see if Big can try and hold on to this game, but it is slipping through their fingers. Greased up hands, Harry. This certainly makes, the whole tournament far more exciting for me.
Right.
I didn't know where to place NAVI. It's, you can place some teams. You can place the Mals, you can place Young Ninjas, you can place Fnatic. But NAVI Junior, a new contender, has risen to the challenge. I say new like they weren't, you know, they didn't make a run last season, but obviously a very different team. Oh, they jiggle! That wasn't a
that's
peek.
insane, man. And like Process's head went into his hands because it's like, as you say, that wasn't even an attempt at a challenge.
Yeah.
You were just looking for information. Now, at the very, very least, Sin has gotten a nice little double over here on A, suddenly making a round feel doable, feel salvageable, but still it would be 3-12. Is that even going to be enough if you get it over the line? And it's a big if. Latic on this rotation already in the library. He no-scoped through the smoke last time. He's trying to do it again. Nipple dead. Latic through the smoke.
Chill.
Brings it back to a 2-on-2. And with Sin so low, this M4 could tear right through them. Bomb now down for Big Omen Academy. And a post plant to try and salvage a 3-round half. It's a smoke through for Latic. He's looking to make a play. Looking to give the illusion that he's creeping this smoke, which he's actually not doing. He's going to wait for the fade, but it's drawn attention away from his teammate at short. That's what they're hoping for. They're hoping that all this attention gets Fen 2K out in the open, but he's dead with nothing done, and Latic's got a tango with the AK. We've only seen the AWP so far, but the AK is just as mighty, but he can't find the bomb. Oh, it's going to be close.
I think he's got it.
I think he's fine. It's going to be real close. Big Omen Academy get the round, and Latic, he might have impeccable aim, incredible hair, but it ends up blocking his eardrums. He can't hear the bomb ticking away.
He still laughs his way to the halftime at least. 24-4, and yeah, in my heart, he won the 1v2, Harry. I mean, he's been AWPing all game, right? And you just see him swap to AK and just nail double headshot. Like nothing. Like it's nothing. This guy is sick. He is a talent. And yeah, big. They get the round at least, but I don't think NAVI Junior are worrying about what lurks in store in this second half. Incredible showing so far. And this is only just beginning, Harry. You still got a whole nother map after this one. We like this. Scores on the doors, on the walls, in the sky. And it's Latic leading them all. What a surprise. Head tricks are good as well, though. Like, it's not like there's been many other players required to stand up, but short side, couple of rounds that there were A takes or mid takes for Big, he would always just be the initiator, right?
Yeah.
It would never be them. It would either be Crossfire's really passive in back bomb site, like pit site from NAVI Junior, or it would be Head trick on porch, re-peeking into boiler and continuing to find opening kills with the AWP.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable as well. Like we saw there, he is the highest util damage as well, right? And that's kind of telling that he's clearly being able to piece together like a good read, right? He's feeling comfortable enough to be lobbing like effective utility, as opposed to, you know, sometimes when you are just homed in on like playing your game and landing the shots, utility can, I don't want to say take a back seat because this is like, you know, pro play, but
yeah,
it maybe isn't as effective as it could be. And look at those odds.
Ouch.
Oh my! Yeah, Parry Match. I can see where you got to that one.
No, that's I would have made the same assumption myself. Now, I don't want to count Big out of anything, but it's all going to start with a pistol.
До вас прибегал.
Бойлер один.
Пикаю. Вроде пятак. Пикаю.
Могли подпушить? На флешке.
Пятак.
У меня флеш есть.
Я пока не пикаю. Расчекаю пор просто. Контакт.
Буду МКТ давать. Флешку открываешь. Давай.
Я дам смок рабы.
Можешь КТ отпикать?
Да. Дашь от руки, Дим? Или тебе
надо? Не вижу.
КТ я дам.
90 МБ.
Да. Дашь еще флеш, Андрей.
Дали скинули
дам.
90 красный съебал.
Давай выйдем.
Аккуратно буст. Я не их стрелял. КТ сегнись.
Буст.
Сайт, все, займем, парня. Займем, доиграем. Год 2 до 3.
Да, не, если что, я буду буст давать.
Давай, я тебе
подошел. Нет, МКТ есть обновить. Слушайте.
Ладно, я потом просто буду пикаться, если что, чтобы ты не считали.
МБ плохой.
Банан зачекал.
Ну, плохой.
Банан не вижу пока.
Аккуратно буст.
Хуево нам как.
Нормально. Слева.
Меня не считает.
КТ.
Банан Б. Хорошо. Я 90 пика.
Да, не буду жить.
Не вижу банан.
Можешь бать?
90, трое.
Пробуй жить. КТ. Го вместе пикать.
КТ биты. Хорош.
Умница!
What?
Хорош, красава.
They're as shocked as we are.
That's Harosh.
The double body block. into the round one for Na'Vi. They do it. I don't know how they do it, but there's a double body block carry. Not just one get down, Mr. President, but two. And Na'Vi just shoot their way through to the man of the back.
That is miraculous. Especially when like Aqua had this incredible little like double start to the retake. It all looked like it was going to spiral. Look at these. These were real nice out of him.
Yeah.
And then this out of Unbroken.
Oh.
Also, Unbroken, I think out of everyone, who kind of had like the quieter affairs so far. Yeah.
You
know,
what can you do?
Nothing to complain about. But down in pit, he definitely had his times where maybe it felt like he fumbled opportunities. It took like a late game activation before he started to hold his own. But now he comes into this second half and delivers that.
Well, yeah, if you had hope for big, it's starting to fleet. Na'Vi are starting to yeet into the second map. 3 rounds away from it. 1 FAMAS, a bunch of forced pistols here for big. You don't eco after you lose that round. But that one's gotta hurt. Na'Vi sounded pretty elated after winning that round, though, surprised as we were. And now they go for the A take. There's 4 men here. That early rotate of Aqua is the right call to make here for big. But as I say that, what did Na'Vi do? They double back to B. It is Inferno after all. It can change at the drop of a hat. And they at least want to clear up Banana before they commit. The question is, do big keep this setup? Or do they self-doubt? Aqua tries to go for info and he gets spotted, but still hits the Deke shot. Double porch push. Unbroken's got to be careful. Gifting 2 guns here could be a big round after all. And so he'll bail, go join his team for the B execute.
Yeah, and at this point, you know what's happening, right? It's very, very obvious. You've cleared out top middle. Now you see the B utility. Hedrick's trying to make a huge play. Getting aggro in through CT, and now Fen2k dropping that smoke to give the illusion. Yeah, we don't have control. He's only good for 1, though. Aqua's going to trade that out. Bomb plant's kind of tenuous here. A chance to spam it, maybe? No. Instead, Fen2k's got your back. And it's a 3-on-3 up against this big Omen Academy force bite. Looking to yield some results. It's been a good start, but now they've got to follow through. They've got to see it through to the very end. And into the guns, into the crossfire they go. It's Na'Vi Jr. taking heads as they move up onto 14.
Yeah, Unbroken's got a pretty good way of showing the cam. You know, just show the monitor. Like, you know, don't even need to show yourself. This is the real star of the show. And talking to stars of the show, we got Pimp fishing for, well, what do Danish people fish for, Harry? Oh, chickens, apparently.
Yeah, that's a little cooling right there.
Ah, a little cooling. Yeah. Yeah, nice.
Little cooling for a little keeling, you know?
Yeah.
That's...
Я кину тебя. 2.19 по 2 молика. Я схему почеку, аккуратно, 1,5.
Давай.
Смог дали, аккуратно.
1,5. Врыв 1,5.
Не вижу никого, не был.
Я контролю, никого нет. Аккуратно банан.
Я тоже никого не вижу.
На лестнице банан нет.
Аккуратно он двоим не видел. Лавочку не видел.
Смог прошел. 19 смотрю пока на себя. Можем главку пойти попробовать занять?
Вас не видел. Да, я иду.
Давай.
Я могу смог 5 дать и молик 200.
Я дам молик 200.
Есть
2 Б, парни,
нет,
прям сейчас.
я смог 5 даю. Ты проверишь там? Да.
Молик 200, да?
Нет. Нам нет.
Дал флеш в стенку, дал аккуратно.
Не вижу никого. И бусты тоже не видел.
Молик 500 надо будет.
Я дам. А нету. Законтрольте 20, я дам. Смотрю 20. Я Реня. Я дам.
Можем
Давай,
восприять
5-1 подошел вроде.
Можем восприять играть.
Не закрывает.
Нам дали.
Восприты играть. То забейте. Надо будет 20 выйти.
Я дам Фнатик, дам, можем Фнатик заход сделать.
У меня нет малых. Я третьим сыры. Дай малые.
Я дам малые.
Я третьим флеш дам. Я флеш.
Дам малые.
Давай малые. Можешь мне скинуть.
Дал демплант.
Дал флеш большие, я иду с тобой. Дал флеш еще одну. Careful.
Плант убил. Еще под гифоном.
Под гифоном.
Зайди.
5. Найс, умер.
Да, спина. Еще спина. Ставлю закрыть.
Еще смоки, спина. Да, я думаю. Го, кстати, забери гиф.
Подожди, я
забери 15. 15.
Малые.
Пикаю 15. 15.
Оу!
Пацаны, почему вы не...
Well, 6 shots at the end to close, at least. There definitely some miscom issues. You could hear someone reiterating that call.
There was a second guy on short. Yeah, you noticed that.
Unbroken didn't realize, but yeah, found out the hard way.
That was actually a really neat round to have listened into the team comms for that reason, because like so often you'll see the results of misinformation without like appreciating that someone is trying to make like the call for it, right? Like, I don't speak Russian, right?
Really?
But I'm very much assuming that that's what the sudden scream of like, repeating something three times and then suddenly, like 180 to try and find him on the drop down from apartments, but just too little too late. And you see like how that was like a situation where the comm was made. It was just kind of you're tunnel visioned in on doing your own thing. You see the kill comes in it short. You're just assuming it's been dealt with. And it was like a nice little example of how sometimes things do just get like lost in the chaos of a round. Big Omen Academy certainly did a good job of making it chaotic.
Yeah, even so, I kind of like the idea there for Na'Vi, right? They just got bracket. They threw this weird smoke that they lined up on a shadow from short that landed by the cart, and that let them just hop into the bomb site without ever clearing pit. They never had to worry, but then obviously they got pushed from pit through the smoke. So Big had the numbers there on A at least to deal with that round. And now it's back to a double B setup. Trying to fight for Banana, no AWP. And only 3 rifles for Na'Vi Jr. If Big win this round, like, I'm not sitting here saying they're going to come back, but it's a setup to do so. It's going to put Na'Vi on eco. Suddenly the rounds can close up very quickly. Crimbo on top of the tree is going to get knocked off by a head trick as his teammate falls as well. And forget any comeback story, as that might just be the 15th round locked in for Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, you're going to rotate over, right? You really hope and pray that you find something on this smoke spam, because if not, you're left saving up against the round that there wasn't a lot for Na'Vi Jr. in. They had like the 3 hero guns. And you're kind of devastated that this comeback has essentially been denied on the back of 2 kills into a B bomb site. But it's all you're left with here. Big Omen Academy having a save. I want to say, something that is pretty neat is that as we've gotten onto this T side, obviously AWPing famously gets a lot harder T side Inferno. We haven't seen Latic bring one out yet. He's had the AK since they won the pistol, but it's given a bit more room for the other rifles to start to show what they can do, right? It's no longer Latic rotating around the map with an AWP, just stealing all the limelight. And I think as we've seen, folks like Fen2k and Hedrick have to provide with the rifles, it's actually, given them that much more credit and kind of set a bit of a benchmark for where these guys are at. That round was just those 2. Like, they get both the openers in B, and that's it. The round's over.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi obviously have more to show. We just haven't seen it because we're 19 rounds into our first map with them. So you've got to wonder, like, in the future, if we have Na'Vi in a map where Latic's struggling, if he's having a bad day, if they're facing an opponent that's shutting him out, what more do we have to fall back on? Who's that next player? Will it be Hedrick or will it be one of these new additions? And those are questions that surely will get answered later in the tournament. But now it's Big running amok right down middle. Bit of a gap in the smoke, and Latic is ready for it. Doesn't matter what gun he has. He's going to be armed well to deal with Process. 3 and 18 on the aforementioned man, having a bit of a rough debut here into this Season 3. But so are Big in general. Still AAA despite that kill, hoping that it's baited Na'Vi into an A execute. Crimbo moved before Sim got up. And at that point, you don't want to reboost. There's been a jump heard. You don't want to be too obvious to Na'Vi if they're in apartments. And they are. They're also taking B. Na'Vi playing both sites, so they always come out on top.
Yeah, we talked about how Big Omen Academy like to default on their T side, and like how to kind of encompass like a T side default. You take top mid, you take top banana. Na'Vi have actually done that, I would say, to a much better effect here, right? They've denied that information. They've restricted the movements, and critically, they got that opening kill onto Process over in middle. It's made life pretty hard for Big Omen Academy. You can see the effect this has had. The lack of info means that they've stacked 3 over towards A, and with that kill coming in at the B bomb site, this now gets very, very rough for the big boys.
Yeah, maybe going out with a whimper in this seemingly final round, 15-4, and, you know, Latic, all the talk of the town right now. I can't wait to see if he can do it in back-to-back maps. At least, don't forget, Navi Junior, big Omen Academy. There is going to be another BO1 right after this one. Call it a BO2 if you want. Here comes this attempted retake. Couple of bits of util. One flash really is all they have to work with. Up it goes. Crimbo with an opener. There's still hope, but time is not looking good. It's not on your side. Unbroken giving it up after one. They don't even know about Latic, and he pokes out with another kill as Headtrick does the same. 20-11 for him. He was pretty effective as well in that T-side. It's 16-4, and Navi Junior with their opener here in Season 3 looking like a real threat in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so pleasantly surprised at what we just got out of Navi Junior, man. I'm like you, Hugo. I'm in this camp now where I need to see if Latic can keep this up. Obviously, like T-side Inferno, we didn't have that same performance out of. I think that's to be expected,
didn't
right?
Have enough rounds,
yeah, didn't really have a chance. But hopefully, Big Omen Academy have got a little more up their sleeve as we get ready for that second matchup between them. We'll be back with that in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates. Go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
(16-4) is the result that we saw here on Inferno between the CIS team, which is now the day is becoming really long. Navi Junior and Big Omen Academy. Sometimes I'm getting confused because I'll explain why. Because now a lot of teams are trying to be more fancy. They're not trying to use the academy thing. You have prodigies, you have youngsters and stuff like that. So sometimes it takes a bit to figure it out. But in 2020, we were talking about Monazy. Is 2021 the year of Latic?
It's 2022, actually.
Oh, I'm getting lost in time.
Yeah, we're in 2022, and so is Latic. This guy is you said prodigy. I mean, this guy, I want to dub him a warlock. His hair is insane. And if people are Dota fans out there, I mean, everybody knows warlock. His main spell is Fatal Bonds. It's what causes the most damage. It's when he tethers all of the players on the opposing team to each other. They all take damage in unison. That's what I was getting when I was watching Latic. I mean, he's casting spells on these guys. He's just destroying them through smokes. The Fog of War is there, and yet he is just nailing people with no scopes. I don't know what is going on with Navi and their scouting ability, but it is working.
All I can say is that G2 may have signed the wrong player. They maybe could have gone for Latic instead. All jokes aside, it's insane to see him come up with such a breakout performance right here. Again, a player that, you look him up on HLTV, you try to search on his name. There's not a lot of information, right? You don't really know much about him. You can go find his Facebook profile and you can see it's a player that plays Counter-Strike. He has what's called in Russia, VK profile as well. He's posted some highlights, and I was watching some of the highlights, and that looked sick. But that was the same with coaching, right? When he joined Vitality, he had some of the sickest highlights out there. But this guy is apparently the real deal. Now it's only one map, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is Inferno. It's a CT side. It's a good start for Navi Junior, but this spiked my interest, right? If he can perform at this level or just somewhat close to this level, then maybe all of a sudden we have to consider Navi Junior a team that is going to be very competitive in this league again. I thought we were going into Season 3 where they're rebuilding the entire project, so they may need a season or two before they could get up to a level again where we saw them last time around. But the way they're playing right here, they completely manhandled Big Omen Academy, and let's be completely honest as well, there was never any fight whatsoever. Navi Junior were the better team by a mile.
Yeah, but the question is it Navi Junior that is extremely good, or is it Big Omen Academy that didn't perform that good? Because just today we got the announcement that they went through big changes. They only left Process, they only left Aqua, they changed the positions of the IGL, and even when it comes to Aqua, he they moved him from the IGLing role to be the star player, but he didn't really show that.
Yeah, I think Big Omen Academy maybe had a wrong approach for this matchup. I mean, it felt like they kept kind of hammering their head into the wall that was Hedrick and Laddick towards A, and when they actually tried going B, they were able to get onto the bomb site a little bit easier. In fact, with one of the last rounds of the first half, they pretty much just kind of burst onto the B bomb site, weren't really overly contested, and were able to secure one of those just late rounds in the half, but they just did it too late. It's like they realized that whole thing a little bit too late, and that draws into the question, the in-game leading role. I've been told that it's Crimbo that's in-game leading for this team, so Aqua's gone away from it. And Crimbo, he's played under some experienced in-game leaders before. He played against or under Crystal most recently, so you think that he could maybe take some of his teachings and apply them to this game, but that did not seem to be the case. It seemed like frequently they were running very similar plays, trying to go up towards A. And credit to Laddick and Hedrick for the fact that they were able to stop them so many times, but it did feel like they were giving them the same recipe over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like, if you had the experience of, for example, playing with Kerrigan and Glaive, it doesn't mean that you actually can replicate what those players are doing. So, like, I think this is the case maybe when it comes to Big Omen Academy. We still don't know, like, they will have, like, 2 weeks to play, and what we'll have, like, in the end, like, we don't know. But it's, like, the first what we saw. But 16-4, this was really, really, really one side. Now that we'll have like another veto, we'll have another best of one, and this time Big Omen Academy will be the ones banning, and then Navi just like getting their like more comfortable map.
Yeah, I hope we're not going to see Inferno again. That would be a bit of a shame, not only for...
Would you prefer Vertigo?
Yeah, I would prefer Vertigo than watching Inferno 2 times in a row. I will say though that like it's one map, right? And we know Inferno is a map right now, especially with the more and more CT dominance that we see in terms of, you know, the silencer coming into play, and in general, the meta right now is switching to becoming, I feel, at least more and more CT-sided. It can be tough, especially for an Academy team, so it's just one game here for Big Omen Academy. Let's not go too over the top here yet. I think there's a way they can fight back as well, and we did see Aqua, we did see Process as well, with 3 kills and 18 death, right? It's a player that we last season highlighted to be a star. The season 1 as well online. He was one of the few players doing super well for Fnatic as well. So it's a one-off, I think, and I expect, regardless of the map we're getting right now, that we're getting a much more competitive and a much closer game.
Yeah, we're not getting Dust2, Mirage, or Vertigo. I mean, Dust2, you are playing against a CIS team, and we can see that Laddick is pretty good when it comes to the op, and you don't want to be like, you know, playing against the second Monazy and stuff like that when it comes to Dust2. Now the quick question is, what will end up having? Will it be another Inferno, or will it be something maybe like an Overpass, an Ancient maybe?
We have to be thinking that Navi Junior now is going through their priority list, and if we think of last season, I mean, they did like Dust2 a lot. Again, this is a totally different Navi. Yeah, the nuke ban should come out because that's just been historically
getting closer.
What they've been against. But yeah, so now Overpass is a possibility. We have Ancient and we have Inferno, and dude, some reason I just feel it in the bottom of my stomach. It's festering, this little like pit of just kind of dread that it's gonna be Inferno again. I feel it. I really do feel it. I think it's happening. We're gonna get a back-to-back Inferno again, and here it is. We got it again, and that's you know what? One thing that is going to be interesting about this is that we didn't see too much of Navi Junior's T side. It felt like the momentum was already in their favor. They just cleaned up the game because it was already done at that. But yeah, it's gonna be the same map once again.
It is going to be the same map once again. Inferno 2 times in a row to the same team. So we have it back-to-back, first with Vertigo, now with Inferno. I mean, again, it tells the story, right? We have to try to digest it. It tells the story that both these teams coming into this game thinking that Inferno is their top priority. That's the map they want to play against each other. So it's 2 teams who come into the tournament, and they should, theoretically speaking, feel comfortable, both of them on Inferno. The problem is that we question, you know, can Laddick do it 2 times in a row? Is he consistent? Can he find the same, you know, level? And now he gets the same playing field. He gets a 10-minute break to do it all over again. And I guess that's the biggest test a player can get in terms of finding consistency on the same map. But also, now you have to know, right, he can't pull off the same plays that he just did. Now, the game will change. We saw it with Astralis as well, the way they changed up the dynamic of Vertigo, and I expect Big Omen Academy to try something differently as well.
Yeah, but when it comes to the first series that we had today, we had 2 Vertigos. The first one was pretty one-sided. The second one was pretty close. It was 16-14. So maybe we're getting the same storyline right now. Like, the first one was pretty dominated. Like, NAVI dominated. I mean, Lottie was performing really good, and maybe he will not be on the server in the second map.
It is telling that, I mean, it's very telling when you can see an Opper do it on the T side, because even some of the best in the world, including Simple, including Zywoo, put the gun down at times, Device included, when they go to the T side of Inferno. They'll exercise a little bit more of their rifle strengths and try to really flex those muscles in the game. And if Laddick can do it with the rifle, then this guy is truly like destined for greatness, because it's even the best in the world put the sniper down, and if he can do it, I mean, I'm sticking with the Warlock angle. Like, he's got to summon like a chaotic offering in terms of just like finding a way to will his team through some of these rounds, because it does seem like it's a consistent factor that some of these academy teams have rough T sides. Like, it seems like the CT side, the skill shows, everybody's able to hold their spots, but then putting it together, finding entries cleanly, that's the real test for some of these squads.
I mean, maybe the power is in his hair, and if he cuts it off, it's gone.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
You should under no circumstances cut his hair.
Please keep it.
Under
keep
no
the hair.
We finally have a player who can channel. Is it James from Virtus Pro?
James with hair.
Like
yeah.
the wildest hair in the scene. And this guy, 2 Oppers going up against each other with the 2, I guess, greatest hair packs as well. Like, it couldn't be any better.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we will never see them playing on the same team because they're both open.
Never say never.
Oh, you can never know, true.
We haven't seen Laddick's rifle enough yet to say that.
We'll have an opportunity right now.
He could be good. He could be very good at it. Yeah.
Maybe. It really depends. Like, if you have like an opper that like James is like, I want an op 24/7. I'm on T side, I'm CT side, I don't care. Like, I'm getting an op. Maybe he's that type of player.
Even Simple was a rifler. When Guardian joined NAVI back in the day, Simple had to take over the rifle role. So even the best of the best players sometimes get pushed into uncomfortable position, especially when they're young. So
even Nico was an opper once.
Even Nico.
No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
He was also the IGL.
He actually tried it. He actually did try it now, but
that's a good joke.
I'm glad he's not anymore. Let's say that.
Yeah. Well, okay. When it comes to predictions, oh my god, like you're not even like taking it seriously at this point.
We could try score lines instead.
Okay, let's go score lines. Like NAVI Junior.
Yeah, I'll say NAVI Junior win, but I think it's going to be a lot closer. I'll do 16-12. I'll do 16-12.
16-12. Okay, yeah. Pimp.
Yeah, I'll do 16-12 for Big Omen Academy. They learned a lot from map 1 and
like it.
Laddick, he can't do it twice, man. That kid is just not consistent enough.
You say that, and I can tell your heartbeat is like raising. Like, your BPM. We need to put the land BPM on you right now because your heart's just gonna go like just crazy. Yeah. No, we're not.
I believe in adaptations, and I believe in Aqua. Aqua season 1.
Come on, Aqua. Let's go.
Season 2, start of season 3, a little bit shaky, but he's coming in now hot. Inferno, that's Aqua's playground.
I mean, Big Omen Academy did manage to win against NAVI once in the first season, and that's when Aqua was not IGLing. He was a rifler. He was the star player, and this is the position he's playing right now. So maybe it will be like the same like storyline. I mean,
what about you, Hego?
What am I? I don't really have an opinion. Like I'm like Switzerland. Like
you have an opinion. Where is it at? Where is it at, Hego?
NAVI Junior. I would go for NAVI Junior. Like it's just like I'm a huge fan of Aqua. Like the guy. Oh my god! When it comes to making interviews, Aqua is like the best. You like you ask a short question, he gives you a book, and you're just sitting there like just go on, just don't stop.
It's always really hard to like rip on players that give good interviews, like Esatag, for example. Even though he hasn't been playing well lately, it's just like but he talks so well. Like it's really tough. So Aqua, I think we all want to see him succeed because those post game interviews, they're really a joy.
They're really insightful.
Yeah, and he has so much to say.
Yeah, and it's not like you don't get like a PR, like some kind of like PR interview where he's like, yeah, we try to do our best and blah 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 blah. He's actually like, yeah, I'm not performing as good as I did in the previous season. He's like more like realistic.
And he also just understands the macro of the game really well. Like every time he's like, oh, I think our arch control was not very good this game, but we're going to work on it. We'll add a couple smokes and flashes here or there, our trading spacing. Like it's cool to listen to Aqua talk. Like Aqua, like he could run a podcast and just solo. He could do a solo podcast and I would be like, okay, yeah, that's just all the insight I could ever want about anything you're into. Like, let's go for it.
Yeah, well, I am extremely excited to see the final map of today. And you know who's also excited to cast another Inferno? That's Hugo and Harry. Let's go to them.
Smile, baby.
Woo, yeah, that's what we're here for. The good stuff, the Inferno, the back-to-back-ticles, and here we go. I agree with Pimp, though. I think Latic should keep the hair. Imagine having hair and then shaving it all off. You'd probably get really washed at what you do. What do you think, Harry?
Wow.
Yeah, well, he didn't deny it, he didn't refute it, so I guess we'll have to keep the hair.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should keep the hair. I think it's a good move.
I mean, you tried to get me to shave it, but
I did try to get you to shave it. Have I made a good case for it, do you think? How do you roast me on Twitter at @JustHarryGG. What do you make of the hair?
Or lack of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. You've got a bit of stubble going on there, Harry. It's like me after like 6 months of growing out this. But for now, more Inferno. I'm a little worried, Harry, not about this game, but about these vetoes in this tournament. Are we just going to have this every single time? Like, I'm so sure we're going to be good on Inferno. I'm so sure. And then they do it twice, and then they get wrecked first time, and they go, well, what do we do now? It's too late to change.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. It's fine. You know, like it's day one. I don't want to start projecting these worries because, as I've learned, whenever we bring anything up, it just seems to will it into existence.
True.
Hugo. So I think the less you focus on it, the less likely it is to become a reality, right? Like, for example, beginning of 2020, I was having these wild thoughts about like the whole world just stopping, and then, oh well, wouldn't you know, it did. So here we go, Navi Junior taking on Big Omen Academy. Let's get this one started, shall we?
Let's do it. Bit of Inferno. We got Maui shooting chickens or something of the like. Maybe we do. Pimp's fishing them out of the ocean. Maui's shooting them from the sky. And here we go. We're in.
Open up.
Guess who's home, baby?
It's just so cool, isn't it?
These are awesome.
It's also like so just unnecessarily cool.
Yeah.
Like no one else was doing that, and then like, oh, here we go. This is just what we're used to now.
Yeah,
the bar's been set high.
Yeah, star of the show sitting in the darkness, and the last shot was Latic, of course. If you missed that first map, he went nuclear, Harry. I know you didn't miss it.
No, I didn't. I was right here. Look at this, Big Omen Academy all together, it looks like.
Yeah, they always have, I saw Christian Lenz was talking about how he was picking everyone up from the airport today, getting all the boys in, getting them suited, booted. Big have they have a rather large, actually, Omen Academy boot camp. It's actually pretty gargantuan. It's pretty sizable. And so here it is. They're all hanging out. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? I'm the one with the mic.
That's true.
Eat your heart out.
Big have already tweeted at me today.
Angrily?
Just the word no. And
oh dear.
I love the big guys.
Strong start.
They're always so much fun. Like I think it's a really good organization, and like as demonstrated even by this, like what we're seeing right here, right? The fact that they are looking to kind of mold and build upon this squad and the academy team by really kind of opening them up to all experiences of being a pro player, right? Like we've got you together on boot camp, right? This is serious business now. On the other side of things, guys like Latic just sat in the dark at home. I say at home.
Do you game in the dark?
Might not even be at home. Could be in a field for all I know, man.
Really good signal, though. Really good signal. Do you game in the dark, Harry?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But also, sometimes no. Sometimes it gives me a headache.
Okay. Well, whatever kind of headache Latic has, I want. Even going to hit.
Could have tied that into head trick, but
yeah, maybe. But I'm not that smart, am I?
Yeah, if only, right?
Well,
hang on. Aqua's got the dualies. Okay. But when do we get the Akrimbo? That's what I want to know. Look at this. Oh, it's a little bit fancy. Like wiggled around with that. Head trick has dealt with Crimbo over at top. Banana follows up.
Oh, no.
Head trick, good entries. The dualies need to save the day. Oh, they're good for two. Aqua does everything he can. He almost had his keto moment over towards Banana, didn't he? That would have been sick. But instead, it's a bomb plant for Navi Junior and Big Omen Academy having a retake in a 2-on-3.
Yeah, no keto moment. Instead, Fen2K is being a pescatarian, causing problems.
Hey, that was so good, bro. We haven't cast for a while. It's not normal to react to like
Actually, I had more, but it's we've lost the moment.
Yeah, the momentum's gone.
Yeah, see, I actually didn't have more, but I said I have more, so I seem better than I am. But Hyped needs to be better than the rest of his team in this 1v3 because no one's been able to put a stop to Navi Junior. Aqua tried his best, but even the Julies ran out of ammo eventually. It's a save.
All right, so here's a question. By the way, this is purely for
when you laugh, here's a question.
This is,
you know it's going to be a really great question.
It's purely really for the wordplay as opposed to like my opinion on the guy.
Yeah.
But do you reckon when Big Omen Academy were like trying to build this roster and they like put 4 players together, they're feeling really good, and then they go, yeah, man, let's get hyped. And then like when they go to the airport, who the hell's this guy?
Wait, where's Lapex? I'm hyped.
Look at the parry match shots right. They're remarkably actually pretty reasonable considering how one-sided they got a moment ago.
And that's what the death said. You know, Pimp even predicted Big to win this, and Maui, you know, for whatever reason, decided that Big would get more rounds. And yeah, more rounds is a safe bet, but 16-12, you know, if Big can do it, props to them. However, in the few moments we saw Na'Vi on the T side, it's not like they looked like they cooled off or anything. They won that ridiculous 2-on-4 pistol round. Latic had the AK a couple of rounds. He looked pretty pinpoint with that as well. So, you know, I'm not worried. It's definitely the only angle that you could argue that is Big's way in. Like, oh, good, they get the side that they didn't play. But yeah, you've got to start strong and you've got to start soon. Right now, it's the second round force. Na'Vi taking top mid. Got that long smoke down. Bomb's back in middle though, so this is no commit for Na'Vi. They're just trying to feel out the map, get some grenades out of the hands of Big. Because you notice 3 smokes still available, right? Trying to stop Na'Vi in their tracks, trying to slow them down. Long getting taken though, and that early B-rotate has meant Long is a completely open chasm. That means Nipple can go all the way behind. And dear, oh dear, as long as Na'Vi wait for him, they might not want to. Those smokes are going in. Nipple will just be the late round activation. Here comes the pop.
Oh, Aqua down with the first, but traded after, and now Nipple strikes from CT. Head trick, good for the openers again, right? I think that's really where he looks to come into his own, is when you get him on these T sides and you need that rifle to deliver. Once more, it's him securing the openers to get Na'Vi Jr. this round. Now, a 2-on-3, it's so deceptive being in a round like this, because, you know, you've got Deegs, you've got Armor, you put money into this, and so you really believe that, like, a 2-on-3, we can give that a go, we can give that a look in. But it might just lead to, you know, having nothing to work with in this next round. Hell, they get out with a gun, run out of there, Process leaves. And so, yeah, Na'Vi Jr., they get that second, they find the conversion, they've got one more waiting in the wings, as it will just be a Deeg, a Galil, and a 5-7 available to Big Omen Academy in round number 3.
Yeah, it's best you could really do with that round for Big, and that's fine. Another little eeky-weeky, and Na'Vi Jr. gets to run away with the start of this map. But it's early days. I'm definitely not getting ahead of myself. I want to see, you know, a little more from Hyped Zorb. He beat Latic in a head-to-head in one round. So let's see how Big are feeling as we jump into their comms.
Ich gebe eher so hin. Das ist Voice-Aufnahme. Droppt mir einfach alle eure Smokes Richtung B. Ja. Spielt alle. Ihr könnt mich lang spielen. Ich habe potenzielle Mitte-Flash. Ich habe eine Flash für euch. Geht einfach schon mal A. Ich kann den. Aber eine Smoke bringt. Kannst mich auf Laube.
Kannst du mit kurz gehen,
Mollo wegfallen? Ja, einer. Ja, ein Mollo.
Einer Brücke.
Einer Second. Breaken die schon.
Ich dropp dir noch eine Flash. Maximal nur 2 Banane, ja?
Die hast du Bait noch für mich? Muss mich sterben hier.
Ja, das mach ich. Ich hab Doppelflash für euch. Lass richtig lange warten, okay?
Ja.
Während sie jetzt Mitte reingehen wollen, flash ich euch.
Nehmen einen Mollo. Ja, wenn Langsmoke kommt, dann musst du halt aufpassen mit dem Boiler.
Boiler. Bin ready mit Flash.
Flash
kommt.
Gold.
Boom.
Boiler down.
Flash Mitte nochmal. Kommt.
Geh weg rein.
Boom.
Bitte frei.
Blockbirne.
Ich hab B.
Ja, passt, okay. Ey, bleib mal Alias.
Ja. Ich geh mit ins Spot.
Selbst aufpassen. B wirft Smoke. Noch nix durch.
Ich hab lang.
Ja.
Ich werde lang weiterhalten.
Ja. Ich bin Pit bisschen Free-Frag, ne? Ich hab keine Smoke mehr. Elias, ich geh Inside.
Ja. Kurz.
Ich bin Headshot, ich bin Anti-Flash.
Kann gehen. Ich bin Merkel.
Ja. B frei, bitte. Zur Zeit. Du bleibst.
Kurz.
Liegt nicht.
Kurz im Spot.
Bitte liegen Waffen.
Beide im Spot.
Ja, passt. Wo liegt die andere Waffe?
Kurz war eine
das
noch.
Backside vom Spot.
Erlaube, Nico kann sein.
Ja, beide im Spot.
Bitte, ne? Hast du mich gesehen?
Der andere muss irgendwie cold sein oder 3D und Dings halten.
Blitz. Hit down, letzter Spot.
Ja. Er ist 3B.
Kurz
Safe.
vor.
Ja. Safe. Center. Headshot.
Oh.
Nice showing. Good.
What?
Okay, head trick's activated now.
Yeah,
How long
mate.
have we waited?
On Karamonacy, who? Like, give me head trick and Latic all damn day.
Damn.
Yo, head trick. Oh, this is so wonderful. Because we were saying, like, yeah, first game, Latic stole a lot of the limelight, even though Hedrick was that secondary guy to him. But now that we're getting a T-side start, Latic hasn't done a thing so far. Everything's been Hedrick on these entries. The pistol, he got a double opener to start the whole down round. Then he did it again in the anti-force buy in the second. And now, in that round there, up against a weird mismatch, messed up situation, they 2v4 that? Oh, and it's all on the back of Hedrick once more. This is a phenomenal start out of this guy.
And now we've got the AWP on Latic. We haven't even had to see it. We haven't even had to speak about it. But it's willed its way into the round. Big have theirs. Hyped on an AWP as well, back at B. Very passive A setup, but they are double pit side. And Na'Vi look like they want to go very early in the round. Commit here. Sin spotted it, and Na'Vi cool it off. Hold for the moment. Lots of nades down banana mean Big are going to be sending rotates back to A, as they know Na'Vi have taken that mid control. Hyped is left alone to AWP down banana with a smoke available. And so Na'Vi now, soon at least, will be walking into this stack, especially on long where both rotates come through. The peak before the smoke blooms, and it's beautiful. It draws him in as Aqua shoots her a smoke of his own. He goes back with a flash, and even though Fen2k's blind, it doesn't make a difference. Bomb dropped through the smoke, and it's like last map all over again. Oh, tap is close, but Process has dropped the AWP of Latic in the meantime, and this round is getting shredded by Big Omen Academy. That is more like it. They may not have had the right setup to start, but they realize and they recover very quick.
This is kind of, you know, I really, at first when Pimp told me that Big Omen Academy were going to win this, I thought he was a fool.
Yeah?
I thought he didn't know what he was talking about.
Oh, really?
Right?
What changed?
But now I realize the merit to his wisdom.
Okay.
Right? And Pimp is a very wise old man, right? That is one thing you've got to say.
Old man.
Yeah, but that, you know, with Latic having this T-side start, we were wondering, like, can he keep it up? Can he find a way to either AWP or rifle on this T-side? The fact that he has been shut down in every one of these rounds so far, like, he has died in every round, even the ones that Na'Vi Jr. are winning. If you ever wanted to shut him down and kind of stifle him heading into that second half, leave him with, like, a big kind of hero's journey to have to go on, this is how you do it. And this is how you kind of knock him out of the game somewhat. It's real nice to see. You know, he caused you so many problems in that first map. If you make him a non-factor here, well, that could be your route to success.
Yeah, it's still very early on, but no, you make good points. You make a convincing argument.
Well, Pimp makes good points. I just kind of joined in.
Yeah, we'll revisit them as time goes by. That wasn't really an AWP's paradise, right? Not just the T side, but that previous round. Trying to long wrap with an AWP. Kind of get what you pay for there. Now 5-on-3 and almost no way in. It's going to have to be Unbroken 2 fight openers with a Galil if Latic can't. Going in first with the Deagle, but what an angle for Aqua to clear. He drops. Oh, thank goodness he recovers a spray. 2 kills before Fen2k comes in. Now 1-on-4 though. Not really all too much better. And they saw him.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating, because now you know it's to play through the apartments, and on top of that, you know, like, even if kills had come in, because you had that read, right, holding down towards the bottom of mid was Crimbo. If you try to go B, you're dead. There's 3 in the A bomb site, you're screwed there. Now, that was a nice set of responses out of the Big Omen Academy squad. Yeah. They lay this force buy to rest, and really it doesn't accomplish a hell of a lot. So this is nice, you know, building into the CT side, most importantly with some clean rounds. Big Omen Academy looking to make this a much more competitive affair the second time around.
Yeah, now Felico. So it gets easier before it gets harder for Big. They surely equalize here. And then we have that question of, you know, does the AWP continue? Do we just go back to flat rifles here for Na'Vi Jr.? It's not like Big are giving opening kills away in middle or even down B. This round they take it, but that's because they know that Na'Vi don't have the weaponry nor utility to stop them. And so Aqua down bottom B with a smoke by his side. Meanwhile, Na'Vi are looking to just run out of the apartments. They don't even have a flash to get them here. Gonna go towards Boiler.
Sin's got the info. The utility is going to do a lot of work in slowing it down. And so it's nice, it's clean. It's exactly what it should be at a Big Omen Academy, right? Nothing to write home about in this one. It's a flawless round, 3-3. And now you've got that reinvestment ready to come through for NAVI Junior. Will just be flat AKs across the board. And so, yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, I feel like Jury might kind of be out on the Latic T side performance. We were wondering if it was going to drop off a bit. It certainly looks like it. Going to have to wait till that CT side comes up to get him activated. So this is where, you know, the kind of burden of having to put rounds up falls on the door of the other players on NAVI Junior. And even though Headtrick was the one early on putting up those rounds, I want to see a little bit more out of guys like Unbroken. He still sat down there 0-4. You know, he had a slow start back in the last map when they won it. Really, it's been Fen2k and Headtrick, the folks to keep an eye on here. And if the info we got from the desks is right, I think it is Fen2k who is doing the calling. So, you know, interesting that he's kind of the other man alongside Headtrick to make all the difference here. Certainly not easy, but he's trying to lead by example.
Yeah, I mean, talking of it not being easy, Aqua was the prime example of that. It's a storyline we've been pushing already, but he was one of the best individuals in Season 1 of WePlay Academy League, and then he goes to Season 2, he starts in-game leading, and that's when problems arise. Because if you notice, remember, in Season 1, IGL swapped mid-season for Big anyway, right? Between, I think it was Glaved and
I think Lapex, yeah.
And it swapped between them, and so there was obviously problems there for Big, and I mean, they don't even have either of these players left in. Aqua in-game lead Season 2, he goes from being one of the hottest riflers in the season to dropping off and disappearing. And so now he's back off that in-game leader role, hopefully freed up to show what he can do individually. And so let's see if that's going to be the case. 7-5 right now, and we know what he can do when he's having a good day. Triple B taking a fight down Banana, and Navi get pushed off. Oh dear, that smoke bounces, and luckily just puts out the molly at the end. But yeah, they're all caught in the corner, and Navi, they can just get dunked on with nades. They flash their way back in. Big retreat themselves and give up Banana probably at the right time.
Yeah, this is another one of these defaults from NAVI Junior. You've taken top Banana, you've taken top middle. You've restricted the information available to Big Omen Academy, and now you look to try and make a B play happen.
What?
Bro, just send Headtrick to B. I think that is genuinely the answer here. He's so proficient at getting these B openers. Every time they've tried it, he's come up top trumps.
Oh, okay, stolen by the AWP. But yeah, often at times on a map like this, if you do that, if you're Headtrick,
that's what I mean, right?
Around.
Like, yeah.
They even kill the lurker. It doesn't matter. It's not going to entice you back into the bomb site. Na'Vi just win it off of one dude and 2 kills. Lovely shots out of Headtrick, and yeah, we're seeing more of what we wanted from the supporting cast, and you know what he provided in that first map when he was able to as well. He had that nice little clutch on the A site in that 2-on-4.
It's kind of odd because a part of me thinks, and you're going to have to like, I don't know. I'm just going to throw this out. This is something that I'm really just freestyling.
Don't doubt
it's a working theory. That's
all
what
right, it's a working theory.
You know, with like these games panning out the way they have, with like the first series essentially being Vertigo like a repeat, and this one being Inferno.
Sure.
I feel like the bigger blowout is almost like kind of, I don't want to say, no, it is. I feel like it's always disadvantageous. Like, you never know what your opponent's going to do.
Yeah, it's also the side swap.
I was going to, well, yeah, side swap as well. On top of that, oh, hang on a moment. We got the NAVI team speak on standby. Why would I keep these gents waiting?
Даня, да, monster kill.
Можем прогринить пятак, там Майк может стоять сейчас. Или тачку пикать. Да.
Давай хае потом, да, пятак скинем. Флэш был, F-ул.
Молик дали глубокий.
Они
фейс аккуратно.
фейс делают, они фейс делают.
Я с тобой стараем.
Молик не несет.
Надо пикать как-то под флэш. Они дым, да. Они банан заняли, нам надо под главку сразу, парни.
Да.
А ты берешь бомбу? Через вторую
уходи. Дал дым 5
Да.
и даю молик 200.
Давай.
Я флеш от стенки даю. Бомб?
Не видел 7.
Буст не вижу. У меня нет молика 500. Нет молика 500.
Да, есть.
Да, можешь сейчас прям кидать.
Я фул 20 попикал. Я не пикаю.
Нам надо банан пойти ретейкнуть.
Да, го.
Вы можете 30 дать. Ну ладно.
У нас 3 дома.
Наш чел, скорее всего, поре будет.
Я бомбу забираю.
А будет флешка?
Я дал 20. Да, я дам.
Давай.
Дал флеш.
Там 2. 2 Б прямо сейчас.
Не молик.
Один малый.
Авик пикал.
Я дам флеш, и прибегу.
Мне молик дали, Андрей, 20, осторожно.
Идите пода доигрывать.
Окей, один малый и один минимум 7.
Я выходить буду, у меня нет гранат. Освещение от гранат.
Мало.
Ковры он нашел.
Нам надо играть, у нас нет дыма. Просто 20.
Давай вместе выйдем, они дали себе дым. Я дам флешку. Готов?
Да, давай.
Дал флеш.
Борт упал.
Малые.
И фул. Борт и малые. Шот был. Ты шот еще.
1-3.
He wins these.
Да.
Just kidding.
It's a nice attempt, right? Pretty much all you could have hoped out of him. Little double, bit of style, but still Big Omen Academy come through with a 4th round. And you were just having a little discussion there, Hugo, about how, like, for NAVI Junior, the point we were making was, they haven't had to play a T-side yet, right? They kind of ride on the coattails of such a good CT half that the T-side was never tested. And you can see these parry match odds where they were massively one-sided in that last map. Well, they've shrunk right on down. And this is because we didn't really know what we were going to get out of a NAVI T-side. We didn't really have to see a lot. And now that they are being tested in this regard, it's looking a lot more even. Is this little confidence booster as well going to tip the scales for Big Omen Academy, right? You imagine you got dominated in that last game. Dominated. Well, suddenly, if you go into that second half, like 10-5, something like that, you're going to be feeling a damn sight more confident.
We saw almost, parallels to be drawn between the Astralis and Young Ninjas game, right? Because Astralis, on the second time around, they had a far better go at it. And they managed to get 16-14. They lost, but, far more impressive than the first time around. And so, I'm still not in the wheelhouse of calling this as a big win yet, Harry. I want to see, if Navi gets 6 rounds T-side, I think they're perfectly set up to run away with things, but let's hope that Latic can warm in, because right now the Orb, where it's all showing up on Hyped's hands, he's got another down B, trying to escape, stops at the right time to take down Headtrick, and that's a big scalp with some of these B entries we've seen from him. Mac 10 running wild, and Nipple gets stopped on short by Process. Sin through the smoke, and he's going to come and help out his team on this A site. Perfect time to go through. He might get traded. That is Latic's first kill, and he needs to build in a 1v3.
Yeah, he might have a chance here of getting the bomb down, right? You don't want to go re-peeking that from the apartments alone in case it was the fake, so they give that respect over, and Latic has a chance to navigate this round in the clutch. Looking at middle, he's bested Aqua. First man down. He knows about Process, but that flash is good. However, the peek isn't there. Process delays it by a second. Latic isn't blind anymore, and he dodges the second flash.
What was that?
Peek is good.
He peeked into the flash. He doesn't peek on the first flash, and then he full blind. Like, if there's so many ways that could have gone wrong. He full whites himself by peeking into that, but luckily Latic was turned. So, very scary round. Definitely could have gone wrong, but you could already see Latic starting to charge up in that 1v4. Like a little car that you pull back along the ground and rolls up.
Mate, something else that's kind of wild here. In the last 3 rounds, the only people Latic got his first 2 there. It's him and Headtrick are the only people to have gotten kills. Unbroken, still 0 to his name. Fen2k's been stuck on 5 for a little while now. Nipple's been stuck on 2. It's a little bit worrisome, because even though NAVI Junior have a round victory in there that comes off of the double up from Headtrick, it feels like if he doesn't get away with the openers, then the round is done. Are we getting a late reactivation of Latic, though? Because he got his first 2 in that last round there. He's coming with the trade here.
Crimbo ran a molly to get to this position, and now he doesn't like what he sees. He gets out, luckily enough, as the nades come in. They start mollying the sandbags again. It's Hyped up for the job instead. Re-aggroing. Does he go all the way? Yes, and it's perfect. Finding his counterpart of Latic. A little more, perhaps. Missed shot. Now they could hunt him down, but Fen2k waits for the flash, and Hype gets back. Not to the site, but to the cubby, and Fen2k sees the barrel to clean him out. It's a 3-on-3 now. Na'Vi have faith. They have a chance. Only one more man left at the bomb site, and they'll attack it while they can. Just Crimbo, low health, and deleted by Unbroken, who is now on the board. These last couple of rounds, the silent players have started to show up, and that could be the means to an end for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, we never really got to see Big Omen Academy attempt too many of these, like, tricky, finicky B retakes. This is one where even though you're a man down, you're tempted to give it a look in. And your teammates will have called lots of damage onto guys like Unbroken. But are you able to get the kills? Oh my, yes they are. The molly burns out Fen2k, and now they're moving in on the back of it. Unbroken, second kill. And just Sin left to beat. He's going to fight him. Well, he's going to win, sorry, by not fighting him. That's what he was hoping. It's very, very close. I think, yeah, Big Omen Academy have grabbed that one from under the nose of NAVI Jr.
Oh, that is so awkward as well. I don't think they were ready for a molly to just burn out that back quad player. At that point, both other Ts are committed in the pit. They can't run away. They had to fight. And I think it's the patience, not even the patience, that, you know, trying to hide away from the gunfight, which is what loses you the round. More than enough time to get hunted. That was a bit awkward there for NAVI Jr., but they made the best of a bad situation. And Big already looking like a far better roster than that, you know, debut game. Definitely caught off guard by, you know, Latic, at least Latic alone, if not all the other pieces. So now the Orb of Hyped is starting to find its footing, and right back down Banana again. Oh, we missed the jump. Reboost, yep. Back to Banana, perhaps. They decide against going into apartments, and instead it's Headtrick jumping up himself. Oh, sorry, Unbroken. Aqua looking for gaps. Banana getting left, and that leaves 4 CTs on A. So Big have had really good reads in this CT side, right? Like, even in some of the T rounds last map, the ideas were good. They were just getting destroyed in head-to-heads. And already we're starting to see those ideas flow yet again. Starting to move Crimbo back to B. He's got the utility. And that's when Na'Vi are headed as well. So good timing for the rotate. Hype's going to peek after the flash, and it's a freebie. He gets out alive.
Yeah, this must kind of feel like therapy for Hyped, right? Like finally getting a CT AWP. No longer on the receiving end of that one. Aqua's even aggroing mid. Oh, that's them trying to retrieve the bomb. They need this trade or else this round is done. Unbroken will be able to get it. Aqua showing a bit of mercy here. I think the bomb was just concealed, but it's a save for NAVI Jr. They are conceding this round without even giving it a go.
You know, it's a NAVI roster. It's you know, it's in the blood, Harry. It's understandable.
If Aqua finds one after time, that's devastating. Oh, no. That is brutal. You never even gave it a go. And now Latic is screwed for money in this round.
This guy is just, they flicked the off switch on Latic, right? Like, not even had the AWP. I think he had it one round this map. And obviously T-side AWPing is pretty impossible anyway for most players. And now Big are believing, right? Why wouldn't you? You've just been absolutely reamed out and you've had a complete 180. Aqua's getting activated, Hype's winning his fights and finding opening kills, and Process, who was like, you know, 4 and 18 at one point last map, is, you know, one of the top performers in the server right now. So this is quite the different Big Omen Academy. Even Banana control getting taken now. Ooh, that would have been heard. Headtrick knows there's a player at tree, but there's also cover for him. Not only the AWP, but Aqua as well. Crimbo with nades out. Oh, he gets hunted, but Aqua has that cover from top of the wall, keeping his teammate alive. You definitely want to leave Banana at this point if you're Big Omen Academy. You've got to be careful. But one of the only rifles already gone, and Na'Vi are just going to hightail it into A.
Yeah, but this is the advantage of having that Banana control, man. Having that AWP of Hype just set up like a railgun at Banana. It's facilitated a 4-man A-hold. So if you thought this was going to be your refuge on the side of NAVI Jr., it's not. You're not welcome in this A site. They try to get past, but with smokes down, with so many bodies here, it is an impossible task. 8-4. The CT side spiraling madly out of control now. NAVI Jr., they're hoping, right, their fingers are crossed that when that side swap comes around, they can relive their performance from the last map.
They need more, though.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Like, with times having changed so much since that previous Inferno, that one just sailed by in what felt like 20 minutes, whereas This is going to be a far longer affair. It's going to be a war of attrition, and it's one where you're having to recover mentally, right? The kind of taste of your own medicine feeling for NAVI Junior.
Oh, even a little run boost. Is Crimbo going to take that spawn? Nah, just chilling. Doesn't want to throw it right down Banana, not yet at least. Navi are on the Deagles. Process just getting that info. Got to be careful. Oh, there's a bit of cover. It's either run into the bullets or the nade. Nipple picks the latter. Molly slows it down. It looked like Navi wanted to go there. They had the flash out, but Molly's going to cool that round off. Process also just keeps their attention on mid. And again, this double setup on B has been lovely. They've been really utilizing the half wall almost every single round, putting the AWP on top of it, putting rifles on top of it. Aqua saved, Crimbo down B last round from the half wall. And now the AWP's covering, like the bait and switch, a Banana. Not they will ever get found out. Na'Vi have cleaned out into middle. And Aqua's got to be very careful about what lurks behind this smoke. Again, the off angle. And now Na'Vi go back, but with one flash and one smoke, it's got to be a pretty damn good flash to get this AWP off the angle.
Oh, misses the first shot.
Oh,
that's a nice opener. Head trick.
No.
Oh, it's a collateral. In response, Hyped. Can he hold on? Oh, that's one hell of a hold out of this AWP. He's on for the ace. Hyped, let's get it. Let's get Hyped, baby. 4 in the round. Make it 5. Make it all 5. Nipple.
What?
He will get him. He will get him eventually. The ace is denied, but still 9 on the board for Big Omen Academy and a wonderful AWP hold.
Did Aqua just walk over to high five Hyped? I like that, yeah. Keeping spirits high in the big camp. Oh, why didn't he shoot, Harry? Why didn't he shoot? He almost got it on the end of the flash as well. A couple of Deagle shots, not enough nowadays. The collat. Ooh. Beautiful shooting out of Hyped. Fen did his best to bait the shot out, but could not do so. And now we're seeing the AWP effect. It's just CT side AWP, man. That's all it is. Latic, I don't know, dude. 3 and 12, his second AWP of the half. And now Na'Vi have to play around this. They have to do a slow round because the one round he had the AWP, they went for a pretty fast A take. They took long. They sent him out to wrap the A site with the AWP. It wasn't a good position for him. So, yeah, you've got to give him a bit more room to work. And, well, Nipple just gets removed in the apartments. Traded by Unbroken, though. Hyped in the apps with the AWP, but he's got too many targets to look at, too many sides of the hallway. So back out he goes. Meanwhile, Latic's still sitting in middle, but Big have done a really good job of just this whole half. Not that there's been an AWP there, but never giving away picks in mid, never giving away picks down B. Like I said last round, the Banana set has been really, really good. So, yeah, this is so reassuring for Big Omen Academy, especially after the words that we heard coming into this tournament for them about how this is their best roster yet. Well, that first game, it felt a little disingenuous, but now reality is setting in. Let's see if Latic can get anything done in this round with his final AWP of the half.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because you'd like for Latic to be able to have this in a post-plant, but I can imagine with some of the other faces being a little quiet right now, he's probably feeling the pressure to get involved in these openers, right, to try and win some of these opening engagements for his team. He's made contact with the AWP down here in pit. They know about Hyped. Flashes to try and get these long players off the angle, and the AWP is sound. Latic will trade that out at least, and now they know about the man in the back of the site. Latic goes a-looking, but it's Aqua and Sin to shut it all down and reach double digits for Big Omen Academy.
Dude, the blind shot was like close, dead on, yeah, but not dead on enough, I guess. Great hold either way in the site for Big.
If you want to look at something that's kind of nice, right, it's that Hedrick, at least in these first 2 games, has kind of solidified himself as like the more experienced pillar of this squad, right? He is that one remaining guy from Na'Vi Junior, and he's offered up consistent performances throughout both maps.
Which is crazy because Hedrick is just, also such a young player. Like that shouldn't even be a statement in an academy league, but this guy is only 17 as well, so pretty cool to see. To call him the experienced player, well, you're not wrong, is kind of crazy. But yeah, definitely been the most impactful Na'Vi player in this map at least. However, Big don't care. They're all over the board, 10 rounds. Aqua, he wants more pieces of the pie. He's hungry. It's lunchtime. They're going to try and run the molly. Smoke lands, and now Na'Vi just bound through it. Lovely shot from Nipple. taking down Aqua at the back of the site. Crimbo swings with a flashbang, and they are running him down from both sides. He's going to get cleaned out by Latix Mac 10, who was blind, and Nades could finish the job. It will. Latic low gone now, and even more lower players at the back of B.
Yeah, with the rotation from Process, this should be locked in, right? His M4 through Banana is devastating to this attempted site take. Fen 2K, you might have been able to hide for now. And that's because you're the one on the clock. They're not looking for this engagement. They are saying, like, look, mate, you've got to plant the bomb at some point, and when you move out into the open, that's when we strike. That is a much better scoreline in this game from Big Omen Academy. Their CT side is able to stand the test of time. It's the T-half now for both of these teams that have looked to be their downfall, with a tiny bit more room to work with for Na'Vi Junior. Maybe there's something to be found here, right? It was this CT half where they did all the work the first time around.
Yeah, it's one of those halves where it's a shame because it's like you just rely on the pistol at this point, and that's fine if you win it, but if you don't, you never really get a chance. And that's the exact position Big were in last map. You know, 12-3 half, and they lose pistol, and it's like, well, what can you even do at that point? You don't have the room to play a rifle round. So, yeah, you know, really good half out of Big. You got to give it to them. We're getting a lot out of Aqua today as well. Always reassuring.
At the very, very least, pistol rounds have been really good for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They're 3 for 3 so far. So, you know, you're hoping that track record can keep up here if they want to salvage this.
One more nice thing for Big, because I feel like, you know, they definitely deserve the credit after getting beamed first map, is those last 2 rounds, like, Big were just so aware of what's going on. We had the A take, right, with Latic on the orb, and Big, before the A play had even come in, they double push Banana and run the flank, like, way ahead of time. That round as well, the final round of the half on the B play, Process just ran down mid at the first sign of anything and was immediately on the flank and killed 2 Na'Vi players as they were trying to get into the bomb site. Like, not even planted yet because they just didn't even have car once they had the B site. You know, it's not a good trade. So, yeah, like, Big have looked really, really on top of things. They've looked really aware on the CT half. And now it does just come down to, like, maybe that first map was a loss of momentum. You know, the AWP was just finding every right angle, every right shot. Not to say Latic's not a capable player, but it is very difficult to keep that same performance up. However, 11-4, I've seen harder comebacks. Let's find out.
Du hältst einfach nur Flash.
Okay. Ready?
Nichts gepiekt. Das war das Contract Banane, ne?
Ja.
Okay. Ich hole kurz an. Sehr ruhig. Wie auch sehr ruhig. Wer der Apps vorschleichen? Jetzt mal Auto, David. Ja, willst du vorgehen? Mit unten frei.
Hat keine Flash mehr.
Kannst du mal hier Kante bussen? Ja, klar. Contact Apps. Kante auch
kurz hat mich angespottet.
Ich kann CT-Spot gleich mal geben. Ich schau mal gegen CT und gebe gleich
Decoy,
mal...
David?
Ja, ich gebe Dings. Okay. Bin bekannt. Nico, zieh Mollo, David wirft Decoy. Und das auf Reaction erstmal war. Ja. Yes, du bist bekannt, ne? Ja. Okay. Ich will keine Reaktion. Ja. Wir drauf gegen. Vielleicht mit Setup dann. Ja, lass uns B gehen, ja? Ich mach CT Smoke. Wir können auch auf Ilias scheißen. Mach Smokes, Mollos und dann Flash. Ich mach CT Smoke jetzt.
Okay, Kreuz bekommt.
Alles gut, warte, mach erst
Mollo.
Obama,
ready.
Obama B. Da oben, ne? Gut, kommt jetzt. Flash.
Mal Base hoch.
In der Base. Muss vorgehen, David. Ja. In der Base. Wieder Retake. Wege. Base einer. Okay. Ich versuch Ruine zu loben. Lass gleich wieder zusammen Base fighten, okay? Ja. Matze, komm close hier.
Close, ja, ist gut.
Ich kann nicht fighten. Ich bin Ruine gekappt. Ruine kommt was? Ike Base, schleiche Base rein jetzt. Base hinten down.
Onyx down.
Zwei Ruine. Base, Matze. Noch eine Ruine. Ruine close.
Nice!
Das ist Gift!
That's one way to do it. 3-on-5 in the post plant. Aqua pushes the smoke and dies, and his team just shred Na'Vi on the retake. And there we go, Harry. Come back to 3 for 3 for pistols until that one.
Yeah, and that's always the way.
You need it the most.
Right, exactly. That is like the most devastating feeling. Especially because it was looking so pretty in the 5-on-3, right? You're saying to yourselves, well, there's no way we lose this. And then Process goes on to absolutely wipe the floor with them on that attempt to get in through Coffin.
I mean, Process is having a mad one right now. 18-5, man. Remember how quiet he was last map? Like, it's a complete turnaround. And so are the parry match odds. They were basically the opposite last map. And you can't really argue with it. Process went 3-18 last map. He's closer to 18-3 this time.
Yeah, that is wild, mate. He has inverted his scoreline.
Incredible scenes. And Latic's done the inverse as well.
Well, it's another one of these B takes, trying to get past the Deagles. The force buy from NAVI Jr. And it's given them a little 4-on-4, right? It's given them a reason to be interested in this B retake. I
don't want to call it, but I think they might. See, Harry, this is why Pimp is a genius analyst and is one of the most underrated broadcast talent about. Because he said this was going to happen.
Yeah.
He said, you know, big, they're going to shred him, mate. I think that's a quote.
He's so smart.
How does he do it?
How does he do it? And also, this guy like streams like 30 hours a day as well. Like,
there's not that many hours in a day.
I don't understand it, bro. Oh, dear. Pimp is, he's so... To even appreciate his intelligence, like you yourself have to be incredibly smart.
We're not
and
smart enough to
I
truly
can't actually
know.
understand just how smart this guy is.
It's like when you read like algebra and you're like, I know there's an X in there, there's an A and there's a Y in there, but I don't know what any of them mean. Like, you can't truly understand.
Anyone who pretends that algebra is actually hard, like, is lying.
All right. Oh, you did economics at uni. Oh, good for you, mate.
Yeah. How was your uni career, Hugo?
I didn't need to go in debt, actually, but we'll save that for later, because NAVI, we're jumping in the TS.
Let's learn.
Aldım. Дал флеш, я дал трой флеш.
Давай флеш. Им почту. Да.
Я ушел подам.
Тыкает. Он давит. Не видел.
Не давит.
Нижнюю смотрю.
Я вернулся.
Забей, все хорошо.
Мы не примем до 2. Гост так
Окей, я на КТ.
Я с дымом останусь на главке еще.
Я могу тебе дать буст, да?
Там дым глубоко еще лежит. Да, даже.
Ходишь к старт, молики троит. Два банана.
Дым 15. Восемь. Я отошел.
Один там фонит.
Нет,
дали дым
КТ.
Молик 3. КФУ. Вышли.
Я был.
Ровно. Все.
Ставится фонтаном где-то. Один дарк.
Дым.
Тройка.
Так фена пошел.
Один за фонтаном, слышишь,
я тоже 90
сидит, либо тройка.
Дам флеш.
Подожди.
Он на темной стоит.
За тройкой.
Damn, it's another attempt at holding on, right, with just the pistols. And while there were little passing moments where with those saved weapons you were hoping success could be found, it ends up falling short again for NAVI Jr. What has that left them with? Well, it's left them with this one opportunity to embark on a huge comeback, Hugo. If they don't win this, they're out of money, they're out of time, they're out of chances, and this would be the successful bit of revenge for Big Omen Academy. And it's not like with that Astralis, Nips matchup that we had earlier on, where it was like a close affair throughout. No, it would be like a dominant victory, and then you respond by dominating them in return. So that's a real feel-good moment for Big Omen Academy.
Oh, and then Latic gets deleted like that. His first, and it's probably only AWP in this half, and it was the CT side he destroyed on. Harry, I think between maps, NAVI have become a pharmaceutical company because they have made their own medicine, and now they're on the taste test. And it's bitter. It's not sweet. It's Big Omen Academy feeding them death. 14-4. The Star AWP is gone. 5-17. And of course, it's Aqua to delete him. Feels good, man. But it's also a shame for Latic because, I kind of wanted him to run it back one more time for old time's sake. At least have a chance to show what he had on the CT side. Well, he never got it, and that is the effect of those pistols, Harry. At 11-4, you lose it, you get one gun, one chance, and Crimbo, he only comes once a year, but when he does, it is a great day indeed. 14-4 and a 4-on-2, looking like a lock-in.
Yeah, NAVI Jr., they've got to run for the hills. They've got to hold on to these M4s and hope that they can do the, the God's work in this, what could be the last round of this matchup. Big Omen Academy moving up onto 15, and it's a momentum game. It's all built up for Big Omen Academy. Not a weak link in sight either. Everyone, pulling their own weight. And, I think for me, one of the questions now for this NAVI junior squad, obviously, this is their first 2 matches. There's still plenty more to come for them. But I want to see, while we were impressed with the debut from Latic, and Headtrick has been a very consistent voice in this in this squad, I need to see, where do guys like Nipple and Unbroken sit in kind of the benchmark for this team? Where do they reside? Because they kind of got a bit of a free ride in that first map. Here now, they're quiet again when really you need to step up. Like, if Latic's capable of sometimes just taking games into his own hands and winning, that's all well and good, right? But if that's not something you can depend on every single time, like you could with a Monacy or a Simple, then you need the rest of your pieces to be able to pick up that slack if this kind of thing happens in the future.
Yeah, again, worth keeping in mind, of course, for both these rosters, this is their debut, right? In terms of official matches, this is day 1. So there's going to be lots of time to, pick up pieces and to improve and to get out a group. First team going straight to LAN finals, second, third, fourth, fighting for Gauntlet, and so plenty of opportunities to improve. But 2 very one-sided games here, it seems like, and I that's again even surprising considering we're on the same map. The half change, as we already talked about, is something, but this is something else. Big 5 more kills away from a lock-in, from a done day, from a 1-1, which has got to feel pretty good considering how it started.
Yeah, not over yet, right? We still have those saved weapons grandfathered forward and, the reinvestment around them. A chance maybe for NAVI Junior to long this one out and try to make it, at the very least, a bit more respectable.
Cool. What? Just got spammed for 50 on short through window. That's a lineup.
How did that just happen? Headtrick is so confused and justifiably so far.
That is a deadly sin, I think. That's one of the 7
One
sins.
of the 7 deadly sins, in fact. Yeah. Good anime, if you haven't seen it. Here's Headtrick on the short side, trying to have his own anime story. Can he be the hero of it? Oh, it's looking good. Bit more help out of Latic, and it's a 2 HP process in the 1v3. You don't fancy his chances. And so he will just be saving this up. NAVI Junior, they live to fight another day.
Yeah, big R, like an anime in this round. They're drawn and hung and quartered. So just going to be a AWP. That's all they can marvel over. I don't even think we're going to get Latic back on his either. Unless he drops his AK over and buys it right now, that's his only option. He actually did have a bit more money coming into this round. So, yeah, all right. Sin, we're watching you, buddy. You and your weird wall bangs. Got eyes on. But big, more than enough chances to snuff out Na'Vi before things get problematic.
We do have the Latic CT making another appearance. Now, the first one he got to Don, it was a very, very short-lived experience, right? He looked down middle, and then one bullet flies his way, and that was the end of it for him. You're hoping that he can find a little bit more here. Big Omen Academy grouping for an apartments take with 3. Bit of attention given towards Banana early, but that's just to force these players at Banana back and into the B bomb site. That is one hell of a nade, bro. That is absolutely devastating. Because suddenly all these M4s inside of the A bomb site, they're going to hit like AKs. You've got a really rough time ahead of you. And that alone, that one nade is enough for Big Omen Academy to go, I don't like A anymore.
Damn magnets, man, they're everywhere. They still might commit towards A. Right now we've got Fake being sold by Crimbo. He's throwing nades up through Banana. A couple of players of Big taking middle. And the bomb reroutes from apps to mid as well. Still a standard setup here. Latic, here we go. This is where he was so good in that first half of the first map. Sat back on library side, watching the mid to B timing, shooting through smokes on long. But it is going to be that A play, although the smoke doesn't imply that. Trying to convince Na'Vi It's anything but. Aqua walks the smoke. Latic's not looking, but there's the pop-up. Broken turns back too late. Process getting the entry and doubling up as Aqua waits for what he expects to be the AWP in the library side. Ben2K helps out. Latic gets the shot, and somehow Na'Vi are up a man. They've lost the bomb site, where they've got the power for the retake. They've got the advantage.
Well, Process was the man who started this round, right? With that nifty little double. He might have to go on and close it as well. There's also this wrap coming in on the short side, and they don't clear it deep. They don't give it a look in, and they've just assumed that little peek is enough to guarantee safe passage. It's not. There's the strike in the backline. Crimbo now has forced them to commit up through short. Process waiting in the smoke at Moto. They are not ready for this. But Nipple just turns just with enough time. Fen2K tap on the bomb while it does bait the peak. He's played it to perfection, and it's Big Omen Academy out for revenge, out for blood, and splitting this one 1-1 versus NAVI Jr.
Yeah, you got to give it to them as well. The ability for a new roster like that to get destroyed, and I mean destroyed in that first game, and then to 180 it like that, shut down Latic completely out of the map. He was a non-factor in this game. Like you already touted, Headtrick was kind of the only guy doing anything for Na'Vi. Big looked amazing here, and Process at the helm with that as well had a really, really nice map. So now this whole group just got even more excited.
Yeah, right.
A lot of questions answered today. A lot of teams that we weren't, or players that we weren't sure about, looking good. And that's what we hoped here. So final game of the day at WePlay Academy League is done. We're going to go to a break, to the desk, and then to an interview. So we'll see you soon.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. Pretty much. They play, you win.
(16-4) in the first Inferno and 16-5 on the second one, but the difference is that everything turned 180 degrees. This time it was Big Omen Academy that managed to win against NAVI Jr., and it's actually their second win during 3 seasons.
That's a fun stat, actually. The fact that Big has been, Navi's been their kryptonite for that long, actually. But this is a tale of two halves, basically. That both of these teams had just monstrous CT sides, and when they came to those T sides, we kind of talked about it. Actually, after map 1, can those players on NAVI Jr. do it? Pimp was saying no. I was kind of rolling my eyes a little bit, but it turns out Pimp's right there. You were right. Latic couldn't do it.
I got lucky, I guess. Glad I couldn't do it, but I feel like we're in an era right now where the CT sides, especially on Inferno for whatever reason, are just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. The silencer, the buff of that gun, and in general, just the way you play Counter-Strike right now, it feels like it's tipped towards the CT side, and it's tough for academy teams and less experienced players to find openings on a map like Inferno on the T side. So I kind of suspected that now Big were to start on the CT side, they could get off to a good start. I didn't anticipate it to be that one-sided at all, and I didn't anticipate to see Latic, do a 180 as well, from being the best player on the server to one of the poor performing players. But overall, it's just the story that we saw in season 1 as well, when we had the best of ones. A lot of teams shared 1-to-1. Now back then, of course, it was different maps they played out on, but again, at this level, you don't find the same type of consistency as you do when you're playing tier 1, tier 2 Counter-Strike. Academy leagues, there'll be small nuances in the game. There'll be small mistakes that are going to be game defining, and I think this was one of those games where, first map, everything went the way of Navi, second map, everything went the way of Big Omen Academy, and here we are, 1-1, and we can't really tell which one is the better team.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe I rushed with the new king is now in G2, all hail the new king Latic, but I want to say that this time, on this Inferno, we actually saw Aqua. Yes. He was actually performing. We didn't see him in the first map, and we were like, Aqua, okay, you had an excuse during the second season, you were IGLing, you're not leading the team anymore. Whereas what we saw in the first season, and we actually saw it here.
Aqua was able to free himself up in some of those moments, and you could tell that his read for situations is, I think, improved probably from the fact that he was an in-game leader. But on top of that, we saw some more of those little micro outplays. That was a hallmark of what he was able to accomplish in Season 1. It vanished in Season 2. It literally just was flushed down a drain. And then now, there's a little bit. I mean, we're seeing him kind of outmaneuver people, jiggle them, just take the right angle in a fight, like knowing probably the timing that's gonna just make some fight as awkward as possible for their opponents. Those are the little things that are so annoying to play against, and it made us so excited for Aqua. And I think that maybe Pimp was right that he could be one of those top 5 guys that is maybe ready for Tier 1.
I think he could be. I think what we saw in this game as well was, as you said, a lot more freed up from him. He was willing to take duels, he was willing to fight Banana a lot, willing to sit behind Car, and even mid-round he was willing to do mid-round aggression stuff.
Yeah.
Like when you're an in-game leader, you're not really willing to take those risks because you have so much focus on what's going on the map, and should I be rotating, am I calling the correct thing, do my teammates understand what I think is happening right now, etc, etc. It was clear to see that Aqua right now was freed up in the sense that he was making individual plays based on what he felt on the server. And again, you know, it's just one map, so it's good to see Aqua once again showing it. Process as well, he had a terrible map 1 coming into map 2. Having those two rifles, you know, then backed up by an AWP player and Hype, who did a good job as well. There was a lot of firepower on Big Omen Academy, and that's very intriguing for me to see, and hopefully something they can keep up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, like one of the problems that they had in the previous season was that like one of their teammates, Nixay, was actually going to work every day, so they couldn't boot camp. Even when we saw them during the playoffs, they had 3 people in boot camp. So even like when they managed to qualify, you just saw like 3 people hugging each other, like jumping around, being happy to qualify. And right now they actually have the full team sitting together in one room, supporting each other. So I think that's amazing.
Yeah, looking at the score here, there's really no one that's a weak link whatsoever. I mean, Crimbo, even though, I mean, technically he's the bottom fragger for his team, he still went positive, and on top of that, he's calling, and on top of that, I saw that he had a couple key multi-frag rounds when Big needed him. So it was one of those things where until his number is called, he's not really stepping up to the plate, but once it is, he can still hit the home runs. So that's a really cool sign for Big moving forward, because they kind of strike me as a team right now where I'm not too familiar with Sin, but the other players on the roster, Hyped, Crimbo, Aqua, Process, I mean, just looking at their stats, seeing what we've seen in previous seasons, there's a potential here for another team that can probably work with 4, if not all 5 of the pieces, no matter who's in what situation.
I agree. I think it was a good game here from Big Omen Academy, and it gave us some reassurance that Big Omen is a team that we can count for, you know, being one of the contenders to go into the LAN finals as well. They were there in Season 1, they were there in Season 2 as well, after making some insane comebacks to qualify, and I expect them to be then in Season 3 as well, considering, as you said, Heko, as well, they are bootcamping, they are investing 100% into this tournament, where some of the other players, as we've seen, they're sitting at home, and it's just not the same feeling. So Big Omen Academy, that was a good showing against one of the teams I think they have to fight against in terms of qualifying for the LAN.
Yeah, already during the broadcast I mentioned that like, I'm a huge fan of making an interview with Aqua, and that we actually have this opportunity to talk to him, for him to give us like all the inside information that is happening with their team, like everything like about their team. Aqua, do you hear us?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Awesome. Aqua, congratulations on your win. I mean, in the end of the day, it is 1-1, but we can see that you guys are actually bootcamping. You have like all 5 people finally together. We saw the announcement only today, so we had no idea that you went through some changes. For how long have you been bootcamping together?
Yes, so we've been bootcamping for like 2 to 3 weeks now. We've been here in December already. Went to break when like Christmas was and New Year's Eve. But then we came back, and yeah, so we basically practiced like 2 to 3 weeks now.
And are you planning to bootcamp for the rest of the season?
Yeah, we're at least staying for the whole WePlay season, maybe even staying longer. Depends on like what else tournaments are on the board, or maybe if like someone wants to go home if we qualify for the LAN, so you can get some rest. But yeah, definitely at least for the whole like regular season.
Awesome.
Aqua, I have a couple questions for you. The first one is about your new teammates. I think we've heard that Crimbo is the in-game leader, so you're switching off the role. How would you describe, in the couple weeks you've been playing with Crimbo, his calling style?
Yeah, so his calling style is definitely completely different than to mine. I think he also talked a lot to Tapson and got a lot of insights from him. So he's calling a lot of like, he has many strategics. All of his defaults are like separated into other things. So yeah, it's a little different to mine, because in like my my system, I had more freedom for every player. I tried to like play it more loose, and I think we're having a better balance this time. I think I maybe have called it too loose, and I should have gotten a better system overall. But I think Crimbo has gained a lot of experience from Crystal and from Tatsun already, and he's doing a fantastic job, I would say.
Cool. Another question, and my final one for you, is that you seem like a very reasonable, level-headed person. You're not gonna like buff up yourself when you don't need to be. So what is a reasonable expectation for Big Omen Academy in terms of where you think you're gonna finish this season, like 1st through 4th, or what's a goal for you guys?
Yeah, so the goal eventually is to one day win the whole league, and I think we have the potential to actually even win it this season if we get everything together. I think on the first game, like on the first Inferno where we got smacked, I would say the nerves got us actually. I think we had a lot of miscommunication, a lot of misplays, a lot of failed nades, which never happened in practice, but all of a sudden, first official, everyone is fading nades. The timing was completely off. We had many rounds where we only had 10 seconds left, which also rarely happened in the practice. And we saw it on the second game when everyone was maybe more focused, maybe more into the game after break, and finally officials again. So we definitely have the potential to be a title contender. If we'll be able to be at this season already, maybe we will see. But I'm definitely sure that we can be even this season already a title contender.
Cool. Aqua, I'm curious to what it's like, from a player perspective to be involved in this tournament now. You're back to playing best of ones as we saw in season 1, so you tried it before, but this whole new system of, potentially playing the same map 2 times in a row, which you did today and which we also saw in the first game. How difficult is that, and what kind of mindset do you have going into a game where you know that you're playing the same map twice?
Yeah, it's definitely something new and a little bit awkward, I would say, because when the first game finished, we got smacked, and now we're going outside a little bit, get some fresh air, and we are talking about the same map again because we have to play it again, and we're already trying to find out what could work against them, what didn't work 5 minutes ago. So it's a little bit weird, and we definitely need to get used to it if it happens more often. I mean, it already happened in the Astralis game as well, so it might not be that rare. But I guess you can see that the momentum can change a lot because the first game they smacked us on the same map, and the second game we all of a sudden smacked them. So it just shows that the skill ceiling of every player in this league is really high, and there's no team to be underestimated. And even if one team wins against the other team very hard at once, another time it can look completely different.
And just for clarity for the viewers and for us as well, you do the video before the game, obviously, and you know the 2 maps going into the first map, right? So you're already aware that what the second map is going to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just I wonder how it's from a mental state, because you just lose this map and you're gonna play it again and you're gonna play on the same side. When it comes to the previous series, so we saw the second match was pretty close. Astralis almost managed to finally win against the Young Ninjas, but you guys managed to turn it around, and it kind of feels really miraculous. We've been talking about Kladik, who is the opera right now for NAVI Junior. He managed to show an insane performance on the first map, but he was not really there on the second one. Do you think he managed to get that score is because he's so insanely good, or is just you made too many mistakes and you just gave away too many kills?
I would say it's a mix of both. I think he's really good. He had some good shots and also played really well, especially on T-side, I think. But on the first game, as I already said, I think we were just completely off everything and just didn't really work out. And we missed some flashes. We overstepped the line sometimes. We went into middle or into banana without wanting to do it actually, and got picked by the up. But on the second game, we kind of figured out how he is approaching his playstyle, especially on CT side. I think we had a good read on his rotates, and I think that's what also on CT side we just didn't give him the opportunity to get the kills as the T. So yeah, I think we just made it him a lot harder on the second game. But just because he didn't get the same numbers on the second game doesn't mean that his first game was a fluke. I think he's still played good on the second map, but we just made it a lot harder for him.
Yeah, you definitely made it a lot harder. Thank you very much, Hako, for your time. Again, congratulations for making a comeback, at least on the second map. Not on the first one, but like the performance that you showed, especially you personally, we're really happy because it kind of gives us hope for like that we'll see Aqua from season 1. So again, thanks a lot for the interview, Aqua.
Thanks for having me. Have a nice evening.
You too. You too. Oh, he's always such a nice guy.
I wanna know and I wanna learn because I can't do it. Maybe we're getting too old. But how do you sit so close to your monitor? Like how do you mentally handle
and not
like,
go blind?
It's like you gotta play with black bars, right? All these kids these days, they're playing stretched resolution, they're playing full HD resolution, and they're also sitting like straight next to the screen. Like how do you do that?
My eyes would just be going every which way. It'd be just crazy. It's like, especially if people are using like 27, 29-inch monitors sometimes nowadays too. Yeah, it's insane.
It's impressive.
It is. But Aqua, I believe in him. You know what?
Sure.
All these
mechanically
gifted kids, like Yakinder sits super close, Xantres sits super close. Aqua, you know what? Just learning from all of them. I'm okay with it. Might need glasses, stronger prescription one day, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, we had our first series today, so maybe let's check out what are the brackets at the moment, like what are the standings actually, because in our first series we had Astralis talent against Young Ninjas, and we already can see that Young Ninjas have 2 wins and fortunate Astralis talent have 2 losses. When it comes to NAVI Junior Big Home Academy, 1 win and 1 loss for both of the teams.
I think that's the cool thing about this group, right? Because right now there's one clear favorite, to me at least, to finish number 1. That'll be Young Ninjas. I think that's a team that's going to be tough to beat for basically all of these teams. But outside of that, NAVI Junior, Big Omen Academy, Astralis Talent, Fnatic Rising, given we don't really know what kind of form they're coming into, I reckon those 4 teams to be very equal, right? That could be any of those 4 teams taking the second spot. So I think this Group 8 in particular is going to be super, super close.
It's wide open. Who's going to come in second through third on this one? I really am unsure right now. If you put a gun to my head and told me I had to pick somebody, I would probably just do Fnatic Rising because I know what I'm getting with that roster. The other teams are a little bit more of a grab bag in terms of it's full of surprises. We saw completely different performances from Big, Navi, map to map, even the same map. So at the end of the day, I can trust Regali to an extent. I can definitely trust Regali online.
Yeah, but I think you're saying you can trust Fnatic Rising because the lineup that they have right now, they've been playing now they're going to be playing for the second season. But you can never know what's going to happen in a few days because when I was printing out my Excels, I was like, okay, Big Omen Academy, you didn't go for any changes. That's great. And then I opened HLTV and I was like, guys, why do you do this to me?
Oh, there's some changes coming up. There's some changes coming up. I can't spoil them because these orgs have to announce stuff on their own. But there's a couple changes. No leaks here. If I were a journalist, my Twitter would be going crazy right now. But I am not, and I'm going to keep it that way. I like this job right here. I like where I'm sitting.
Or if you would be small, you would also just give us all the information, right?
I think legally, I think we're not supposed to say it. Actually, I might need confirmation on that, but I'm pretty sure we need the orgs to announce it first.
Yeah,
so there's some cool stuff that's coming our way.
Well, I'm looking forward to see maybe the new potential lineups, the new potential rosters. But when it comes to our schedule for tomorrow, we're gonna have the winners of Season 1 and Season 2 against one of the new teams, Eternal Fire Academy.
Ooh.
And when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, I personally don't know anything about them besides the fact that they're from Turkey.
No, I was trying to studying a little bit going in on LCTV. They played a couple of games as a team, and there's a little bit of statistics to dive into, but most of it is national and domestic matches against other Turkish teams that we don't know either. So you're right, they're coming in as a big question mark, and I think that's the super, super cool thing about the WePlay Academy League. Not only do we as experts or whatever we are, we get to learn, we get to sit here and learn about these teams, learn about these players, but the viewers as well, we're learning together. We're holding each other's hands and going into these games not really knowing what to expect.
You're going to hold my hand, Pim?
Yeah, I didn't want to, but We can do it. And we're learning. We're learning together, right? And that's a nice feeling because normally we go into tier one tournaments, so and we know all the players. We know what to expect. We kind of have a sense for what's going to happen, etc., etc. But here it's just wide open, and I, for once, appreciate that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll give a I'll give a little shout out to one guy that did some research and it helped me prep for this event. Is what if you don't know anyone on Eternal Fire Academy, King T did a breakdown of their Opper and some of his strengths and his weaknesses. So he's putting out some WePlay content, and anybody that's giving more eyeballs to this initiative, this Academy League, I really respect. So anybody out there, I'm just willingly promoting you. So I mean, Neokai did some interviews last time. Hecko, you've done a bunch of interviews too on your channel.
Hey, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you're here.
You make interviews, you get to host stuff. So I mean, just do stuff.
Yeah,
just do it.
The more people out there do, the more we're going to talk about it. So thanks to King T, because now I know about the Eternal Fire Opper and how he's kind of just a one trick. He kind of just does the same plays over and over again.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, if it works, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it works tomorrow.
Well, we'll see if it works tomorrow. Let's maybe then just close the show on this. I don't know if it's a positive note, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes actually tomorrow. We will have Mouse NXT against Eternal Fire Academy tomorrow, and the second series will be between VP Prodigy and Furia Academy.
Yes.
So that will be
Furia,
close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We get to see them again, right? They've been a little bit disappointing in Season 1 and Season 2, but maybe finally they'll get it together. I believe they're also at the hotel boot camping, so they're sitting together as well, making the travel from Brazil over here. So
it didn't happen last time.
They've done it every season. They always come to the hotel.
It's a short visit last time, though.
Oh, yeah, no, they came in last place twice in a row. That's
like Astralis talent, they're equally good.
Oof, yeah. Okay. Hopefully they do better this time, though. And I think they have a couple roster changes, so anything's possible. We don't know. These teams, they're changing up players all the time. They're looking for new talent, and we're here to enjoy it.
Well, I'm looking forward to see more maps. I'm looking forward to see not double
that.
Vertigos, not double Infernos, but we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll be more than happy to see you back again tomorrow at 5 o'clock CT. But for now, we're gonna say bye-bye.